Hi, I'm Eva Jane Bunkley from Atlanta. I'm a makeup artist with over 28 years of experience, and I currently hold 5 patents and trademarks. I've won 2 Emmy Awards, and I've done makeup for celebrities such as basketball superstar Kobe Bryant and the iconic Cicely Tyson. While working on set, I identified an issue that slowed me down, and I sought to solve that problem. I kept losing track of my blending sponge. Years later, after I got beyond my own fears and doubts of my ability to solve the problem, the Makeup Bullet High-Def Cosmetic Finger Sponge was born. I decided I would continue my mission of making beauty easier, and Eva Jane Beauty, LLC was born. I chose Alibaba.com as my preferred platform for sourcing raw materials. It's more than just a platform for trading. A while back, when I was looking for raw materials for my face roller and massage stone on Alibaba.com, I came across a supplier whose products are sold worldwide. He had many experiences and gave me very useful sales tactics to sell my products in sets. What I also love about Alibaba.com is its customized feeds. It shows me what is currently trending and suggests some innovative products. Ordering samples to test for new additions to my product line is so easy. I applied for the Alibaba grant because Alibaba is a platform that I believe in and that I use a lot, and I've got some really amazing products. Because a lot of this grant money is going to go right back into expanding my line, I'm able to find contract manufacturers, sourcers, people that can help and assist me with their expertise. And it's a win-win. As we know, the beauty industry is heavily influenced by the speed of innovations and beauty trends. So sometimes it requires a very high level of personalization. For example, many of my clients are celebrities, and each person has unique needs and sometimes has a different request. So maybe I only need a small amount of a particular product to be able to serve them to the best of my ability and satisfy their unique needs. It's crucial for me to find the right supplier with the right quantity and quality. What's pleasing to me about Alibaba.com is that many of the suppliers on the platform accept low order quantities. As an entrepreneur who is deeply involved in the beauty industry, I have been very devoted in creating my original products. Alibaba.com has been my trusted partner in this process.
So my whole career for the past 12 years just started from like, oh my God, my feet hurt. And now I'm a CEO of a software company and I have this 12-year-old shoe business. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I started my first company after college. It was a tech company, and it just led me down a path of continuing to start businesses for years. I'm born and raised in Columbus, Ohio, went to Ohio State. When I got into the college environment, I realized I really loved marketing and communications. After I graduated from Ohio State, I went to DeVry to study information technology, which was really the boom of like the web. And then I moved to Atlanta to start my career. So I've been in Atlanta off and on for 20 years, just building my network, working on my multiple companies. All the things that I learned in my various educational background really did help me to prepare me to be an entrepreneur that I am today. I started my company Flat Out of Heels, which are rollable flats for women when our feet hurt after wearing heels for hours. It's just a great shoe to wear on the go. Our company is primarily based in Atlanta. So even though I'm a remote worker and I travel all the time, I'm here in Atlanta now to visit the warehouse, check on inventory, to do some product photography, to meet with investors. It all kind of comes together with the marketing and the communications that allows me to effectively go out and pitch my business, market my business, grow my business on my own, especially with very little resources. Seeing women walking barefoot, leaving events, leaving conferences, leaving parties, leaving nightclubs, that was my aha moment for myself that I could start another business just to solve the problem of women walking barefoot. It was exciting and also kind of scary because I was new to consumer products and I wasn't sure how to get started, especially in supply chain and sourcing and manufacturing and getting a product manufactured overseas and getting it to the States and getting it distributed. I found a website, Alibaba.com, and that is how I was able to find my first manufacturer and the one that I worked with for 10 years from Alibaba.com. So a lot of the biggest problems that entrepreneurs face when bringing a product to market is finding reliable manufacturing. Also, like the minimum order quantity. I needed something that I could afford. So them having a lower minimum order quantity, that allowed me to get my product to market faster. This is what we put together for the influencers. So I really like TikTok to do unboxings.
Yes.
And so I'm like, okay, I wanted to have a box for us. And so it has our own, again, our logo tissue paper. It fits 2 pairs.
Oh, okay.
So I'll send this to influencers. And then in that, then we have this card that kind of tells them about it. The biggest challenge for me always was funding. My very first $10,000 came from my friend Tamika Montgomery. So I'm so grateful for Tamika because she believed in me first. She understood the pain point. Again, she's a woman that wears heels, that likes to dance. She's a lawyer, so she's in heels all day at work. And she really, really got it. I've heard a saying that says it's not underrepresented, it's underestimated. Because we, minority groups, women, people of color, we're not really a minority. We're very represented in society. We're definitely represented in the economy. Our buying power is strong, but we're underestimated with what we can do. With the tools that I received from Alibaba.com, I felt empowered. The grant was absolutely amazing and game-changing for me. It's just the fact that Alibaba.com is saying, we see you, we are going to invest in you, and we're going to give you resources to grow. That is what we need, because once we get those tools, it's only up from there.
Hello, my name is Noelle Davis, and I am the owner and founder of Paris Fit. I am excited to share with you my business journey. My story starts as I fulfilled my dream of becoming an archaeologist. After working for a year, I was in a serious car accident. During my recovery, doctors encouraged me to rebuild my core, and that's when my passion for fitness was born. The name Paris Fit has a special meaning to me, as my father would often bring me home presents from his work trip, especially from Paris. And the fonts always looked so beautiful. Even the gifts, they were always so amazing. That's when Paris, in my eyes, started to represent beauty. And that's why I named my brand Paris Fit. After becoming a certified personal trainer, I started to help people live better lifestyles, as well as help hundreds of people reach their fitness goals. In the past 2 years, the pandemic was a major hit to most businesses, including my very own. Not only did my physical location have to close for over a year and a half, but there were raised competition in the health and fitness industry, especially on social media. More and more people decided to exercise from home, but I chose to move my business in a different direction by producing more customized fitness products, especially my premier product, Gym in a Box. My Gym in a Box product has also helped me secure a $10,000 grant through the Alibaba.com grants program. And I am proud to be one of the 50 entrepreneurs chosen out of the 12,000 plus applicants to receive this grant. The Alibaba.com grant helped me make more eco-friendly products to add in my Gym in a Box. It was amazing. I started working with Alibaba.com in 2018 using their RFQ function, and I received fast responses from multiple suppliers. This makes using correct suppliers simple, and ever since then, I've been using the same company for the last 4 years. I am very fortunate, as not only do I have reliable partners, but I was able to develop a close friendship thanks to Alibaba.com. This was beneficial to me, as one of my suppliers was able to connect me with others who can help me expand my product line and build a beautiful brand. We source our suppliers using the verified supplier feature on Alibaba.com, and I highly recommend it for all entrepreneurs worldwide. I inspected each factory using the VR showroom function, which allowed me to view their equipment, product environment, and the production process. I would have never thought that my experience with an online purchasing platform would not only match my expectations, but exceed them. In the future, with Alibaba.com supplier diversity, I wish to reach more suppliers and to continue helping the lives of other people as they work towards achieving a healthier lifestyle. Thank you so much, Alibaba.com, for all that you have done with Paris Fit.
I was born and raised in the ghetto and never really had an established family. So there's a lot of things that I didn't learn. And by the time I was 15, I was considered a street kid. I had this impoverished mentality, and eventually I ended up going into the military. I'm a 21-time world champion. I've also won over 250 titles. 7-time Mr. Universe, 7-time Mr. Olympia, 7-time Natural Mr. World. Sports became my life. I was an international competitor in 4 different sports by the time I was 20 years old. Bodybuilding was the last sport that I participated in. Athletics, that was really all I had. It became my family. Competitiveness, it was all I had. When you're in survival mode, you don't realize you may have creativity. I was supposed to be this creative being, and yet I'm just trying to survive. When I'm creating, I'm the happiest. It's like breath. I have ideas in my head that I want to put on paper, that I want to bring to reality. It's life to me. It's what I do. It's who I am. I just started aging, and all of a sudden, boom, I saw the Iron Chess Master. And within a couple of weeks, I had a working model in my garage. And I was using this. I could travel with it, and it helped me to continue to stay on track with my workouts. When I built the Iron Chess Master, the reason why I knew this was something that was marketable is because I used it, and it was fun, and it works. And it's the same way with the total body bar. I would find different pieces. And I remember when I developed the total body bar, I came upstairs from our basement and I handed it to my wife.
To the main auditorium.
And she just started crying.
Ron's really, really great at developing and creating ideas. He's really creative. I also felt like that is something that I could help him with. He needed somebody who could step in and help do the back end. We found Alibaba.com and we were able to find an aluminum extruder, and it was exactly what we needed. I don't think we could have sourced something without Alibaba.com because there would have been no way. It was the only way for us. With the grant from Alibaba.com, I think what it did for me is that it let us know how that our story, our products, the direction that we're headed in. Because sometimes when you're a small company, a really small business, it's a game changer for me and my heart, and that somebody believes in us. The next step for Ron Williams Fitness is to open a warehouse.
Oh, this is it.
With opening the new warehouse, we expect to hire additional employees. It's what it requires for us to reach our goals.
If I can reach back and tell somebody, it's important the way you start, but it's not as important as how you finish.
Introducing Alibaba Guaranteed. a selection of products that you can order directly with guaranteed shipping included, fixed prices, delivery dates, and money back for order issues. No back and forth with suppliers. You'll know the cost per piece and the total price with the shipping included before placing an order. No worries about shipment delays. Your order will be delivered via Alibaba.com logistics by the guaranteed delivery date, or you will receive 10% compensation for the delay. No hassle with returns and refunds. Alibaba.com will communicate with the suppliers on your behalf, so you get your money back for missing deliveries and defective or damaged products. Plus, free returns to local warehouses in your area if the product is defective. The Alibaba Guaranteed logo is your cue to identify an Alibaba Guaranteed product. Order direct with confidence via guaranteed shipping included prices, delivery dates, and money back, all with Alibaba Guaranteed products.
Day 2 of CoCreate. We've got an incredible lineup for you today, starting with a session on social selling featuring Amanda Lightman from Meta. She'll be joined by Jason Pfeiffer, the editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur, who will be hosting the session. You won't want to miss the insights they're going to be sharing. After that, we have a special treat, something I've been personally looking forward to. This is our Pitch the Pros competition, a Shark Tank-style pitch where 15 talented business owners will go head-to-head for a chance to win up to $25,000 in prizes. We'll have 5 winners. The competition is fierce and the stakes are high. But that's not all. You'll also get to hear from some of our biggest names in entrepreneurship today, including Meta World Peace, Jason Pfeiffer, Everett Taylor, and Rudy Moore. Also Damon John. These are some heavy hitters. They'll be sharing their stories, strategies, and advice, so be ready to soak it all in. Before we dive into today's session, let's kick off day 2 with a group selfie. It looks like a lot of people slept in, but I'm going to do it anyways. And all the front row people, make sure you check it out on our social and find yourself, tag us. You see? All right. Everyone's sleeping in today, but hopefully they're going to be here shortly because I'm going to introduce our VP, Vice President of Alibaba.com, Andrew Zhang. Welcome him to the stage, everyone, and let's get ready.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another exciting day at CoCreate. So, yesterday, we shared a lot of topics, insights to you. So I'd like to spend a little bit of time to make a quick recall what we discussed yesterday. So we shared some insights from the digital transformation to AI, from simplified sourcing to emerging trends in inter-marketing trade, and also how to leverage the global logistics and the trade assurance to ensure the safe transaction. All these efforts lead to a core goal to help everyone here to find the right suppliers on Alibaba.com. And I'm sure that you have noticed today I bring a ship model with me together on the stage. So this is a very famous ship model called HMS Victory. It is a favorite among all the collectors worldwide. So let's go through a video to learn the story behind this model.
Private jet flew from Bay Area, go to our warehouse. He ordered everything on my catalog. I asked him where did he find us, and he said, you know, a website called Alibaba. I said, oh wow, really? So my name is Eric Vong. We've been with Alibaba for 18 years. Nowadays, ship models. We also do full-size, full-scale wooden boat. 1999 is when my parents started the business. My dad, he a handyman. He grew up on the boat. He built everything from the scratch. All the people that he know from his village, he came over and started a small factory. That was 25 years ago, so Vietnam economy was still pretty low. We were able to give about 100 people the jobs. By the time I was a senior, I was totally broke. I asked my parents to help me with college. Instead of sending me money, they sent me a container of ship model. I didn't know how to sell them. The first thing that I thought of, I went to the swap meet. I can only sell one small model. It's like $30, and I paid like probably $500 for the event. So I lost money the first time. I think I met Alibaba in Vegas. Yeah, that's about 18 years ago. Our business actually take off from that time. Started to have customers not only from the US, we got customers from all over the world. The New York Times was our biggest customer. They're selling the Titanic to their audience. So they're looking for the Playa to make Titanic model. So that's when they come to us. We make hundreds of them a month and not enough to sell. We make millions of dollars. My factory from Vietnam, I am one of the first factory to do business with Alibaba. And then after that, I started to see all the people to list the product on that website. So now you go to Alibaba.com, you can see product in high quality image, video, you can interact with the supplier easily. That's how people looking for new product now. We trade global on Alibaba.com.
So this is really a great story. And I'm honored to say that also Eric is here with us today. So Eric, please stand up and wave your hands to everyone. Thank you, Eric. So the journey of Eric and his family from Vietnam to the global stage mirrors the global trade of goods. We have come across remarkable and passionate entrepreneurs like the worldwide. So our mission here is to discover the exceptional products and present them to you through Alibaba.com, and also cutting edge of the technologies. So this story should give us a very bad idea of what my team does. So basically, my team called Global Golden Suppliers, GGS in short. We strive to discover and bring high-quality products from around the world to you, just like this ship model. And we have set up our local teams across 27 countries and regions on 5 continents. As this title suggests that the goal is to establish a global network of trade, which will provide every buyer with easy access to the global supply. So now we need to bridge the gap between the supplier and the sourcing, or what we call reimagining sourcing. To achieve this, we focus on 5 key pillars: diversified supply, competitive cost, efficient matching, trusted process, and one-step fulfillment. I will elaborate on each of these 5 pillars. So as for today, we have brought together suppliers from over 120 countries. They already offered more than 30 million products on Alibaba.com. We have suppliers across Europe, from Italy to Germany, from Spain to France. These suppliers are gearing up to give you their best offers. Just like the leisurely furniture from Italy, food and beverage from Spain, beauty and apparel from France, and the machinery from Germany. This list could go on. And in Southeast Asia, we already reached out to the suppliers in over 10 countries. All of them are active and ambitious. They provide more than 2 million products on Alibaba.com, and they are quite strong in categories such as apparel, furniture, handicrafts, and more. And worth to noticing that the South Korea, Japan, and Mexico are seeing increasing numbers of the suppliers and the products. So these 3 countries are the rising star in our global nations of the trade. So with this extensive global supply network, we go deep into different countries and regions. Our mission is to find the regional special products and incubate the local suppliers and see them grow as an industry force. Hope they can make impact on the global trade map. Currently, we have got 50 core industry hubs in 27 countries. And we plan to increase the number to 200 in 3 years. The crown jewelry are like handicrafts from Vietnam, beauty and skincare products from South Korea, food and beverage from Europe, and apparel from Southeast Asia. Each a testament of our extensive for global network of industry hubs. So these industry hubs can all be found on our app. And for this CoCreate, we invited 15 suppliers from 10 countries. So each of them, they have their own booth just behind you and represent different industry hubs. I do like to invite all of you to visit their booth after the meeting. Now that we have plenty of products available, the next consideration should be the pricing. We understand that the pricing is always important for our buyers. So usually, a buyer's landing cost includes 3 components: the product pricing, logistic cost, and the tariff. Ideally, each of these components or overall cost should be optimized. So by working in countries and industry hubs, we have gained valuable insights into the pricing, logistics, and the tariffs. Our platform offers some highly cost-competitive products, such as men's clothing from Pakistan, women's clothing from Bangladesh, and agriculture from Southeast Asia. And if logistic cost is your main concern, then consider the suppliers from Vietnam or from Mexico, especially for the apparels, consumer electronics, home furniture, and the car accessories. So in terms of the tariffs, we have cultivated many sectors in countries that have signed the free trade agreement with the United States, such as South Korea, Singapore, and Mexico. So whether you are a buyer from US seeking nearshoring to reduce your transportation time and the cost, a buyer interested in cost-effective products from Southeast Asia, or someone looking for advanced machinery from Europe, our supply network will provide the most competitive and optimal choice for every purchase. Let's make Mexico, a country you may be familiar with, as an example. So now Mexico is the biggest trading partner of the United States. benefiting from the free trade agreement and the lower cost overall. It is auto manufacturing industry is growing very, very fast. So if you are a US buyer looking for cars and motorcycle accessories sourcing from Mexico, through our platform could be a good choice for you. And consider Monterrey, the city in northeastern Mexico. This city is renowned for its car and motorcycle accessory industry. So if you purchase from Monterrey and have the products shipped to Houston, you will benefit from the cost-effective products, efficient land transportation for delivery only within 1 week, and also zero tariffs. This nearshoring at its best. So we will soon launch the Mexico's industry hub on our platform under the regional suppliers section. So now we have all the metrics of global supply. And Alibaba.com is our main site. It has everything. If you open our app, the first thing you will notice are the search tabs. So we want to highlight here the regional suppliers. As I mentioned before, it enables you to search for products and suppliers by countries and regions. So after it is launched, we saw that global-wide, the buyers who visit the global suppliers increased by 76%. And you can find a wide range of products from different countries here. Also, we have developed independent country sites, such as Turkey.Alibaba.com, which specialized in suppliers from Turkey. And we have Visable from European origins. In the next section, my colleague Peter will introduce you the details of Visable company. Next, I will deep dive a little bit to the regional suppliers. Enter this tab, you will find the products categorized by countries and regions. With a tab on the country flag, you can explore its dedicated pavilion, which only presents the local industry hubs and the products. We have also optimized the performance in our searching engine, in the search, recommendation, and matching. So when you enter a specific product in the search box, you will receive recommendations for some categories that have origin advantages, as shown in this picture, to diversify your global supply. And if you are searching for products from a particular country or region, we will tag and prioritize these products accordingly. So whether you are searching nearby seeking low tariff options, our platform offers different scenarios to help you find what you need quickly and easily. As you can see in this screenshot, we highlight made in Italy, low tariff in labels. So to give you the products you need, we pay very highly attention to the whole online operation process. We manage every step of the process with care. Before a supplier onboard to Alibaba.com, we verified all the information and rate the suppliers based on their store operation and their data. So we always monitor the potential risks from both sides. We also introduce the trade assurance into the payment chain to ensure the safe transactions. So here I want to talk a little bit more about the trade assurance. Through trade assurance, transaction can be safer. Trade assurance is widely popular among Chinese suppliers. And now we have a very good news to all of you. We already extended the trade assurance to Vietnam, Pakistan, and Turkey. And we will also release it in 6 other countries in this year, such as South Korea and Germany. About logistics. So over the past years, we have set up a global logistic network. Now we are able to facilitate the shipping to over 200 countries and regions. So between some countries, 5 days cross-border delivery is available now. And the on-time delivery rate could be more than 95%. So for some key markets, such as United States, we have the service hotline response in 20 seconds to compensation the request for lost, for damaged packages. And with our digital logistic capability, buyer and sellers can request a quota, place the order online, and also track your shipment. And now, with our AI tools, it will help you to find a much better and a much suitable solution for your logistics during the whole transaction. Now let's write up a video for our global suppliers.
We trade global on Alibaba.com.
Last but not least, Mexico now is set to play a very important role on Alibaba.com. So we will have more and more Mexican suppliers join us, enhancing the diversity and the quality of products available to all of you. So you can scan this QR code to share your sourcing needs from Mexico. And also, you can introduce your friends or your partners from Mexico to be our suppliers. And we can co-create more successful partnership with all the SMEs. That's all of my sharing today. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. That was a very enlightening speech. Now, next, I'd like you to welcome to the stage the newest member of the Alibaba.com family. Please welcome to the stage Peter, the CEO of Visable. Welcome, Peter.
So, hi everyone. Wow, that's loud. Wow. So, before we start to talk about Visable, I have to tell you, I'm super impressed. I stayed here the last 24 hours and I've seen so many great entrepreneurs here on stage, but also have conversation with you. And I have to admit, it's really flashing to me. I didn't expect this. And it's really giving me energy for even my own business and That's what we will talk about in a minute. So my name is Peter, and yesterday I attended these meetings, and at lunch somebody approached me and said, "So where are you from?" And I said, "Germany." And he said, "Oh, Germany. German Autobahn, really crazy." I said, "Yeah, that's true." So when you hear Germany, what do you connect it with? Cars? Crazy Autobahn? Or when I say Italy, what do you connect with Italy? Nice food, pizza, pasta, or France? Maybe champagne, wine? Or we are here in a hotel Paris. What do you connect with Paris? Love? Whatever. You connect a lot of things with these countries, but also important to know is in these countries, you have great SME companies, great small and medium producer of high quality products in all of these countries. And how you can connect with these great companies from Europe, I will be talking about the next few minutes. So as I said, my name is Peter. I am the CEO of a company called Visable. And what are we doing at Visable? So here, so Visable brings you together with these super suppliers from Europe. That's what we are doing, and that's where we have a lot of expertise already since a long time. Because Visable is not a startup. I always say Visable is a restartup. And so what do I mean with a restartup? So the company was founded 92 years ago, so quite old, and it was founded as a catalog of the Leipzig trade show. It is an industrial trade show in Leipzig in Germany, which exists until today. So it's until today the biggest industrial trade show in Europe, and there where we have developed a catalog 92 years ago. So that was the origin of the company. And we were always developing this company also with technology, as you can see here. In 1995, our platforms, WLW and Europages, went online. That was 3 years before Google went online. I have to admit that we were not always really leveraging this advantage of 3 years before Google, but the company was always driven by technology. And probably by far the most important step we made in last year. In November last year, Alibaba became our new shareholder. And I'm really excited about the fact that we are now together and partnering with Alibaba. And all the things I have seen yesterday myself here on stage about AI-driven technology in search and RFQs and so on, we will adapt also to our platform. We are not there yet where Alibaba is today, but we already started with Alibaba together to develop exactly the same. So, Visable. Visable runs 2 platforms. I mentioned it already. So the one is Europages. Europages is by far the biggest B2B marketplace in Europe. We have more than 3 million suppliers on the platform, high qualified suppliers. As you can see, suppliers from more than 100 industry sectors. And more than 2 million people are visiting the website every month. And then we have our second platform, WLW. So what does it stand for? It's in Germany, you say, wer liefert was, who delivers what. So WLW is the biggest German-speaking B2B platform in Europe. And on this website, you find more than 600,000 qualified suppliers from Germany, Austria, and Switzerland only. And as you can see here, more than half a million people are visiting this website every month. So that's the scope. In total, we have more than 50 million visitors on this website every year. And I can tell you, also a lot of visitors from the US. And that's what you see here. So more than 1 million unique visitors from the US we had last year on Europages. And this is an increase by more than 50%. So there's super high demand of US purchasers, entrepreneurs buying stuff from Europe. And here you can see it a little bit, which industries: business service, construction, machinery, metallurgy, vehicles, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, to mention only a few categories where we are very strong on Euro pages. And what we see on our website at Euro pages is a kind of, I would say, global trend. When we look more from the macro perspective on that, and I brought some numbers with me, there you see how much trade has been done between Europe and the US. First of all, here on the left-hand side, you see what are the most important countries for US from an importing point of view. For sure, you see Mexico and China. We heard a lot of it also together here with Alibaba. But at number 4, you see already Germany. So the fourth most important country for US trade is Germany. And then from number 8 to 12, you see only European countries: Ireland, Italy, the UK, and France. So all these countries are important for purchase in the US. And then look on the other side. How big is the volume? And what you can see here, there's a clear trend, and it's growing month by month and year over year. So a strong growth in total. I think it's $500 billion of euro in trade happened in last year. So what we see on Europage's website, you see also in the overall global economy. And how can we support now what you see here? So looking on our website, Europages, you have a classical website with a search bar, and then you type in what you're looking after. For instance, here CNC, then you get results, 1,000 companies and 605 products. Here you see we are coming from a supplier search. And I want to say, don't be disappointed. What you don't see yet is the experience you have on Alibaba. On Alibaba, probably you have a few thousand products. And that's where we are working on. We want to become the biggest product marketplace. And so every day, every week, we are adding new qualitative products. Right now, there are less products than companies, but this is changing right now. So that's the way we are going. And the other change we do already as of October 1st, we make it more convenient to you to search. So then as of October, you can type in the region where you're coming from, the currency you want to trade, and the language you want to use our platform. But I have to say already today, the platform has more than 20 language versions. So we cover not all, but a lot of important languages, so you can better use it. That's the one way of using our platform. The other way is also what you know from Alibaba is an RFQ. And so here we have the barcode here. We have an RFQ function, which is also AI supported, where we can guarantee you that you get high quality suppliers. We are matching. We do it based on AI, but also we have a quality check with every request we're getting. And so I really want to encourage you to try this out. We are not on Alibaba level yet with 6 hours, but what I can guarantee you today is that you will get an answer within 48 hours. So if you try this out, test it, you will receive an answer from a European supplier or several suppliers within 48 hours. And it's really working. I brought with me today a great example how this can work. So what you see here is a company from Texas, an e-commerce company making turnover of more than 6 billion in last year. I cannot mention the name. Some of you might know, independent from that. And what they did, they used our RFQ function on Europages. And so they were searching for a classical gas grill. And what happened? They found several suppliers, but then they picked a Spanish one and they made a contract with them. So that's only one of many examples I could show you here from August, one of the latest ones, where you see a great matching. We brought together the Texas-based company, the Texas-based e-commerce company, together with a Spanish production company. So what can I say? We are on the path to become a kind of European Alibaba for local suppliers in Europe. We will adapting a lot of technology. We are on a different level today. We are strongly focusing in the path of suppliers, but you will see week by week more and more products on the platform. And it's working very well, like this example shows you. So to finish that off, it is a big pleasure to be here today, to see this entrepreneurial spirit. I really want to encourage you to accelerate the trade we are seeing between the US and Europe. There are fantastic SME companies in Europe, high quality standards, and try it out, make yourself the experience. And I'm very much looking forward for the business we drive here, and hopefully to get in contact with many of you during this day, and hope to see you next year again on the stage. So thanks very much for having me, and have a great day.
Thank you, Peter. All right. Everybody awake yet? Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Come on. There we go. All right. You're starting to wake up. We need to give you a little more time, but check it out. So today is day 2 of CoCreate, right? It's Friday. I get that we're sleepy, but yesterday was amazing. You guys brought a lot of energy. You went to all the sessions that we had going on in the Sourcing Masterclass and the Learning Center, which will continue today. But what's amazing is that we have over 2,000 people here between all the rooms that we have. That is an incredible turnout. So thank you all for the support. We genuinely appreciate it. You know what else is cool? We have been live streaming all of the main stage sessions, and we've been live streaming some of the breakout room sessions. And we have seen nearly 5 million viewers online watching this content. Pretty impressive. Now, speaking of live streaming, that's been something that we've seen take off across the world. And we're starting to see it as a budding trend in the US as well. But there's lots of other things that are impacting commerce as a whole, right? We see social media selling and a variety of different platforms have started to impact the places that you sell and the way that you sell. We have a pretty incredible panel coming up for you. We have people from Meta, from Talk Shop Live, we have TikTok shop sellers, and it will all be hosted by the incredible editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur, Jason Pfeiffer. So with that, I would love to welcome Jason and our incredible panelists to the stage. Give it up.
What's up, everyone? Roth, thank you so much. Good morning, CoCreate. It is so great to be here. Let's start with a quick show of hands. Who has purchased something that they saw advertised on social media ever? Let's say. All right, most hands go up. Very interested in the people whose hand didn't go up. You guys are either amazing managers of your own money or you're entrepreneurs with no money to spend. Not sure which. Show of hands, who has bought something that they saw on a live stream? All right, fewer hands, but I bet there will be more of them in the coming years. What you're seeing in the room is representative of the world at large. Studies show that up to 70% of consumers are making purchases on social media or on live streaming. And that is important for you to know because you source your products on Alibaba.com and now you need to know where to sell them, which means you need to understand where the best and emerging platforms are to do just that. That's what we're talking about on the stage today. We have an embarrassment of riches in the knowledge of our panelists. Please come up here as I welcome them to the stage. We're going to be talking about, please everyone give a round of applause as they're entering. These folks know what they're talking about. I'm excited to start a conversation. We're going to be talking about social. We're going to be talking about live streaming. We're going to be talking about what the trends are, where the opportunities are, and how you can make the most of them. Panelists, welcome. Thank you for joining me. Let's start with this. please give me a quick introduction about who you are, what you do, and then also share what you think is one of the most important trends that you're seeing in the space right now. Brian, we'll start with you.
Hi, I'm Brian Moore. I'm the co-founder and CEO of TalkShop Live. We're a video commerce retail media enablement platform. We power video commerce for some of the leading retailers and also power live shopping video experiences for brands and marketplaces. And really what I see as the future of the space is really what we're doing at TalkShop Live, which is, making content shoppable everywhere it exists, right? And really being able to distribute shoppable content and making everywhere it exists point of purchase.
Amazing. Amanda.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amanda Lightman. I work at Meta and I run a shopping partnerships team. We help small and medium-sized businesses leverage Instagram and Facebook's commerce solutions as well as shopping ad products. So really excited to talk to you all about those today. One of the biggest trends that we see far and away at Meta is personalization through AI and machine learning. There's never before been such breadth and depth of information. And for an individual marketer or an individual consumer, that can feel really overwhelming, right? But that creates the perfect environment that's sort of ripe for disruption by AI. I'm not sure if you knew this, but 50% of the content on Meta's platforms is surfaced via AI. So definitely a big one for us.
Also, give it up for Amanda, who's just coming off of maternity leave. And here she is back on stage. Awesome.
Thank you.
Corey.
Hi, I'm Corey Brown. I am the founder of Buffer Brand Marketing. We are an e-commerce growth partner. We focus on Amazon and Walmart, and we help brands grow on those platforms across the world. The biggest trend that I've seen that's been significantly different is the point of discovery for products has completely changed. In addition to the friction of buying those products has completely been eliminated. And that, for me, coming from the Amazon and Walmart side of the world, has definitely changed what our brands need to do to react to that, to make sure that they're still relevant in the places that we are battling for that attention.
Amazing. Aaliyah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Aaliyah Arnold. I'm the CEO and founder of Boss Up Cosmetics. I founded the brand when I was 14 years old and I just turned 20. A rapid trend that I feel like is becoming a big thing is TikTok Shop. It is a huge, rapidly growing platform. It's becoming one of the most top rated online platforms. And I think there's a big, big opportunity there for all businesses.
Did you just say you started that at 14 and now you're 20?
Yes.
Did everyone just catch that? Outstanding.
Thank you.
All right, let's dig into it. Amanda, we're going to start with you. Can you talk to us about how social selling and the customization that you can find there is filling gaps in that traditional e-commerce landscape?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Corey alluded to this before, but I think over the last 5 to 10 years, with the rise of direct-to-consumer businesses, we've seen an industry that is a lot more fragmented, a lot more competitive, a lot more expensive right now, especially given this elevated interest rate environment. And I think every marketer is asking, how do I find the right customer with the right message and the right time? And a lot of technology and social media companies are trying to build in this native layer of shopping. And that's not an easy ecosystem to build. But one of the reasons why Meta is doing it so successfully is because our platform not only creates demand through product discovery, but also converts it. So in a recent consumer shopping study, 70% of people said that they discovered a brand or a product for the first time on Meta's technology.
Corey, let me bring it to you. You work with brands that are selling on Amazon and Walmart. How have you seen their behaviors change given the rise of these things like live streaming?
Yeah, so the behaviors have completely changed over the last 18 months. We've seen, again, the discovery of products is happening at a place that is now above the traditional sales funnel. So your sales funnel traditionally goes from discovery of product all the way down to purchase intent or purchase. And at this point, we're seeing brands have to react to consumer behaviors. So consumers are now finding products before they even knew that they needed them through social platforms. And when they're doing that, they're checking out right on those platforms or coming back and purchasing them in other places. So with that change, we've had to continue to stack and layer on advertising and funnels that work, that have the ability to catch them in that discovery phase. And it's been a complete change. And so brands are having to react to that with a ton of different strategies to get into those spaces that maybe they never even had to play in before. And now they either need to create brand new content or they need to partner with amazing social agencies and have another layer of their business that they didn't even know they needed 2 years ago.
Brian, when I came out here, I asked people to raise their hands if they've purchased on social media. Most hands went up. I said live streaming, not as many hands went up. Not a surprise. If I had asked that question in China or a lot of international markets, it would have been very different. Live streaming is coming to America, but it is really saturated in other markets right now. So maybe we need to step back. Can you talk about some strategies that you're seeing that are really successful that folks who are in this room right now need to understand to succeed in live streaming?
Yeah, so I actually studied Mandarin Chinese for 13 years, lived in China for 2, watched as video shopping became, a billion-dollar industry in
Getting a
in
shout out
Asia.
for that.
Thank you. And when we started Talk Shop Live and we really looked at how can we make this something that fits in the US market, right? One of the things that we realized was that in Asia, it's all about the in-app experience. Whereas here, one of the things everybody's saying here is it's about meeting consumers where they consume their content, right? So on the Meta platforms, we actually partnered with Facebook and Instagram to make the lives shoppable through Talk Shop Live. And so what we've really found is by creating the technology that allows people to scale their video commerce programs. So we're talking about the live stream shopping, meeting your customers where they are, cutting the friction and path to purchase, like Corey said. But then also being able to take that content and having the VOD and the short form content and distributing that. And one of the things I think you heard from everyone when we first got up here was the fragmented landscape.
Yeah.
Right. And with video commerce powered by Talk Shop Live, one of the big things is it helps connect the fragmented retail media landscape.
So you're meeting people where they are. I think that is a conceptually very satisfying way of thinking about it. But can you just take us like one level deeper into what's working really well in that format, or what you're seeing that drives the most success, that it's really tangible and actionable?
Yeah. So we track. Obviously the other thing you're hearing a lot about up here is data, right? So we track 220 interactions within the video player everywhere it exists. So we enable people to become better live commerce sellers.
Yeah.
Right? And so to do that, you need to know what are you doing that's driving conversions for the audiences that you're reaching, right? And as we look at AI and as we look at how this will impact it, it's also knowing which content works on which surfaces and which products should be delivered to which surfaces. And that's where when you look at Alibaba, who's a leader when it comes to like the logistics and operations end, when you can create something where it's a turnkey opportunity to add your products, distribute them wide, that's what's been missing in the US in terms of being able to scale. And that's where Talk Shop Live, like powering video commerce for Walmart, right? Like we enable people to scale those programs. So as much as we can do it for enterprise retailers, we also do it for individual brands and creators.
So let's go from something that is more emerging in the US market to something very established in the US market. Maybe you've heard of Instagram. It's owned by Meta. Amanda, can you talk to us about how to really optimize and make the most of selling on Instagram?
Absolutely. So there's a lot that I want to say here, but I know we have a limited amount of time. So a couple of main highlights. The first thing is all eligible US-based businesses should set up a checkout-enabled shop. And really what that is a frictionless in-app experience that allows consumers to transact directly on Facebook and Instagram. If you use Shopify, for example, as your e-commerce platform, you can onboard within just a few clicks. And then after you do that, you can take advantage of an ad solution called Shops Ads. And Shops Ads is really the next evolution of performance marketing at Meta. I think most of the people in this room are probably familiar with the traditional sales objective ad campaign, right? Where you select a specific ad or a catalog or a specific product or a catalog, and the customer clicks on that ad that they see and they're taken to your website to transact. With Shops Ads, you can run a single ad campaign and machine learning decides where to send the customer, either to your website or to your Facebook or Instagram shop, depending on where they're most likely to convert. I know, it's cool, right? And the real benefit of Shops Ads is that US e-com and consumer products businesses experience 35% incremental return on ad spend.
Wow.
Yeah, compared with their campaigns that direct only to their website. So very powerful.
That's incredible. Can you Can you unpack the solution that is, that was a big question that a lot of sellers have, is where do you drive people and how do you even understand what the right path for your consumer is? So you were taking in, what was happening at Meta was you were taking in where those pain points were for sellers. Can you just talk a little bit more about understanding that seller need and where people were finding that friction and how these solutions are managing that?
Yeah, absolutely. So when you think about like the traditional e-commerce funnel, right, there's drop off at every step. We've talked a lot up here about kind of like meeting customers where they are and creating that frictionless shopping experience. The great thing about checkout on Instagram or Facebook is that, you know, if a consumer has their payment credentials saved in the platform, it's like 1 or 2 clicks for them to make a purchase. And for businesses that are maybe low consideration, they can convert those customers immediately. We're also seeing success across, you know, other price points as well. So it's really just about kind of creating that no-brainer experience for the customer.
Let's go on to another platform people would be very familiar with, TikTok Shop. Aaliyah, I know that you leverage that really strongly. You understand it deeply. Can you talk to us about what you're seeing work there and why it's so powerful?
Yeah, so the really cool thing about TikTok Shop is you're getting influencers and content creators that people on the platform already trust, and they're able to promote products, and people are already having that trust with the influencers, so they're able to buy the product with one click of a button. Another great thing about TikTok Shop, they just started doing live selling. I was able to make 6 figures in one live stream, just in one live stream.
Wow.
And that's all because of TikTok Shop.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I also have another friend. She made $1 million in 5 hours on live on TikTok Shop. It's a really big platform, and there's a reason why they're trying to ban it. It's really growing very rapidly, and they don't know what to do with it. I love TikTok Shop. I will always advocate for it, just because they also have affiliates. And I don't know if all of you are familiar with affiliates, but basically people can promote the product, purchase from the affiliate's video, and the affiliate will get a commission for it. But the sellers are also getting the order. Just in January, I had an affiliate. I do not pay for ads. I've never run ads with my brand. It's all purely organic. The affiliate posted a video and got 1 million views in just a few days. And I almost hit 7 figures just in the month of January, just because, thank you. And it's just because of those affiliates and because people already have so much trust with these influencers. It's really easy for them just to purchase right on the app.
Okay, we got to unpack 2 things. Well, we could probably unpack a lot of things. But number 1 is I want to hear some of the top things that you did in those streams that drove those kinds of numbers of sales. Like what was working really well, or what have you found? What have you evolved your strategy to do that's just really hitting those huge sales numbers? And then I want to ask you about affiliate, but first let's talk about that.
Yeah, 1000%. So a lot of my content is behind the scenes. So my family works for me. I don't have any outside employees. All my family, my aunts, my cousins, they work for me. I film them. We make our product. We also fill our product. I film that. If you go to Sephora or Ulta, you're not seeing the behind the scenes of these huge brands making their product. And that's what's different about mine. People get to see these things that are normal for me, but not normal for them. And that's what I've seen really does captivate people, is seeing the behind the scenes and seeing how this business is actually running. And yeah.
Can we just talk about how casually she's like, yeah, I started this at 14, now I'm 20, and also my whole family works for me? This is awesome. I love it. You just say that like it's a normal thing. So I love that. The behind the scenes stuff, so powerful. I'm sure everyone has seen that. It just reminds me, I'll just share quickly, is that I was talking once with the woman who runs social media for The Rock, like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. And I said, what is the most important thing that you have learned about selling things on social? And she said, the most important was bringing people into the process. So if The Rock is going to launch a product, you don't launch the product. What you do is you talk about the development of the product over a long period of time so that people feel like they're a part of it, so that by the time it's out, they feel like, yes, finally, instead of like, oh, what's this new thing? So I feel like behind the scenes is very similar. Affiliate. So you've got these great affiliate relationships. They're driving incredible numbers. Just take us very quickly into what that structure looks like or how you're finding those affiliates.
Yeah, so anybody who purchases my product can automatically post a video on TikTok and tag my product, and they're considered an affiliate. And if somebody watches their video, is interested in the product, and buys my product from their video, the affiliate will get a commission. So they can get like 10% of that order. And obviously we pay that to the affiliates. A really amazing thing. So not only are brands and businesses able to grow so rapidly and so much on TikTok Shop, affiliates, these are these people's full-time jobs. It's just posting videos and tagging products. People are making a crazy living out of it. That video that I was able to almost make 7 figures in January, the affiliate gained almost $30,000 from that. In just that one video. So it's a win-win for the business and for the influencers and the affiliates.
All right, these numbers are real. Corey, let's turn to you. We're going to talk about strategies for success here. What are you seeing as the major road bumps that you think people need to be looking out for as they start to experiment in these spaces?
Yeah, so we've got a couple things there, and we've touched on it a bit here, but being general with your strategy is definitely one of them. Building a content strategy and finding a true audience and influencing that audience is not an easy task. As much as some of us made it seem so easy, it's not an easy task. It takes a lot of work to do, and a lot of brands don't have that built out within their business. And just saying I want to do socials is not a strategy. I get that a lot of like, we just want to do socials. And it's like, okay, what's the actual plan, and building that out and having a good team behind it. And even beyond that, trying to do every channel all the time, I think can be a huge misstep, a huge bump in the road. There's always going to be an ebb and a flow to the importance of channels, sales channels, platforms, socials. We see rises, we see falls. Getting in too deep with every single channel, even though we do want to meet everyone where they are, you have to keep your core competencies and make sure that you're servicing the people that have helped you with your brand while still exploring and putting the appropriate amount of resources into that exploration to have viable success, but also not misstepping. I always think of early in my days, and it's not social related particularly, but it is e-commerce related. I worked for someone actually, and we were getting huge in the Amazon space, and my boss was very intent on getting big on Jet. I don't know if any of you guys remember Jet.
Sure.
It was here for about as long as this conference.
It jetted right by.
And I, behind the scenes, continued to give a lot of resources to Amazon, knowing that that was going to be the success point. And we wasted a bunch of time and a bunch of money focusing on Jet. And then Jet was gone, and it was a complete waste of resources. So making sure that you don't put too much into the next Jet, and being able to ascertain and cut your losses when a channel just isn't a good fit, and make sure that you kind of find your tribe on the right platform, in the right space, at the right time, and that you make sure that you capitalize on that when you have it.
Can I
Please.
jump in there? Because I think you make a really good point there, and I think it's something that anyone that's in this space and looking to sell, it's so important not to become so dependent on one single channel as well. And because as those channels, as the algorithms change, we all know, and people experience it all the time, but to be able to distribute content in multiple places and to be able to build those audiences in multiple places, and then also to really build the data on your customers everywhere so that it's not, so that you actually have access to target and reach them yourselves.
You know, can we just build off of that for a second? Because great points. And as you were talking about Jet, and you don't want to sink a bunch of money into the next Jet. Sorry if anyone from Jet is here.
Yeah, my apologies on that one.
But what I had in the back of my head was like a little Gary Vaynerchuk screaming in my ear, being like, "But you should try everything. You should try everything." So what's your advice for anyone? Just throwing this out there for testing, for what your strategy is for experimentation on different platforms.
Well, I'll share something that actually relates to Instagram, but when we launched our partnership with Instagram so that people could go live, simulcast, and make it shoppable on Instagram, they saw a 20% uptick in their sales, right, by being able to do that. And so it was, but it's one of those things where, and then as you add other social platforms, you start to see what works where. Mm-hmm. And I think that it's really important to understand who your customers are and where those customers are.
Yeah, I think I'm going to get a little bit specific and technical for a second.
Absolutely.
Because I know everyone in here is itching for that. So as it relates to evaluating performance of really any new ad format on Meta surfaces, I recommend and actually best practices to set up experiments with an ads manager. For Shops ads specifically, you can use something called an A/B test, which compares performance of a Shops ads campaign against performance of a campaign that directs only to your website. You can also conduct something called a conversion lift test, which allows you to evaluate incremental performance by separating your audience into a test and a control group, where the test group sees Shops ads and the control group sees no ad. And one thing that's really important here is that definitely do this formally within the experiments tab of Ads Manager, rather than doing it manually on your own by stopping and starting campaigns, because that can impact campaign performance.
Any other strategies for experimentation, for testing out?
Yeah, just wanted to add on, just making sure that you're adapting your content for the platform you're actually trying to get specific on is something that people make the mistake on all the time. It's as simple as taking your products on your website and throwing that content onto Amazon. Well, Amazon has specific content that they want to see and that their customers want to see. So obviously that's always my perspective, but it applies to social too, right? What works on TikTok may not work on Instagram, may not work on some of these other programs as well. And even more so, taking some of that content and testing it in advertising and on more traditional platforms, Walmart's and Amazon's as well. You have to be willing to experiment and kind of adapt to a level that's appropriate and see what takes off and then iterate on that. And also, as I said, be willing to kind of cut bait when it doesn't work, but make sure that you've done enough things in that space to really validate the metrics to be like, this just isn't viable for us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so what I do, because I'm mostly on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. And what I usually like to do is cross-post whatever I post on TikTok, onto Instagram, and onto YouTube, and always analyze my analytics, see if they're males, females, what age category they're in. If I'm more on YouTube, I know my audience is more like little kids, 10, 12-year-olds. On Instagram, my audience is more 20 and up. And on TikTok, it's always mixed. So always seeing what my audience is. Obviously, I feel like on Instagram, I have to be more mature so people can take me more serious, just because it is an older audience. But on platforms like YouTube and TikTok, I can be a little bit more carefree and everything, because that's also what people like to see. Just analyzing my analytics and just taking the time, because like I said, my business relies on social media. So if I see a video isn't doing well, then I have to analyze that and see what I can do to fix it so that it can do well in the future.
What you said definitely checks out in my home, in that, like, the old guy, I'm spending most of my time on Instagram. My 9-year-old is on YouTube Shorts nonstop.
Yes.
So that is just, or just want to just like double click on that point that you just made, so important, which is like, you can't just take the thing that you're doing and just plaster it everywhere. You have to understand the nuances of that audience so that you're customizing it and it feels really organic to each space that you're in.
I think specifically on Meta, because we're investing so heavily in AI, what we're actually seeing is that creating is the new targeting. So you actually on our platforms have to focus less on finding the right audience, and it's really more about sculpting the right message that allows you to iterate on enough content so that people discover your business.
Creating is the new talking.
Targeting.
Targeting.
Yes.
Creating is the new targeting. Unpack that just like a little bit more. That's a really interesting phrase.
Yeah. So, I mean, previously, right, before AI, as a marketer, you're kind of evaluating your ad campaigns on a daily basis, making small tweaks and optimizations. Some of those tasks are kind of monotonous. We have a new tool. Well, it's not new anymore. It's called Advantage Plus Shopping Campaigns. It's basically an end-to-end campaign automation flow. That's just one example of like many ways that we can take some of the guesswork in that targeting off of the marketer's plate. And so with that, we're really making it easier for marketers to focus on what matters most, which is driving sales through creating and iterating different content.
Can we talk for a second about how overwhelming it is to be managing and watching all of this data and trying to respond to it? What's your advice for entrepreneurs? It's a small business, you're trying to do a whole lot at the same time for processing and following and using all this stuff.
Well, To that point, I was actually, just before you said that, I was about to say the one thing that I don't think we've talked about is from the seller perspective, the scalability of it. And I think that's somewhere where, when you talk about people, in the US being able to really scale, like especially when it comes to live commerce or video commerce, I think it's as much the cutting friction in path to purchase as it is for the customer, as it is cutting friction in path to use for the seller, and being able to seamlessly set up your shops easily wherever they are, right? But then also to get all of your data in one place and really be able to utilize that data to determine what is your future content, right? Because when we talk about, okay, going forward, what are the things that people need to be aware of? And it's really how to utilize the data to make data-informed, shoppable content. And I think that's where a platform like TalkShop Live, what it does is it allows you to put it all into one place, and it also allows you to see and know what surfaces are moving which products, where, why, and how. And I think being able to arm brands and sellers with that is really important, because trying to figure it out on each platform on your own can get really hard to scale.
Aaliyah's not going to say it, but her answer is just hire your family. Just have your family do it. Amanda, let's dig a little more. Thank you. Let's talk a little more about these metrics. There are metrics to care about. There are metrics not to care about. How do we know which ones we're paying attention to and how to respond to them?
Sure. So I'm going to talk specifically about Shops ads, because I think that's the #1 strategy that most folks in this room should be adopting. And Shops ads, again, are not too dissimilar from like a traditional sales objective ad campaign. So you're going to want to look at some of your conversion metrics, like ads to cart, checkouts initiated, total purchase value. But the difference with this is that you can also look at those metrics broken out by purchases that happen on Facebook and Instagram versus purchases that happen on your website. Not every, or I should say, depending on which third-party reporting tool you use, whether it's Google Analytics or Triple Whale, or maybe you're using Meta's Ads Manager, the attribution setup for those metrics might be slightly different. So you'll want to make sure that those are accounted for when you look at that. There's also another metric called Shops Assisted Purchases, which is really interesting and kind of gives you that full funnel customer view where you can see which purchases that ended up transacting on your website originated from Meta Shops. So it's really cool. And then finally, because Shops ads is really a performance improvement play, you're going to want to look at cost per purchase and purchase return on ad spend.
Anyone else want to just geek out on data right now? Tell me some things that you think people should really be focusing on.
Integrations. Watching what integrations are happening. Obviously, we've seen that Amazon and TikTok have a little love going on. Something's going on there. Expecting some big announcements here at the end of the year. Just making sure that you're integrating and automating as much as you possibly can, so you can be organic and authentic with all of the content that you're doing, but you can be very smart about the way that you're pushing that content out and how you're actually getting it out to the people, making sure that you are, again, meeting them where they are and allowing for the shoppability to be on whatever platform they're super comfortable with, so that you can reduce that friction.
Yeah, so obviously TikTok Shop is amazing, but I also recommend e-commerce. Social e-commerce is kind of taking over the world right now. So I'm also on TikTok Shop, but YouTube just released YouTube Shopping, and I'm also on Instagram Shopping. So no matter what platform my followers are watching me on, they're able to purchase. So just making it easier for them to making sure there's no trouble when ordering, if that makes any sense.
And one other item on that, either get really, really good at a platform and go deep, or hire someone who's willing to. Make sure that somebody is looking at it, somebody is doing it on a level that you're satisfied with, because just half-heartedly doing any of these is never going to bring you what you're looking for and what you can deserve.
1000%. I solely believe if you don't know what you're doing, if you don't know how to do it, if you don't have any interest in doing it, hire somebody that does have interest and does know what they're doing.
What did you do? How did you start at 14 and then come to understand this at such a granular level? Did you hire somebody?
I didn't. I love my business. It's my baby. And I'm very picky on what I do. So all the product photography, that headshot, that right there, I took that myself just because I like to have control of the things. And I have a vision in my head and I wanted to see it play through. So I trust myself more than anyone else. So that's kind of how I've learned to do all these things, website development, web design. I do all that. And it's all Google. If you don't want to hire nobody, Google is your best friend.
Wow, I'm so impressed.
Thank you.
Yeah, Aaliyah, let's just stay with you. Can you, what advice do you have for entrepreneurs about staying ahead of the curve as these opportunities, as these platforms evolve? This isn't just about knowing something once and then optimizing it forever. It is about staying on top of how it's shifting.
Yeah, so especially on social media, if you want to sell on social media, you have to be on social media. Scrolling through TikTok is part of my job. It's how I know what's trending. It's kind of silly to say, but take those hours and see what's trending on TikTok, see what's trending on Instagram, see what other people are doing, analyze other people's accounts, other businesses' accounts. Alibaba.com does an amazing way of showing what's trending and showing what people are searching for that week or that month, so you can see what's trending and what people want to see.
Well, let's unpack that a little bit more. We're on the stage at Alibaba.com right now. So how are you utilizing Alibaba.com?
Yeah, so anything, like I said, they're really, really good on staying on top of the trends. If something's trending on TikTok one day, 2 days later, I can guarantee you that product or something implementing that trend is going to be on the homepage of Alibaba. So just implementing that into my brand. Also, analyzing your audience, connecting with your audience. I feel like a big reason why my audience trusts me so much is, one, I'm genuine. Social media is very brutal and they can tell when you're not genuine or when you're fake. So they're going to call you out, but being genuine with them and just asking them what they want to see. Hey, I have this product. Do you want me to release a lipstick first or an eyeshadow palette? What do you guys want to see? And them being more involved in that decision would drive them more to buy. And you're like, oh, I voted this on the poll. Let me buy it now. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So it is, I mean, I hope that folks are listening to that who might feel reticent to put themselves out there as the face of their brand. Do all of you feel like there is power that the founder or the creator or something really needs to utilize in themselves, think of themselves as an asset?
1000%. So when I started TikTok, I started doing a few videos with no voiceover, and not showing my face. I would just show my products and use the text-to-speech option. That got no views. So then I tailored to showing my face a little bit. I saw the views started picking up. It wasn't until the very first time I posted a video with my voiceover showing how I make lip gloss, that video got 15 million views. And that's how I realized, okay, the people want to see me. They want to see me interact and create this brand. And so that's what I've done now.
Mm-hmm.
That's called authenticity and vulnerability, and that's what works.
1000%. Thank you.
Yeah.
I would also say, in terms of like, from like a creator, I'm not a creator, but a lot of creators use TalkShop Live and a lot of leading celebrities too. But you know, one of the things that I would say is that, you know, the power of your audience is so big. And so when you look at, when we say like, okay, the future of social commerce, right? How powerful is it, right? You were saying in the beginning, like how powerful is live stream shopping in North America? So to put it in perspective, we had someone on last week who was on one of the leading television shopping networks, right? And they sold twice as much, more than twice as much on their 30-minute TalkShop Live show distributed across social platforms, right? And then also distributed embeddable across media sites, like through integrations. And I think that really shows the power of the creator reach, and being able to harness and own your audience across that retail media landscape, because a lot of times their audience is so tied to one platform, right? And I think that's one of the things that you do so well, which is you really diversify the audience so that she can reach them everywhere.
Thank you. And like we mentioned about live stream shopping, I feel like it also builds a little bit of trust because people are seeing the performance of these products live, no cuts, no editing, live. And I feel like that also builds trust, and then like, oh my gosh, wait, this actually works, or oh my gosh, wait, this looks really good. I feel like it builds trust because it is live right there on the screen.
That actually was a little bit of a light bulb moment for me, because something I've found really fascinating about what's happening on social media is that if you rewind 8 years ago or so, it was very polished. People were putting a lot of money and time into production, and then that dropped off. And even when I do things on my own Instagram, it's the things that are most slapped together that perform the best, and then the ones that I spend the most time on perform the worst, which drives me crazy. But I think the answer is embedded in what you just said there. It's not just authenticness, it's trustworthiness, right? It's that if people feel like there's no intermediary between them and the thing that they're seeing, then they trust it more. They don't really care about the production. Am I right about that? Or just throw that out to the group?
Yeah. I mean, human connection is based on vulnerability, right? So when you take, I agree with you that there was this polished feel to everything before, and then all of a sudden it just shifted and got real casual real fast. And now people just want to see your face, see you talk, see behind the scenes, see what's going on, see the imperfections, see you drop the microphone. Like it's just more authentic to them. And obviously you're going to connect with that more. And over time, you're going to feel like you're almost friends with these people, that they are part of your life. And if you can create that, then money, sales, revenue, that's all going to be extra.
I think this speaks a lot to what Aaliyah, has built with her business, but I think that's one of the reasons why video has become such a popular format on Instagram, right? Like 50% of time on Instagram is spent on Reels. People want to see that content that's engaging, that kind of shows the behind the scenes look. So we're definitely seeing that too.
And I also think, to your point earlier about different different content for different platforms, right? Because the thing is, we power video commerce for Walmart, but we also power video commerce for Vogue, right? But people like Jennifer Lopez, when she came on for Beauty Secrets on Vogue, that was shoppable. That was a more high polished experience, right? But then when you have other experiences that might be before she went live that are existing on Instagram, right? Something else that's existing on TikTok. So it's being able to expand from the one experience to the other experiences. And it's not that it's all the same content, but how does that content tie together?
We've got 3 minutes left. I'm going to ask you a big, bold question, and we'll just see what you do, which is, what's the future? Where in your space do you see the next step as folks are thinking about where are the emerging opportunities? Where should they be tilting towards? Where should they be looking? Brian.
I think it's really in utilizing data to connect content and commerce. And I think we're going to see a lot more data-informed content over the next year than just creating it to create it.
Amanda.
Yeah, I touched on this before, but for us, it's definitely AI. At Meta specifically, we're taking a lot of the guesswork out of folks' day-to-day jobs, and it doesn't mean eliminating those jobs. It just means making them easier and allowing them to focus on higher value workflows for their businesses.
The continuation of the blending of social, traditional, and the overall experience is going to continue. We're going to continue to see this. Friction is going to always be the thing that we want to reduce. And I think we're going to continue to see that. I don't know exactly what that's going to look like or what platform is going to do it best. But we are going to continue to see all of the trends that we're talking about continue to move at light speed and continue to change.
Yeah, so social media is changing like crazy. So trying to adapt to that and grow with that, as well as utilizing AI. A lot of people are scared of AI. I'm not. I want to grow with AI and get to know AI. Utilizing all the social e-commerce, like we mentioned a lot, TikTok Shop, Talk Shop Live, Instagram, YouTube, utilizing everything. All this is free. It doesn't cost nothing to get on those platforms. Utilize it. It's right there. It's on your phone, and just go for it.
And something I think people here would love to hear, but is make every moment shoppable,
Indeed. We got applause for making every moment shoppable. I love what you said about AI. I'll just add the way that I've come to think about AI is a microwave. It's a microwave oven, which is to say it's amazing, incredible technology. We're try to explain a microwave to someone from 100 years ago. You can't. It's a box and it heats things up. It's amazing technology, but you don't make everything in it. You don't make everything in the microwave. The AI is not for everything, but this is a moment of experimentation where we can figure out what it's for. What do we make in that microwave? What do we use that AI for? People talk about it for everything. We're in a moment of amazing experimentation. We got to figure out what it's going to be most impactful on in our businesses. And now is the time to figure that out. This has been an incredible session. Please give everyone on this stage a huge round of applause. Thank you guys for being here. And when in doubt, just hire your family. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you guys. That was really, really interesting. All right, y'all. I see that the crowd is filling up. Listen, everybody grab your seats because we are getting into something really, really exciting that I have been waiting for a long time. Do we have our energy back yet?
I don't feel that. Do we have the energy back? Yeah. Let's bring down the house, co-creators.
I see. All right. So y'all cheered louder for Alex than you did for me all the times I came out and asked for it. I see. All right.
Hey, you can do that again.
People love you, man. People love you.
Yeah.
So listen, in my eyes, entrepreneurs are innovators that are driving change, right? All of you are driving change. And today we have a really, really special treat for you. We have a group of entrepreneurs who are ready to share their brilliant ideas with the world. Since 1999, we have always been about leveling the playing field for small businesses. We have been your gateway to global suppliers. You see, we believe that small businesses are the backbone of the economy, the heart, the soul, the hustle. That's why we don't just connect you with suppliers. We actually invest in you. We have provided grants. We even partnered with Entreprenista to provide lifetime scholarships to their League of Incredible Entrepreneurs. We even built an athlete accelerator program with 4 Olympians that want to transition into entrepreneurship. And today we bring you Pitch the Pros in partnership with the Modern Inventor. What you'll see is 15 courageous entrepreneurs with 15 game-changing ideas. They'll pitch to a panel of legendary business minds, industry leaders whose advice and wallets can turn dreams into reality.
Right. So to add to that, but this pitching competition is not just about, today or tomorrow. Alibaba.com is here for the long haul, right? So we'll be offering mentorship, our services, and even investment, right, to the most impressive pitches. But with that, I know you guys are here to see us, so let's get to it. So it's my honor to welcome the co-hosts of today's Alibaba.com's Pitch the Pros. Our first host is a man behind the Pitch the Pros, the Modern Inventors, and executive board member of the United Investors Association, Christopher Guerrera. Let's welcome Christopher on stage. Woo! All right, Christopher. And with our other co-hosts, I don't know if you guys knew about this or not, but ladies and gentlemen, this guy or this gentleman, this legend, needs no introduction, but I have to give one nonetheless. He is the OG shark of the tank, the mastermind behind FUBU, and the powerhouse in the world of business. He's not here just to, here to make deals. He's here to witness the next big thing unfold before all of our eyes. So I'm very, very excited to welcome back the special guest and friend of Alibaba.com back to CoCreate. So please join me and welcome the one and only People's Shark with a heart of gold, Mr. Damon John. Woo!
So what are we doing now, Chris? We're gonna intro. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Yeah. CoCreate, the second year. It has increased 2 times the amount of people and vendors and a lot of great people up there. Thank you, Chris, for being here with us.
I'm happy to be here. I really want to thank Alex, for putting this on. I mean, think about you're going to give 15 entrepreneurs a chance to pitch their life, their dream. And with a co-host like Damon here, think about that. My mentor and my shark from season 12.
Yeah, you on season 12, absolutely. I'm excited to see all the people here today. I tend to find so many great products and companies that we end up trying to find ways to work with the same way that I'm working with you now and so many people back there. And then I got to go, I think next week and look at all the Shark Tank stuff as well. So I'm in Shark Tank zone. All right. So we're going to start calling up some of the judges, right?
Yeah.
All right. What are we right here? Chris, are we reading this right here, or this is ad lib for the presenters?
So let me just say this real quick. So you hear about Damon being the people's shark, right? I can tell you it's a fact. After our Shark Tank experience, which by the way, Damon, we aired again last night. It was the 19th time.
19th time.
That our episode aired, that I'm aware of, 19 times.
He just keeps giving.
It's unbelievable. And this man has been gracious. He's done events with me. He's done kids events. I can't say enough good things about Damon. If you guys don't realize it, this man is truly the people's shark.
All the sharks care about just as much as about everybody.
Yeah.
Trust me on
So
that.
our entrepreneurs are going to get 90 seconds to pitch to an esteemed judging panel, and then 3 minutes for questions, back and forth. And the time is up at 5 minutes. It's live streamed. We got a great panel, a great co-host. So this is going to be a lot of fun because they've worked really hard to make it go.
All right, so we're going to start bringing the judges out here. Do we have an intro for the judges?
Okay.
All right, let's go to the judges right here. We've got a stacked judge panel for you this morning. Please welcome to the stage Everett Taylor, CEO of Kickstarter. Give it up. My guy. We're in a lot of panels together. What's up, Everett? All right, there you go. All right. We have Rudy Moore, the man in red and celebrity entrepreneur and advisor. We are partners on other things out there. Come on, give it up for Rudy. We've got a couple of masterminds out there. You advise people.
Rudy was gracious last night to give a pep talk to our semifinalists, which we picked two.
Oh, so you see some people up there, right? All right. I definitely want to also shout out my buddy Kareem from Atlas, who took the stage yesterday and gave a lot of great advice on supply chain. All right, and then we have Jason, editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Magazine and a leading voice in entrepreneurial journalism. I think you were just up here, right, Jay?
What's up? You can't get rid of me. Good to see you.
Good to see you, brother. And Courtney Spitzer, co-founder of Entreprenista and a seasoned investor with a keen eye for promising startups and fellow Miami. All right. And Carmine, an inventor and industry veteran with extensive experience in business development. I believe you are president or CEO of Inventor?
United Inventors Association.
United Inventors, right? All right. Thanks, Carmine. Good seeing you again. All right, cool. So thank you all for lending your expertise, and let's get these pitches started. Please welcome to the stage our first inventor. Now remember, it's going to be very hard to come up here and just talk about your entire life, tell the story and your product. So be extremely excited about those up there. Learn from what they're doing because they've gotten through so many to get to this level. All right, so Marilla presenting her Connectwear glasses. Marilla, you have 90 seconds to pitch the pros. Come on up, give it up.
All right, you're on the clock.
Everyone. Hi. Well, hello, my name is Marilla, and I am a little bit of a multitasking marvel myself. As a mom, a grandmother, a stepmother, an innovator, and an Italian immigrant, you can imagine how big our family gatherings get. So I had to source out a better drinking glass for our family gatherings. And during my search, I came across a survey that said over 70% of the respondents also found it quite challenging to stack and store away their glasses without the risk of breaking or cluttering. So when I got tired of playing Tetris with all my mismatched glasses, I turned to my partner and I said, hey, we need to create something different. And we patent pending a Connectwear glass called, a twist stem connect system called Connectwear. And so I just want to demonstrate our glass. As you can see, Our 2-in-1 glass can be served a wine spritzer or an Aperol spritzer, or you twist the stem off and reveal an amazing tumbler. It's a standalone tumbler, and you can serve a bourbon on the rocks, a cocktail, juice, or water. Our glasses are designed to be wind resistant, shatterproof, industrial grade dishwasher safe, as well as they are amazing in every opportunity you can think of, and so on. So now what is most important is that we let you know that our glasses say ciao, and we would love to make your life easier and any way we can and
Thank
more
you
fun.
for that presentation.
All right, give it up for Marilla.
Now we're going to let the judges answer questions.
Great job, great job. Love the product.
Thanks so much. Yeah.
So what's your cost to make that?
Landed $17 for a set of 4, gift box included.
And those are, what is the material? It's glass?
It's EcoZen and it's BBA free.
I liked the way that you built a lot of pain points into your presentation, but what do you think is the thing that drives consumer interest for this the most? Is it that it's not going to break? I've broken most of the wine glasses that I own. Is that the main point?
Exactly, as well as they're stackable, so they're easy to stack and store in small spaces like boats. Party planners love them as well because you have less storage space. And of course, anywhere in a home, and of course, they're not breaking. So because they're industrial safe, industrial dishwasher safe, they do very well in commercial dishwashers.
I'm curious, what kind of user research and data have you gotten out in the market about demand for a product such as this? Or have you done any of that?
Well, there's so many things I can touch on, but it's an $8 billion business a year. Now with one-use plastic being something that is going to be set aside, we're going to feel a little more comfortable about using a reusable plastic glass.
I'm curious, so I'm feeling these, they feel really good, the twisting functionality is really nice. It is plastic though. Are you concerned, or have you seen your consumer be concerned that, glass is generally considered a little fancier for a nicer event? Is it easy to get people to accept the plastic that looks like glass?
We've had no problems with our party planners across Canada. We actually sold out. And like I said, they're using them and they're ecstatic because they don't have to clean up glass at a party. They don't have to always purchase more glasses. Like New Year's Eve, we sold tons of those wonderful champagne glasses for that reason. It's safer.
So we got a minute left.
So I love the idea.
Thank
I
you.
see, more on the revenue growth side. You started to make some sales, but can you just talk me through how long you've been selling, how you plan to scale the business? Are you using social media or more in store?
We launched last year in May in Canada, and we've been doing extremely well across Canada. We're looking to reach out and expand our market in the US.
And that's more retail or online, social media?
Oh, sorry. In Canada, we've been doing our own website, e-commerce platform, as well as Amazon.
All right, we have a couple of seconds left, but we have to get the main purchaser of all goods into this one. Courtney.
I really love this product. So I know you all can't touch it and feel it, but it feels really great. Even though it's not made glass, it looks like glass, and it's definitely something that I would purchase for myself.
Thank you.
I have a lot of ideas for you on how to market this in the US, so we should definitely connect after this.
Awesome. Thank
All right,
you.
great.
Thank you so much.
Great job.
Thank
Great
you.
job, thank
And
you.
I can tell you, it
This
shows
stuff is
extremely
cool.
well on television. I put it on television, and it does have that appeal of like fancy versus casual.
Yeah, she'd probably do well on QVC.
Okay, next up, we're going to get Nicole Moxie, the president of Paul Can Solutions.
All right. You got it? Come on, give us a better. And he brought the dog. Nicole Moxie, Paul Can Solutions.
All right. You guys are on the clock.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, I'm Nicole Moxie from Pembroke Pines, Florida. My partner from Manhattan, New York. We're here to present to you the Paw Can, a portable poop bag receptor made for pet owners that are in need of hygienic convenient poop bag discard. The pod can attaches to different residential structures. I created it for my outside garbage can because it's kept squishing or breaking or just grimy. So I created the pod can for that use. But I spoke to people in condos, apartments, like him that doesn't want to go downstairs when there's weather restrictions in Manhattan, or just doesn't like going downstairs, period. So his dog poops in the house. So the pod can allows you to store the poop bags, not discard them in your kitchen garbage like he does. It allows you to store the poop bags on your balcony. It comes in a variety of colors. So if you have a white railing, white, gray, brown, it matches. It comes with lavender scented bags. It has a bag that stores other bags. At the end of 3 days, you take the complete bag out of discarded bags and send it out with the trash. So there's no more grimy, no more soiling. You can drop it in from the top or open the lid. So when you go walking, you come home. A lot of us don't want to take the poop bags back in the kitchen, or they don't want to leave them on the porch. You drop them in your pod can.
Ready for some questions?
Ready for some questions, okay?
You're from Pembroke Pines, Florida. I'm from nearby Coral Springs. I know it's hot, it's humid. That makes that poop smell even worse. So smart idea. My question to you is: you said you're selling to people in condos, apartments. Are you finding more sales, or do you have plans for more sales to the buildings themselves? You see this as a B2B play or to a consumer?
Yes, I've spoke both, because I spoke to apartment managers and they're telling me that people leave the poop in the hallway sometime, and they knew if they had one of these attached to where the fire extinguisher is, because it has bags, the resident would use it because it's there, So it encourages pet poop pickup. We're selling in America, and they plan on selling in Canada because they have a pollution campaign there. It's a misdemeanor when you don't pick up. So it encourages pickup. It snows, cover the poop, snows, cover the poop, and then when it snows over, it's inches of poop. So they have a pollution. So I want to put those in areas where when it snows and everybody doesn't take a long walk, they stop by the front door, stop by the front entrance, put one there. They come in different colors so they match. They don't stand out. They'll notice the bags, and they'll use them, the pod can. When your pet goes, the poop bag goes in the pod can.
So, great presentation, super highly competitive market.
Well, for the ones on the inside, I don't want to, people that, the pod can, the receptors that exist, they're all on the inside. No one attaches anything to the outside. There's nothing attached to the railings of anything. They're stored on the inside. I love my dog, but I don't want to know 30 of her bags are in my kitchen. So it's stored on the outside, on the balcony, holds 10 bags. That's enough for you to go downstairs the next day. You won't go downstairs repeatedly. You'll go the next day. So it doesn't need to hold 30 bags. And what's out there, they stand this tall, they're huge, and they're made for the inside. I'm trying to keep this on the outside. When your pet goes, the poop bag goes in the pod can.
All right, we got 1 minute.
Yeah, so what I was going to say, high competitive market. What are your costs for this? And I know, Rudy, if you saw that.
Manufacturing is $2.87. Out the door, $6.25 with packaging, delivery, $6.25. And I retailed it at $29.99 to $32. I wanted to be cost effective for all pet owners to be affordable. I don't want to price anybody out with this convenience and this beneficial product here.
Does this come in multiple sizes? Is this good for big dogs?
Right now, it's in this size. Later, I'm going to stretch the size. It holds a big dog poop for a day. You just have to take it down the next day. I don't want to hold 30 bags right now. It's a temporary storage until you go downstairs. If you're on the 17th floor like him, you'll go downstairs the next day. And if his dog is big or small, it can hold the next day's poop.
Okay, we're good. Thank you.
All right.
Nice job.
Nice job.
All right, next up, we have Brian Holland, inventor and CEO of the Easy Shade. This is a pretty interesting product.
Yeah, we're going to set that up. We're going to move this table back. Now, remember, they initially only have 90 seconds, but that's really the length of an elevator pitch. They say you have to have your pitches down so tight that you can write it on the back of a business card. So you either have to write really, really, really small or have it down in really quick ways that you can relay it to everybody. So they have the initial 90 seconds, and then they have the time to let the judges ask. All right, so we're ready here. I know you already announced them, but this is Brian. and he is the inventor and CEO of Easy Shades LLC. Take it away, Brian.
On the clock.
Good morning,
Give it
everybody.
up.
How you doing? I'm Brian. I'm from Toledo, Ohio, and I'm showing you my product, Easy Shade. Easy Shade is a very simple product that works to cover any exposed light bulb you may have in the house, garage, closet, or the basement, or if you've got even an existing fixture like a pendant light or a lampshade, where you're sitting at the table and you still see that glaring light, kind of like me on the stage right now. So most people, again, have an exposed light bulb. And our bracket, which we have a utility patent on, clips directly onto the bulb or to any other fixture. All you do is pinch it on and slap the shade right in, and you're done. Done. So it covers it. And I know what you're thinking. What's so interesting about lighting? It's not sexy or interesting. Well, neither's a sponge, but we all kind of know how that one turned out, right? So I came up with Easy Shade when I was living in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Believe it or not, all those high rises you have over there have all exposed light bulbs, kind of like we do in the US in your basement or your garage. So I didn't want to spend a ton of money to cover all those lights, so I came up with Easy Shade. Brought it back to the US once it worked over there in 2021. Figured out how to have everything manufactured in Toledo, Ohio. So everything's made in the US. I partner with Lot Industries, which is a disability center. So they do all of our packaging and all of our inspection. Because I was a former special education teacher, so that's really important to me, especially for people with autism who can't get vocational work otherwise. So again, Easy Shade is also break-proof because it's made of polycarbonate and made in the USA and patented.
There it is,
I'm ready for your
90
questions.
seconds right on the spot. Questions?
That was 89 seconds.
Yeah, I'm curious, like, when you came up with this idea, what is the thing that people really want from this? Is it just because they want to upgrade the look of their spaces? Like, what is the biggest need for this?
Absolutely. People upgrading their spaces, people who are maybe living in apartments, have that exposed light bulb. And again, I'm selling 500-600 of these a month online on Amazon, and we've done about $450,000 in sales already in 2 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
The name is Easy right there. Is that because you're signaling to consumers based on the pain point that most of these things are generally hard to install?
Absolutely. Easy, yeah. No wiring, no hardware. You don't have to hire anybody. Simple as 1, 2, and 3.
But I mean, is the market opportunity that you see that the competitive set, because this is a really crowded space, that the competitive set is like the primary pain point is difficult to install? Like, is that the reason that you see that lane?
The only way to cover an exposed light bulb if you have a lampshade is to get a new one that you can't see the light bulb, or if you have the exposed light bulb like this, the basement, the garage, the typical utility light like that is, yeah, you've got to undo all the wiring. You've got to get a whole new thing. Otherwise, you get mine, bracket clips right on, you're done.
Thanks.
So I've got a kind of outside question, because you're already selling this pretty well by the sounds of it. Do you plan to develop more products and increase in lifetime value?
Yeah, absolutely. So like the other part of it, they also works for the flush mount lights like this, where you can screw it in because of the polycarb. So it works universally for the 9 to 13 inch. And we already have sales in 44 countries. So that's one of the big things for me being here today and getting this opportunity with Alibaba is to take this internationally and hit that launching platform.
How does this impact the lighting in the room? Does it make the room that much brighter using this?
It doesn't. It doesn't make it brighter. It doesn't make it dimmer. So all it does is taking away that glare. So again, any of these lights, again, the LEDs, especially as those are coming down, are more popular. They're brighter than the regular bulbs. So again, because it's not flush with the ceiling, the air gets through. You don't get bugs. You don't get dust, and it still bounces the light off, reflecting from the shade to the ceiling.
All right, we got 1 minute left.
When did you launch this product, and how long have you, and where are you selling it?
I launched it in 2021 in the US. I started this again overseas, then brought all the manufacturing back to the US. We're selling it on Amazon. We're on Walmart. We just got into Walmart distribution centers, so not in stores yet, but they're distributing it, buying it outright. We're also on Home Depot, and we're in 500 Lowe's nationwide.
Most of the sales from online or retail?
Well, a little bit of both. Lowe's, again, just gave us a $103,000 purchase order for all the stores. And then, again, this year, we're projected to already do over 150,000 just on Amazon.
Okay.
All right, great job.
Give it up.
Great job, great job, great job.
As Brian.
All right, next up is Marshall Day with Rayco.
Now, these people are pros. Do you realize that, how long was your pitch on Shark Tank?
Ooh, I'm going to say it was less than 2 minutes.
But how long was the entire pitch?
Oh, you know what? It's a good question because I remember coming off of that asking how long were we in the tank. Felt like 5 minutes, and someone said it was an hour, 15 minutes.
Yeah, my longest pitch on Shark Tank was 2.5 hours. A guy named Plate Topper, he wouldn't get off the damn stage. So I got to give it up to everybody. All right, so we have right now Marshall Day, co-owners and inventors of the Better Tool Company. Rayco. All right, there you go. Take it away. Give it up. Come on. Listen, when you're up here, you're going to want somebody to give it up to you, right? So.
All right, how you guys doing? My name is Marshall Day. This is my business partner, Kevin Sagusby. We are the Better Tool Company. First product we have to the market is called the Rayco. It's a multi-purpose garden tool featuring an 8 to 22-inch retractable rake on the back of a hula hoe. You can lock this thing in any position. You no longer need multiple rakes to get the job done. Has a hula hoe. Each one has a bottle opener. Comes with these 3 hooks right here to allow a custom. I know. Who doesn't need a bottle opener when doing yard work? Come on, right? Also has these 3 custom hooks right here. You can put a bag through that turns this thing, allows you to pick up animal waste. And when you're done, clearly this tool stands on its own, saving time and space.
How many houses with yards?
How many houses with yards? In America, there's 106 million homes with a yard.
How many pet owners?
There's 120 million pet owners.
How many rakes, shovels, and hoes were sold?
Statistics show in 2020 that 153 million rakes, shovels, and hoes were sold in the United States, and that's only 17% of the global market.
Awesome. Well, I brought something back for us to show.
He was in China. You guys are going to get a reveal. Oh!
It's the handheld Rayco. Goes from 5 to 14 inches. Does all the same features and has a bottle opener.
And has a bottle opener.
Right.
Statistics show handheld tools sell 3 to 1 to 5 to 1 on Amazon. So hopefully we got something for everybody.
All right, beautiful. Nice pitch.
Any questions?
Good. Questions are coming now.
Excellent.
Most important question, how often are you using that bottle opener out there?
Well, you know, I think it's up to the user. You could start with it, you could finish with it, you could use it in between. It's good the whole time you're doing yard work, I can tell you that.
I don't think much gets done once you use the bottle opener.
Everyone needs a little celebration here and there.
As someone unfamiliar with the rake technology these days, like what does the market look like and the competition look like in terms of technology around a product like this right now?
From our research, we haven't found anything on the market. Everyone has a rake, everyone has a hoe, everyone's seen a retractable rake that's been on the market for 30 years. We reinvented it, we made it stronger, and we have yet to see a multi-purpose tool like this on the market.
I do a lot of rake. I'm telling you, this is handy because there's like this small spot in between the bushes,
right?
As opposed to the large yard work, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, we have a little saying. We say, if the sun hits your yard, this tool's for you.
Right. Now that handheld Rayco only weighs approximately 1.2 pounds. So it's really easy.
Like a tank. It's built great. Where are you making it?
In China. Yeah, I have a trading company in Hong Kong, and I have factories in China that we utilize.
I think Everett wants one.
I do want one.
We got
I have a backyard now. I live in Brooklyn. I moved out of Manhattan. I need one.
You can go on Rayco.com.
www.rak-o.com, or you can see us on social media, all platforms at Rayco Garden Tool.
Amazing.
Go ahead. You looking to go to retail with this?
We would love to go to retail. We'd love to take this to every corner of the world.
Maybe you guys can answer better. Would a company that sells rakes, whatever, see this as an issue?
Like a Home Depot.
I mean, this is an additional product that could sit in retail. I think the only maybe problem more online is shipping costs, because how much is it sell for?
$59.99 online.
And what is an average rake in Home Depot sell for?
Average rake is about $35. So then you
it's
end up
about
paying,
double.
You end up paying about $35 for a normal size rake, and then depending on if you want different size rakes, you can spend $100 getting different size rakes to do the different jobs, as Chris had mentioned.
Got it.
Curious about its durability. It's coming in and out. It might be picking up a bunch of stuff, get stuck in there. How's it been? How long does it last?
Well, one of the neat things too is when you get a bunch of rakes or leaves throughout here, when you pull it back, this kind of helps self-clean it. Pulling all the rakes off is one of the gardeners that's shown us. Durability, Kevin made this thing absolutely incredible.
It's made out of nylon reinforced plastic with a UV inhibitor in there, and so it's 50% fiber reinforced. So it's going to last quite a while and not be broken down by the sun.
This thing is really well built.
Thank you.
All right, one more question.
So,
Courtney.
Yes, yes. So can't say I personally ever needed something like this, but I am fascinated by the product. So are you creating a lot of content on social media? Has social media been helpful in getting the word out and building buzz?
We have been doing a lot of social media. We've actually only been in business since March 1st. So this is, we've just been selling this thing. It's been taken over. People are really excited about it. And we're just continuing to push it out further and further. So any social media attention and experience and anyone that follows us,
I
we
think you can
appreciate
have a
it.
lot of fun with the bottle opener and the social media
Yes.
side.
I mean, there's a lot of fun that can be had with the bottle opener.
All right, guys.
All right.
Thank you.
Good
Nice
job.
job.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Courtney wants to overcome the thing.
All right, we'll wait for the next setup. Are we having a table move? No, no table. All right, so the next one is the fifth person up is Aaron, president and founder of the Ant Tarp tool. Is that correct?
Yes.
There you go. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
All
Sorry.
right, here we go on the clock.
All right, give it up for Aaron.
I want to give this to our judges. Thank you very much. Hello, CoCreate. I'm Aaron Farr, and if you're anything like me, you hate cleaning up your yard. To do that, a lot of people use tarps, which are more efficient than a wheelbarrow, a rake, or a leaf blower by itself, but there's something missing. Imagine this is a tarp that I just filled with leaves, sticks, shingles, animal feed. And to drag it, I've got to hunch over, grab the corners, and pull it like this. For commercial landscapers doing that all day, it's a huge pain. That is, until they use the Ant. The Ant is a padded strap that clips into the grommets of a tarp and makes dragging yard materials on heavy tarps faster, safer, and easier. It's a patented tool that nothing else stacks up to in terms of ergonomics or efficiency. It is the only purpose-built tarp dragging tool on the market that gets more work done in less time, reduces injuries, and doesn't use any gas. Businesses love it because it pays for itself in labor savings, and my retail partners are going to love it too because the Ant is designed to last for several years, but tarps are consumable. So selling ants means selling tarps. I've got a total addressable market of $5.8 billion in the US alone that is comprised of homeowners, landscapers, farmers, roofers, and hunters. And I have sold $60,000 worth of product to date to over 1,000 happy customers. The Ant is USA made by an organization that provides gainful employment for individuals in need. The packaging is completely recyclable.
Okay.
All right, time's up.
I have a question. Can I ask a question? I have a question. How big do the tarps come?
Different sizes.
I need a big
Everyone's
tarp
already
for
got
my
one.
house.
That's a tiny one. It's not even an actual tarp.
I have a comment and I have a question.
Yes.
The comment is this. It's called the Ant. The only reason that I know what ANT stands for is because I have these notes here that says apparatus for navigating tarps. I can't find that anywhere on your box. So that makes the name kind of confusing. Something to think about. What's going on there?
Yeah, so it's an acronym, the apparatus for navigating tarps. And that's because I was in the Army where everything had to be an acronym for no good reason. And that was something that I worked out with the patent attorney. He's like, it makes you stronger like the bug. We can call it the Ant. And I'm like, that's good, the apparatus for navigating tarps. But I'm kind of moving it away from that because it turns out being really tiny text that people have a hard time reading. So it's more like the bug that makes you stronger.
But Jason, it's a good point because when I first saw the product, I didn't connect what he was selling.
Yeah, I didn't
It's a very
understand the
good
name,
point.
and you're not defining it on the box, so you don't explain what it is. So it's just got a funny name. Just that's a comment, just something to think about. My question to you is: you said it's patented. What is the patent exactly?
I have 2 utility patents, one being on the device itself and another a method that 2 of them can be used for.
I'm curious with the name, isn't it something where like ants can carry something more than their weight or something like that? Is
Every there a
time
correlation
I Google
there? It's a different number. It's either 6 times or 20 times, but the point is ants are much stronger than they appear to be, which is what this tool allows you to do for yard work.
Got you. And how are people currently discovering you? I mean, 60,000 sales, that's impressive. How are they currently discovering you? Because I don't look for apparatus for navigating tarps usually, so.
Yeah. So with digital advertising in that regard, I have to target adjacent products like leaf blowers, rakes, and leaf blowers that people are already searching for, and then they find this next to it and say, hey, that's more efficient, and that solves my problem better.
All right, 1 minute.
So what was the price per one?
This is $60 MSRP.
Yeah. So I think my only feedback again is like the product previous to is people buy tarps for what, $5, $10 in Home Depot. Now you're jumping to 60.
Sure.
So I guess that to me is just like, how do you overcome that big price barrier? Because I feel you buy a tarp, use it a few times, throw it away with a job, move to the next job.
So for commercial landscapers, purchasing quality tools is something that they're generally willing to pay up for, especially if they're paying their people $30 an hour. This will pay for itself in 2 hours saved.
And can they use normal tarps with the strap, or they
Yes.
have? Okay.
Yeah, it's designed to work with the tarps you already have.
Okay, one more question. You good?
Nothing. I would just say, reiterate, you might want to try to do some remarketing. I think it's a great product.
Yeah.
But packaging is super important.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay.
Well, thank you so
All right.
much.
Thank you. There you go. Give it up to Aaron.
You know,
Often when you don't use up all your time, it's like money in the bank. The judges feel like there's a level of confidence. You were able to relate exactly what you wanted to in a very short period of time. Anybody else here from Shark Tank? It's Shark Tank. Believe it or not, there's always so many people. You've seen over 2,000 people. There goes another guy right there. He happens to work for me, though. Maury Chawaki from Shark Tank. Maury, why don't you stand up, everybody? Had a company called Hanukkah Tree Topper. And the reason why I'm giving him a shout out is so that if you want to pitch me, go to him. Now he'll be overloaded for the rest of the day. All right, so thank you for Aaron. And now Suzanne, I believe, right? That was your name, Suzanne, founder and CEO of Brightside Enterprises, and the company, I believe it is Playa Amigo, correct?
Playa Amigo.
All right, take it away.
All right.
Hi. 4 years ago, my husband and I realized a long-time dream to move to Puerto Vallarta. What wasn't so dreamy was hauling a heavy, bulky chair and a big old tote bag to the beach all the time. That's why I invented Playa Amigo, to make people's outdoor adventures more fun and relaxing. Hauling that stuff just sucked the fun out of my day. So it weighs less than 5 pounds. You can carry it as a shoulder bag or as a backpack. It has features to organize all of your stuff, but best of all, it's also a ground chair. The internal frame props you up as you sit upright, reclined, or prone. Plus, it folds down to fit inside a suitcase or to pack away. The name Playa Amigo comes from the Spanish words for beach and friend, but this is way more than a beach product. It is perfect for boating, camping, hiking, festivals, pool days, picnics, watching outdoor sports, studying on campus, outdoor concerts and plays, and a whole lot more. The outdoor gear market in the United States is about $49 billion market and is expected to grow to $90 billion by 2031. I'm interested in connecting with people that agree that Playa Amigo fills a space in the market for a more fun and relaxing way to enjoy your time outdoors.
Perfect.
Winning this competition will take a bite out of 3 of my biggest business challenges: money, marketing, and manufacturing. And I will also be that much closer to help people get busy relaxing with Playa Amigo.
Perfect. So, just like for me, so you sit here and lean against the back of it.
No, if you'd like, I can demonstrate.
Go ahead.
So there's an internal mat. My thing is caught on my wrist.
Your wire's stuck on your wire's
Thank
stuck in your hand right here. Go ahead.
There's an internal mat. I'll keep talking while I demonstrate that you pull out. If you have other questions while I'm setting this up, go ahead. I know we're limited on time. You attach it with the Velcro inside the pocket. I'm shaking. This is...
Okay. Well, let the questions start coming.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for the encouragement. So it sits
All right,
like
don't
this.
worry about that. Just start answering the questions. I want to make sure you get your...
I'll demonstrate.
Awesome. I'm curious about the comfort of that when you've got a lot of stuff in it. Do you, if you packed that full of wine bottles, is it poking into your back?
It depends on how it's sitting up. It could if it was leaning this way, but I have all of these things in here. It holds a little cooler, and it is not uncomfortable.
And the support is pretty strong, right?
Yes. And you can also lay it down this way. You would remove the strap for this if you wanted to recline further back. Yeah. You can also lay on your stomach by flipping it this way and read your book and sun your buns.
Oh, yeah. Wow, look at that. I'm loving these poses.
Now you see
I
what
love this
illustrations
product.
do, right?
Emergency
I love a
photograph, too.
functional.
Courtney?
I love a functional product, and that's exactly what this is. And I also really, really like the name. When it comes to marketing, because this, to me, you sold me on this product, especially because where I live, I need to carry all these things if I want to go to the park or the beach. How are you selling it right now?
Right now, I have my own website, theplaiamigo.com. Also, just a couple of weeks ago, we launched on Amazon.com, so I'm learning that whole world. It's also for sale on the Grommet, if you're familiar with that channel. It's also in one catalog called Whatever Works.
In 1 minute.
What does it retail for?
$129.
And what's the cost of manufacturing?
The landed cost is around $45 right now.
You sold me on this because I literally just went to Fort Greene Park in Brooklyn and watched the movie in the park. And like my back was killing me because I didn't have something like this. So this is very cool. What is your ideal? Do you have an idea what your ideal customer looks like? And how do you plan on, if you have the marketing dollars, to acquire those customers?
So far, my ideal customer seems to be women between the ages of about 30 and 55. But I do think it's a functional product that works for a lot of people, people of all ages. So great potential in the market for this, I think.
Last question.
I would just say maybe, like, can you get the cost down as you manufacture? Because I feel it's kind of more on the steep side. Like, will it come down a lot when you mass
I
produce?
absolutely think I can get the cost down. I did all of this on my own, and I taught myself, and I did not negotiate with my supplier. I know a lot about tariffs and things like that, so I definitely think that we can bring the cost to manufacture
Okay, thank
down.
you. Really nice job.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Great
You did
job.
a great job.
You know, I always say, right, when you come out in front of all these people and do a pitch, it's not as easy as it looks, right? You see cameras, you got judges, you got Damon on the stage. It's intense.
But I got to tell you, you know, unfortunately, I'm prohibited from investing in other companies outside of Shark Tank. But even if you didn't win today, think about how many oohs and ahs you got up there, how many potential investors up there, how many manufacturers are there, how many people who could put you on social media and give you those tools. So it takes a lot of guts to come up here and pitch that. But even if you didn't walk away, I have seen a lot of, not these individuals, but I've seen a lot of individuals that I see at pitch competitions every other day, even after they go on Shark Tank. And they win millions of dollars because they just keep sharpening their pitch and getting it out simultaneously. You have media here, you have Kickstarter, you have so many people, so you have to just get up here and do it. All right, the next person who's gonna do it right now is Daniel, inventor and founder of Spout? I nailed it being dyslexic. There you go, go ahead.
Heart disease, cancer, and diabetes killed 1.5 million Americans last year at a cost of $750 billion. And the top science-based influencers say that the best way to deal with the chronic disease epidemic is to get in front of it with whole foods and exercise, which is referred to as medicine 2.0. But during COVID, when farmers markets were closed and grocery stores were barren, I started asking the question, what is the most nutrient-dense food that I can provide my family? I'm an ultra runner, a data scientist, and a podcaster, and I found that broccoli sprouts was that solution. So like everyone else, I went out and bought my fancy mason jar kit and couldn't believe that more people weren't doing this at home until I made a few batches. Mildew, arduous cleanup, and a tiny harvest were a waste of my time, but I jotted down a few ideas. 4 years and 13 prototypes later, last month, we released the Sprout Spout. Its patented airflow design specifically addresses those 3 issues that are deterring people from sprouting at home. Now, my mission in life is to make healthy living accessible. Seeds to your door, 30 seconds a day, superfoods on tap on any kitchen countertop. Judges, if you are passionate about fighting chronic disease, I'm asking that we connect and make a bigger impact together.
Shout out to the Oscar music, by the way. I'm loving that.
Where did you get that from?
For those of us who don't know sprouts that well, can you explain what's actually happening in there?
Sure. You're germinating that seed and you're getting the most potent form of the vitamins and minerals. For example, with broccoli sprouts, they're 10 to 100 times more potent than a broccoli stalk. So you're getting it at the peak of freshness. The reason they're not commercialized is because they don't stay shelf-stable very long.
But what's actually happening in there? Are you growing it in there? Or yeah, okay.
That's 3 days, man.
3 days?
Yeah.
3 days worth of growth
Wanna
is
try
in there.
some?
Sure.
How many days with a regular jar that like this? The competition.
The competition uses 2 tablespoons of seeds. We use a half a cup. And that's because the airflow design keeps mildew at bay.
It looks like it's made well.
It
Yeah,
does.
I think one of the challenges you may face is just education around this product and overcoming, overcoming consumer behaviors. People are not typically, or at least I'm not, consuming food this way or seeking out something like this. So what is your plan to educate your consumer on?
I'm so glad you asked that. One of our biggest campaigns right now are creating content for people to understand it's 30 seconds a day. No light, no dirt, 2 quick rinses is all you need. And it's completely unlocks and goes straight into the dishwasher.
I think the follow-up to that is, I mean, if you already know about this and you're actively doing this, I can see this being a great upgrade, right? So what % of households or people are doing this?
Yeah, so the first people that I presented this product to was the biggest Sprout seller in America. And I'm almost kind of flattered that the people who ran the company, True Leaf Market, when I told them the product, what it could do, they pretty much called BS on me. And I gave them each one, and then they called me 2 weeks later and said, we want to carry this product. So the biggest people who are already sprouting are the target market.
But how big's the market for this? That's the question.
Yeah. Good question. I do not know. Okay. As far as like users and consumers?
Yep.
But, to Courtney's point, like when I first saw the name, I was curious what exactly it did. Like now you say you're growing, and I thought maybe it was something different than what the name called for. So education will be a very, very important point.
Yeah, so I was going to pick up on that conversation there. So you feel like is the toehold of the marketplace here, people who are already knowledgeable about sprouts, just don't have the right solution. You feel like if you can get in there, then you can start expanding to the larger wellness market?
I feel like that's the primary market, but I think the intimidation factor for growing at home is what we have to overcome to get in front of the chronic disease.
Awesome. Okay, guys.
Hi.
We're good.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That's great.
All right, almost halfway through.
Okay, another table set up? That one's an easy one. All right, so coming up, number 8 is Francie, founder of Medi-pill, correct? Medi-pill.
Medi-pill.
There you go. How you doing?
Whoa.
There you go.
Best costume.
It's Francie, correct? How you say your name?
Francie Zamzowski.
Francie, okay, I said it correctly. I want to make sure I said it correctly.
Look at that.
Let me get out of your way.
She's not messing around.
Hello, I'm Francie Zamzowski from Lakewood, Washington, and I'm here to present the patented Medi-pill, a simple solution to a serious problem. Households need help and organization, and one place that is unorganized is where their medications are. You find them in baskets, you find them on windowsills, you find them in areas that they shouldn't be, creating the perfect storm for the problem, medicine air. And so what does it create? It creates air, overdose, childhood poisonings, hospitalization, and death. Homes have turned into danger zones. The Medi-pill was formed from taking care of our mother who had dementia. And anyone that's taking care of anyone, you know you have multiple medications. We needed a solution. Medi-pill was born. It is patented and it has 32 claims on it. I'm going to just go over a few of them. The medications are organized according to the time of day. They're color-coded. You have different areas to store things. And the key is safe and secure, always locked, preventing poisoning. The statistics are staggering. Every 10 minutes, a child goes to ER for medication poisoning in the United States. 10% of all hospitalizations are a result of medication error, lack of being stored. My
All right. We're
I
on the
didn't
questions.
get 100 million.
It is a serious problem in the home.
But now you have your time to get it all out.
Okay.
All right, Bill's gonna ask you, get it all out right now, okay?
Okay.
First of all, she
All
was
right, we're gonna
best
step back
dressed.
here.
This is my
We're gonna step
bag.
back here.
Oh, stick back down.
Just
Okay.
so everybody can hear you.
Yeah.
Are you selling the hat?
What's that?
That's
You say yes.
That's the order book.
This came at the last minute. It was just an inspiration that came. I said, I gotta do
fantastic.
something that shows them the problem.
We're also glad you wore it. My question is, what's the path to sales? Is that a direct to consumer product? Does that go through healthcare providers?
The target market is off the charts. Home health care, even for pets. It's for veterinarians, for
Visiting nurses. I
visiting
would say,
nurses.
right?
Yes,
So-
but households. This
So-
is to prevent childhood poisoning and stuff. Households. You can't talk to someone that doesn't have a family member that's got diabetes, heart problems, whatever.
And I'll tell you,
And
if
then
you've
what-
been taking care of an elderly because of that problem.
So I would suggest, you got some killer marketers up here. I would pick a target market and go after a specific market. If you try to talk to everyone, no one listens.
Yeah, this one speaks near and dear to my heart because I have a grandmother that's ill currently. She has a plethora of medications and things
Right.
like that. And if, like, say the at-home nurse comes off sick and someone has to step in, it's like, oh, what's this medication? What's that medication? Things like that. So I see the opportunity. I'm curious, like, how much does this cost to make and how much are you selling it for?
Well, I'm not selling. I'm a patented idea. That's
So she's starting to launch it. So she's getting all the costs now. Gotcha.
had to do proof of concept. And so I had some made in wood and gave them out to friends who needed them. And they ran about $150, $175. I really wanted to do injection molding, but the mold was so expensive to have samples. This is acrylic. This is kind of like a Cadillac of it, which, for people that want something that is a little higher end. The other feature about it too is that it has a board here where you can jot out.
We got about
notes
30
on the
seconds
slot.
left, Francie. How about patents?
Patent?
You have patents on this?
Yes, it's patented.
Tell them a little bit about your patents. 30 seconds.
Okay, there are 30 seconds. Okay, you know how an idea grows, and so one of my friends that I gave it to, she says, "I want one for the barn." So for her horses, so we patented and registered the Medi-pill. So this is a great opportunity for veterinarians for upselling. They're doing medications, they sell it covered. So then I had a friend that said, I want one for the nursery. So we patented the Medi-pill with a bottle logo. And then another one said, I want one for nutrition. So we registered
Yeah, so
the logo
she got
for
multiple
the
avenues
NutriFit
with
Pal.
this product.
The markets are, getting back to what you said, the markets are huge for this. Storage is a big, no, I'm done.
Thank you, Francie.
I can go on
Very
forever.
nice. But the point is, she took an idea, turned it into a product idea now that can go across multiple platforms.
All right. The next one is, you're going to set up this fella. Okay, so the next person coming up the picture is Aurelia, I believe it is, and I'm sorry if I messed that up, and it is Nails Try, correct?
I didn't hear you.
And how do you say your name again?
Aurelia?
Aurelia. All right, there you go. Take it away.
All right, on the clock.
For the first time in history, press-on nail sales have surpassed nail polish, marking their place in the $33 billion global nail product market. 6 years ago, I missed my cousin's out-of-state wedding welcome dinner because I couldn't find press-on nails that fit. I tried using some leftover sets that I had tumbling out of my closet, and I realized I was missing 2 sizes. And my stop to a major retailer to buy a box of 30 nails when I only needed 2 made me realize that there was a major flaw in the way that we size for press-on nails. At Nail Street, we enable brands and e-commerce platforms to offer personalization with our patent-pending virtual sizing technology. Harnessing the power of AI, we enable customization with sub-millimeter accuracy, taking into account curvature. On our iOS app, we've engaged with over 7,000 users, connecting them to a global network of nail designers. But we knew we were onto something big when big global brands were reaching out to us to access our sizing technology to help them customize. We recently launched in Japan with our first customer, a custom sticker company, and we see other innovations for our nail sizing technology in jewelry and immersive web retail. So judges, help me shoot my shot. I'm looking for partners similar to Alibaba.com to help me continue revolutionizing the virtual sizing industry.
Excellent pitch. Very nice.
Very good.
Congratulations. Is this a, oh, sorry. Do you see this as primarily your own brand and service or ultimately a technology licensing play?
A little bit of both. We started off with a product. The customers loved it. We were able to guarantee custom fit, but then we realized that we had something special, offering brands sustainability and a way to have a really sticky relationship with their customers, engaging their customer engagement and increasing purchases. So we do see scalability in a really big way, going into licensing with the technology and then crossing over into other industries like jewelry and immersive web retail.
How are you able to provide this level of customization? Is it an app where I take pictures of my hands or?
So we do have an application. It's a native iOS app. We also have a web app that our brands can utilize. We usher our customers through a few images where we use machine learning models and computer vision and analyze the data and the images there. And we take that information and send it over to the brand for customization. What we do is with our product, we're able to hand pick the sizes because right now in the press-on nail industry, they're standard sizing. But we have a lot of great data, and the plan for the future is being able to use that data to create more inclusive sizing for everyone.
Yeah, speaking of the iOS app, first of all, impressive having 7,000 users already on the app. How did you acquire those users, and how do you plan on turning those users into customers for the physical product?
So users through social media, it was all organic, had some really great PR, it was on the Shade Room, so got a lot of
Shout out to the Shade Room.
So it's all been organic. We haven't had the budget to focus on the marketing that we need to push the product, but the interesting part with licensing, we're able to get to those bigger brands, determine and let them validate what we're doing in the market, and then we can push a bigger consumer marketing campaign after that.
Not a question, but great job on the packaging, by the way. Good job.
Is there, what do you have proprietary with this? What's proprietary is yours?
So our approach on how we capture the images, right? So sub-millimeter measurements, there's no one else doing that type of accuracy. We've been able to modify the camera on your actual phone. There's no third-party device needed to be able to get accuracy measurements between 0.3 to 0.7 millimeters, and we take into account curvature as well. So our approach on how we do that using our modeling analysis is what we have the patent pending for.
All right, enough time for one more question.
Cost involved.
So for the actual product, it lands around $2. We retail this for $20 on our site. And then for wholesale, it's around $7 or so. We did a really cool co-marketing campaign with Unilever over the holidays that took us into Target stores. It was a great branding opportunity for us to drive more traffic to the website. And again, validate what we're doing with bigger brands that we want to have relationships with.
All right, great job.
Great pitch.
Okay, next up we have Steve, co-founder and managing partner, The Marker Locker, and Scott, correct? Scott is also coming up? All right, The Marker Locker. All right, guys. Did I miss somebody in there?
Oh, I can never find my ball marker. There's roughly 25 million amateur golfers out there that have probably lost a ball marker or two. No more fumbling around in your pouches, misplacing those precious ball markers. It happened to me. I was doing the laundry and I heard my ball marker rattling around. What's up, judges? I'm Austin Fitzpatrick, one of the co-founders, introducing the Marker Locker, a patent-pending golf product designed to organize and keep your ball markers safe and secure. It's a great talking piece that bridges fashion, function, and nostalgia. The inside is lined with magnets and our proprietary push-in, push-out mechanism that makes those ball markers easily accessible as it hangs from your golf bag. Here's how it works. You need to mark your ball when you're on the green. So you go in your locker, grab the marker you're going to use, put it back after the round so you know where it's at all times. We offer 7 different colors and the option to customize. Right now we're selling online, internationally, in pro shops, and guess what? At the end of the year, we're going to be in big box retail, making us your new favorite swag on your bag. If we win, we're in Vegas. We're going straight to the roulette table and putting it all on black.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Just kidding, judges. If we win, we're going to use the funds to expand our marketing opportunities, create more online selling channels, and offer different product variations. So, judges, who's ready to unlock your mark with us?
Nice job. Good pitch. Nice job.
Do we have any golfers on the panel?
Well, no. So let's put it to you. Talk to us about how big of a problem this is for golfers.
All right, so every single day you have pouches, there's plastic bags, you're in here, you're rummaging around all the time, right? So this is the reason we came up with this product. We were tired of losing ball markers. We go to get souvenirs, they mean something to you, right? And so we said, okay, not just a pouch, let's hang it from the outside, right? Safe, secure, customizable. We got NCAA licensing now acquired. So it's just a new way of a pouch, reinventing something else.
It looks
Everett's
sick,
got a
though.
smile on his face. He likes it.
Yeah, I like it. It looks dope. I see the Michigan one, the Texas one. That's really, really cool. Yeah, how do you guys are thinking about marketing this out into the world? Like, how are you thinking about your marketing strategy?
Yeah, so my wife does all of our social media marketing. She's the one that literally is behind the scenes.
Did she tell you to say that?
Oh,
shout out to his wife.
Shout out. No, she's incredible. But I mean, we do have a limited budget, so like we want to expand in that realm with social media ads across all platforms. We need to get on online stores, Alibaba in particular, you know, Amazon, Temu, things along those lines, and then just offering different product variations and little accessories to complement the locker.
I'm not a golfer, but I really like the way that this looks, and I can see this being a fun promotional product.
Yes.
So that brands can, you know, put their logo on it.
Yes.
But since I'm not a golfer, is there who's your competition?
So it's another great question. There's really no competition out there in the market for this particular product. Like he was saying earlier, we do have a pouch. Golfers have pouches. Golfers have plastic bags. They put it in their golf bag. It's really trying to organize those memorable pieces out there that you obtain throughout the plan.
And honestly, if you're a golfer, you know this.
Yeah,
like you're searching for stuff in your pants, in your bag. It's a mess. You're dropping stuff. You're dropping your tees.
Just to kind of give you some context, like historically, people will collect ball markers and they have huge collections and they'll throw them in their bag somewhere and it's unorganized. So there's nothing in the space right now that just houses your ball markers and makes them easily accessible. So you're not digging around trying to find them.
And just say competition-wise, today, actually, we just got the approval for our design and utility patent. So in the next couple months, so it is protected.
Nice job. Congrats. All right, enough for one question. One more question.
Just more about the marketing side. Like, what are you selling it at? Production? How are you scaling? Where are you selling?
Yeah, so I'll let him take the scaling piece. But right now, we're landed for $5.71. Right now, we're retailing at $39.95. That's including shipping. And then for our wholesalers, we're working with, like, we got big box going, $20 for wholesale, including shipping.
All right, guys. Hey, Courtney's keeping that, by the way. She's not
That's
giving it
fine.
back. Okay.
Great job,
Nice
guys.
job.
I love that product.
You keeping it?
Good job, guys.
Yeah. Hey, do you have a red one?
What color
Come
you
on.
want, Everett?
You have the main guy with a red. You got to have red. You need red. I like it.
I gotta get my
it's
golf
not red.
game up first.
It's not red. I can't take it.
How many people here love golf? I hate golf. I hate golfers.
How many think they're golfers is what the question should be.
Talk about that little round ball.
Chris wants it to hold a golf ball so he can
But
drop
people
it.
who love it. Who plays golf over here?
I don't think any of us do.
Carmine does. I do.
But I can appreciate that. I can, even though it's not a sport of my preference, I definitely can appreciate it. All right, and they're doing great, and I think they said it's going to be in big bucks, so good luck to the guys. All right, the 11th person coming up is Jay Johnson Jr. I can read that one pretty easy. High frequency, highway. All right. Hey, brother.
It's all yours. Thank you, thank you. At 14, my first app got acquired after going viral. At 17, I was the fastest high school runner in the nation. Despite these achievements, I still struggle with ADHD. So I seeked a way to have mental clarity that didn't rely on pharmaceuticals, which led me down a deep rabbit hole about the power of frequency, which eventually led me to creating the High Frequency Highway. In today's fast-paced world, lack of focus and poor sleep are normal because traditional solutions often fall short. But we've combined ancient sound healing with modern technology to allow people to shift their state instantly with the power of frequency and binaural beats. We're offering a customizable experience and AI-powered journaling to maintain your well-being. We make money from our premium subscription model, where you upgrade and have access to unlimited frequency combinations and AI features like personalized affirmations that are spoken to you. You know, we serve anyone from high-performing athletes to high-performing executives. We have 75,000 users in over 200 countries. We've collabed with big names like Janae Aiko, and now we're introducing our high-frequency headphones, something that will transcend traditional sound healing because they use bone conduction technology. It directly stimulates the cochlea, which provides more effective therapeutic outcomes. So with the earnings from CoCreate 2024, we'll help the development and launch of this. So let's raise the frequency together, one frequency at a time.
All right, nice job. Good job. Nice job.
So I have two questions to kick off. I came from the health space, and there's a lot of inventions like this.
Yeah.
But a lot of the time they sound great, but then the science doesn't support it. So do you have any scientific studies or anything to kind of prove the before and after results?
Yeah, binaural beats is actually, more scientifically backed, and, even like the CIA utilize binaural beats and frequencies to enter into certain states. So frequency technology is how I see it the most accurate way to, shift your state. So, a lot of people, they access these certain sound healing through YouTube, but those aren't using the exact frequency. So with our app, we actually oscillate the frequency from your device. So you're not like streaming it from somewhere or like just listening to a regular sound. It's actually the exact frequency. And if you want to try it, you can feel it for yourself.
Uh-oh. So did you say 75,000 users?
Yes, sir.
What's the cost of membership?
So the current cost of membership is $4.
What are your sales?
Monthly?
Yes, monthly.
Can you share your sales to date?
Yeah. So we've had over 600 subscribers currently.
And are you supposed to use this when you're ready to meditate, or is this something you're supposed to have on all day?
So yeah, you can use it for different reasons. If you want to focus, or if you do want to meditate with it, if you want to prepare for sleep. So there's different ways to utilize it. So there's like, we say like tap into your desired state, whether that's love or focus or abundance, bliss, right? There's different use cases for frequency.
I'm wearing it right now.
What do you mean? Like, did you feel something instantly?
I feel weird sitting up here with it. What do I feel? I feel a kind of a tone. There's a tone in my head, and it's kind of vibrating. I don't even know how to describe it. Tell me, do I need to be wearing this device, or could this be coming out of my earbuds?
You got about a minute left.
Well, so our app, it basically integrates with our app, but you can use your own headphones as well. It's just with bone conduction, it allows for a more effective outcomes.
What is it? A good feeling? Weird? Like what?
Well, the strangest thing was trying to have a conversation on stage with this like noise in my head, but it felt like a very slight vibration on the side of my head, and then a kind of high-pitched, but kind of in my head.
Yeah, so that's alpha state, and there's like other states you can get into as well.
Everett, what are you feeling?
Vibes. Feeling the vibes. No, so I'm curious.
All right, last question.
Real quick, who's your target user?
So our target user
20 seconds.
Okay, yeah, our target users, people that usually want to like enhance their well-being, improve their life. So like people.
Big target.
Yeah, I know it's pretty big, but like we have a lot of students that use it to focus, right? They said this is the most focused I've ever been, like from some of my Harvard friends.
I didn't get to ask a question. So you say you have 75,000 users paying $4 a month, $4 a year.
So we have a freemium model.
Okay.
So you can download it for free and then upgrade to the premium version.
Okay,
All right.
gotcha.
Time's
All
up.
right, very good.
Thank you.
Good job, man.
All right, Jay Johnson Jr.
All right, we still got about 4 more left, and we even have a reserve possibly.
All right, and I'm not going to butcher the name, so I'm going to say Ms. Vasquez, co-founder of Fresh Shine Skincare, 4-1 LED therapy wand.
Hello, everyone. My name is Araceli Velasquez, and I am here to simplify skincare for the everyday woman. Millions of women are struggling with dark spots, hyperpigmentation, acne, fine lines, and wrinkles. And oftentimes the solution is multiple different products, or it's very time consuming. I am a mom, a wife, and also a working woman, as most women are, and I barely even have time to finish my breakfast. So I thought to myself, there has to be a better solution. So I introduced to you the 4-in-1 Miracle Wand. It combines red light therapy to help with fine lines and wrinkles. It has blue light therapy to help with acne, inflammation, and it also increases your mood. It has vibration therapy to help with product absorption up to 75% more, so your products are more effective. And it also has heat therapy to help with removing toxins out of the face and also get a more snatched jawline. With the skincare industry growing to be about $1.8 trillion by the time it's 2026, more and more women are looking for solutions just like this one. It's professional grade results from the comfort of your home or on the go. And with your help, I will be able to help more and more women reclaim back their time and feel fresh, clean, and confident, one wand at a time.
Very nice. Now that was a 90-second pitch.
Yes. Are you currently selling this product?
Yes, so actually this is a new design that I made. So just the red light therapy alone that I sold, I was able to sell over $25,000 of it organically. And now this model has 3 more components, and I'm currently working with my supplier to also add in cold therapy. I love cold plunges, and it tightens up your skin, especially after a baby. So it also works great on the face as well.
I was pointing at Rudy because I wanted him to ask the same question about science.
Yeah, I literally was going to say, like, I see a lot of these products, right? And I know it's hard when you start out, but often when you throw a lot of good stuff together, it doesn't always equal an outcome. So I think it's just a piece of advice for the last 2 is eventually when you can afford it, some sort of study or some sort of proof of concept, like, hey, this is actually what the product does, here's the proof. And I think that's so important for legal compliance, but also longevity of the brand to show, hey, this is real results of what we're doing here.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I think data is king when it comes to this type of device.
And for legal claims as well, because it's easy to say, oh, it does this, this, and this, but yeah.
Is there anything out there that's a laser device, or is this just a light?
Sorry, what was that?
Is this a laser or a light?
So it's LED light, yes. So
LED. Is there anything out there like this?
So currently I have 2 competitors, but they only have a red light, and there is another one, and they only have the microcurrent. So all of these aspects, there is competitors out there, but it's all sold separately, not all together.
I'm curious, does this save people time instead of doing like putting all this different stuff on their faces? I don't know, what do people normally do when they're not using it, and how long does it take to use that daily?
So if this gives you radiant glowing skin in less than 5 minutes a day, that it's effective. And most people actually have to go to the dermatologist. So the dermatologist has all of these devices, but you have to go in for appointments. And now that's not as feasible because, again, a lot of women specifically, they have so much going on and they only go once a month. And I also want to go into B2B, so I could sell this to salons and tell them that they can tell their clients that in between appointments, they can use this to uphold their results versus most people, honestly, I go to the dermatologist. I don't even do the routine that they tell me for aftercare.
I got enough for one more question.
I would just say price, like does it stay competitive in that sort of price range to similar products?
Yeah.
What's the cost of goods?
So currently I am able to manufacture this for $18.70, and the current market is anywhere from $120 to $200.
All right, very good.
Great job.
Very,
Thanks so much. Good job.
Very nice presentation. 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 Very nice All right, who's hungry?
All right. Paolo, CEO of Primi Foods Company.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno. Oh, that's such a dull clap, man.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate. So, for Italians, besides pasta, family is very important. Like during COVID, I have the pleasure to spend a lot of time with my kids, and you can believe how much a snack and junk food they can eat in one day. It's incredible. Today, Americans cook less than ever. And all the convenient food, they are full of unhealthy ingredients, very low quality. So I got to do something. So I'm Italian, I know pasta, why we not do something with pasta? So I come up with Primi. Primi is a premium Italian pasta that cooks in just 3 minutes. It's a proprietary technology that we pre-cook the pasta with steam, then we add ingredients imported from Italy, and we create an amazing meal in just 3 minutes. Everything is all natural. No GMO ingredients, no oil, 9 grams of protein, and everything is under 300 calories. So Primi means first course in Italian. And that is our goal is to create a new category, new cuisine, healthy, rapid cook. So who want to be first with Primi in this new category? Thank you.
Are you currently selling this product right now, and what does your sales look like currently?
In January 2024, we are in over 100,000 doors, Sprouts, Fresh Market, Ivy, Spout, 250 Barnes & Noble, College. We are in over 100 independents, all distributors. We are doing, in about 9 months, we're doing very well.
So this may just display my ignorance of this category in pasta, but when I am familiar thinking about a cup of pasta that's going to be microwaved in, what I'm thinking about is actually mac and cheese for my kids, because exists. This is obviously an adult product. Are you introducing this? Or are you trying to kind of create some consumer shift to have an adult product of pasta like this? Or is there already a category like this that you're entering?
This is the same pasta you buy in the store, identical. Doesn't change. The only thing that the technology will give us the pre-cook 80% of the cooking.
Sure, but the form factor is going to get people thinking a little bit differently. So that's where I was curious.
I'm sorry, say again.
So the form factor is going to get people thinking differently. So that's why I'm curious. Are you entering a market of adult pastas in this form, or are you trying to pioneer that?
Right now is in this form because the key is to give in 3 meals a full meal to any consumer. That's the key right now that we have right now.
For a second, I thought it was ice cream. I thought we were going to get some ice cream. But this has got to be a multi-factory build, right? You're not making this in one place?
No, unfortunately, that is the supply chain a challenge that we have. We have 9 components. The pasta and ingredients come from Italy. Some come from Alibaba.com. 3 components, and then 3 that are made in the US. We have a co-packer facility in Chicago. I'm based in Virginia. We have our co-founder in Denver. And then our logistics 3PL also in Chicago.
I think I really like this product. I personally have not seen anything like this. So for me, it's really unique. Do you have any competitors, or what's the closest? Who's the closest competition?
Raymond Noodles, but I can't say it now. But it's new. It's something fresh. Every time we talk to the buyers, they always say, "Finally, something new." And that's the reason why in about 9 months we are over 1,000 doors. Its market is incredible. We want to do some great social media campaign and other stuff to promote the product and the branding. But that is amazing.
Evan, last question.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that stood out to me was that it's only 240 calories for a meal. And I've used services like Cook Unity, and I'll get pasta and it'll be like 800 calories. So how is that one of the benefits of eating this? Is that something that you're going to use for marketing for the calorie intake?
Do you ever hear about Mediterranean diet? It's the best diet in the world. It's the way that you use the ingredients. All the ingredients are from Italy, so we use Italian ingredients, Italian pasta, and There's a reason why it tastes better than everything else you see, and the calories are much less, and it's nothing, no mess, all natural components, all ingredients.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Very cool.
Keeping it? Keeping it?
Sure.
I don't have to get a bag for
Brought
you.
a bag.
All right, next up is David and Debbie, Better Grip Paint Roller. Let's wait till they come out.
All right, David, you're up, baby. On the clock.
Yo, with Debbie with you? You by yourself?
Clock's
Yeah,
going.
I am. I'm sorry. I sure am.
All right. Okay, we can proceed.
Hi, my name's David Cheney. I'm the inventor and founder of the Better Grip Paint Roller. It was designed by do-it-yourselfers for do-it-yourselfers. It addresses all of the issues that average people experience when they use a traditional wireframe roller. Now, you're probably wondering why our roller is better than the thousands of rollers currently on the market. Well, it's lightweight, it's durable, and it's very versatile. Depending on the project, painters can hold the frame with a natural hand position with the extension handle provided, or with any standard extension pole for those hard to reach places like the ceilings, the upper walls, or deck. The three-piece frame attaches on both sides of the cover, allowing painters to apply equal pressure. This creates a consistent paint trail, which leads to better results in less time with less frustration and fatigue. No more dealing with that wireframe flexing, leaving a thin paint trail on one side and a heavy paint trail on the other side. Accessories are offered that allow painters to customize their roller to fit the individual needs of each project. Our 9-inch frame can be converted into a 4-inch frame for smaller jobs, or an 18-inch frame for larger jobs by simply replacing the main handle and the cover. When painting is done, cleanup is a breeze. No more struggling to get that used cover off of the cage. You simply unscrew one arm, tilt the frame sideways, most covers fall off hands-free. A little soap, water, light scrubbing, and your Better Grip paint roller is ready for the next project. Now, everyone who used our roller loves it. If you tried it, I can almost guarantee you that you would believe it's the best roller you have.
All right, on the question.
There you go.
Good job.
That is a pro.
I'm curious, what is the price of that compared to a normal roller?
So this is a standard kit. It basically includes 2 arms, a main handle, an extension handle, and it also comes with a 1/2-inch snap cover. $19.95 is suggested retail. Compared to other rollers, you can get them anywhere from $5 on up to $20-something. But our customers generally get the inexpensive rollers, but they've been burned enough that they want to try this. Yeah.
Thank you.
This is such an intuitive solution compared to what's on the market that it makes me wonder why this didn't exist already. Is there something out there like this?
We hear that all the time. Why didn't somebody invent this sooner? The one that you're holding was actually for someone who has hand issues. They're the ones who found that for us. It eliminates a lot of the stress on their hands. There are some rollers like the 18 that are yoke style, attached on both sides. Nothing really for our market, which is that housewife, mom and dad, that type thing. So this appeals to them.
I think the key to help answer that question, like I've been doing real estate for 14, 15 years, and I did a lot of it myself when I started. So I know how bad the normal roller is, but most people go in and buy everything and leave, right? So it's like, I think it's a great product, great idea, but to answer that question, like you really got to get into the retail stores because it is a spontaneous purchase. Unless you do it full time, then you might Amazon it or whatever. But most of the time it's like, hey, I'm going to decorate today. I go in and buy it. So you've got to get into the main hardware stores, I feel, and then you'll get the traction. But great product, great idea.
Yeah, it's going to go crazy on TikTok. I swear.
Yeah, well, we're in about 225 independents, Ace Hardware, things like that. We just got into Amazon just recently. But like I said, everybody who used it, we're actually coming out in the spring with 2 additions. This is actually going to be our corner roller. Right? And then you guys have the edge roller over there. The edge roller is going to run along your baseboard, your crown, door trim. This right here, I can paint all 4 corners literally in about 2 minutes with an extension pole, not even getting on a ladder. The difference is that the finish of this material will match the finish of this material so that struggling to get rid of those brush strokes, you won't have to worry about that anymore. The finish in the corner will match the rest of the room. So,
and that's the pan, right? To put it in the corner.
This is for
There
the
you go,
corner,
and then you-
correct.
you-
And you'll just roll it up with an extension pole, roll it down, you're done, 4 corners, 2 minutes.
Are you out there demoing this in stores? Because I feel like I'm watching an infomercial and I'm ready to buy a roller.
So the challenge that we're struggling with right now is it is a product. People think we've reinvented the wheel. Our customers completely disagree. They feel like we've created a better mousetrap. We just recently pivoted to where we are trying to get content creators, influencers out there, DIY space, so that we can hit our target market, which is 25 to 60 women, that type of thing. But like I said, if you get stuck painting like I do, this right here, I don't want to be stuck there painting for hours. This helps me to get a better finished product, and it also addresses the time where I don't have to sit there and go back over the same spot again and again.
All right,
So
David,
it
nice
does
job,
address.
very nice.
Nice job. Hey,
That was great.
Well done.
wait 1 second. Everett, look, check out his
But
shoes.
wait, there's more.
Check out his shoes. He even painted his
No.
shoes. Good stuff,
Kickstarter
man.
colors. We love
So
it.
the next
All right.
one is, the last product we're going to demonstrate is really interesting.
Which one?
The last
Oh, yeah.
one.
Here we go. All right. The next one is Bennett with Delight Bike.
You don't see this too often.
Hey, I'm Bennett Dufresne, also known as Mr. Ice Cream Kid. At just 9 years old, I started my very own ice cream business.
That's right. 5 years ago during COVID, Bennett asked me to buy an actual ice cooler. I said no. Instead of giving up on the idea, he wrote his very own business plan to convince me, and it worked.
For 2 years, I sold on that cooler, but there's just one problem. Ice cream melts in a cooler.
Absolutely. We threw away hundreds and hundreds of dollars of melted ice cream. Traditional ice cream bikes were bulky, hard to maneuver, and they required dangerous dry ice. We needed something easy.
We needed something so easy, even a kid could do it.
So we worked with Alibaba and partnered with a manufacturer to modify a mobility scooter. We took a real freezer and a separate power supply, and the Light Bike was born. No more melted ice cream.
The Delight Bike changed everything. It attracted more customers, let me go longer distances, and opened doors to bigger events than I ever imagined.
The real advantage to the Light Bike isn't the fact that, yes, it can go where traditional food trucks and ice cream bikes go, but you can actually take the Light Bike directly indoors to nursing homes, hospitals, convention centers, and more. And the best part, the Light Bike is for everyone. Whether you're 9 or 90, established, or just starting out, the Light Bike works for you. By winning this competition and partnering with Alibaba to streamline operations and production, we can bring Light Bike to the world.
So choose us and let's delight the world, one bike at a time. Thank you.
And I do want to say he nailed his 90 seconds.
Do we make
Courtney wants one of these?
Yes, I do. Is there ice cream in there for us?
They would not allow us because it's not.
All right, who wants ice cream?
Well,
So what is this going to retail for? Have you figured that out?
Yeah, for sure. This particular bike retails for $5,995. That's unbranded. We also have a package specifically with Mr. Ice Cream for $79.95, where we equip young entrepreneurs with a complete business package that includes a quick start guide, marketing tools, and everything to get started.
Are you talking a franchise model or you're selling them outright?
We are selling them outright unbranded, as well as offering a Mr. Ice Cream franchise.
Carmine, you need one of those in Florida.
I love this thing.
So first of all, great pitch, great product, delightful name. Just unpack that a little bit more. So there are two business models here. There's a franchise model, but then there's also just direct sales of the product.
Yes.
Absolutely. We are selling the Light Bike unbranded as it is, specifically to entrepreneurs that want to start their own brand.
What's the bigger business for you?
The bigger business for us? Honestly, I can specifically see this in not just neighborhoods as he has demonstrated, but I can see it at theme parks. I can see it in convention centers, beaches, and so much more. So there's a huge opportunity specifically. Traditional ice cream bikes require dry ice. They were very inconvenient. This right here will go all day, 40 miles in a single charge and last 11 hours. So the opportunity here is enormous. But there's also an opportunity specifically with Mr. Ice Cream as well, as he's demonstrated. And so it's something we want to offer other young entrepreneurs to establish.
I got to come look at this.
Oh, no.
But
Let's get on there, Rudy.
do you have like a business plan. So if a young entrepreneur buys it, hey, this can fit X amount of ice creams, you'll make X amount a day if you drive it. And by the way, great job. I think everyone here loves you guys. You did awesome.
And
so
it's
good
ready.
job.
We have things for you guys on the way out.
Yeah.
I think how much can I make if I drive this all day in Miami Beach and sell ice cream?
Yeah. You want to?
It depends on like what your prices are. So this thing can hold up to 200 ice creams. And like with that, like whatever your price is, you just, yeah.
So 200, so I can make,
Yeah,
how much
so
a day?
he's done events where he has done in 2 hours, he's sold over $700 in profit in selling ice cream.
So I can make
It's
1,000 a day, Miami Beach, retire, and drive my red ice cream.
Yeah.
You can
I'm
certainly
done.
make some money. Now you got to realize he's a kid, and the average kid spends 200 to 500 hours in recreational sports. He spends 50 to 80 hours a year, and he's already sold over $27,000 in ice cream in just that short period.
Okay, so think about what were you doing when you were his age?
Might be a good Kickstarter program.
I know,
All right,
man.
we're good. All right,
All right,
perfect.
thank you.
everyone.
Time's
Thank
up.
you.
Good job.
Well, you should have brought us ice cream.
All right, so this essentially concludes our modern pitch to the pros. Want to thank Damon, amazing person, amazing co-host, all of our judges, outstanding. Everyone in the audience, thank you so much. So we're going to take everything with you. We're going to do lunch and then back here at 1:40 sharp for the presentation for the top 5 winners. Thank you so much.
It makes this process so easy. It's going to be the land. If you guys have any questions, comments, or concerns,
I'm almost embarrassed to admit this, but I was checking daily. The video took off. The numbers started to skyrocket. And then it hit 1 million views. When I saw it hit 1 million views, that's when I knew we were going to be successful. I've always felt like I've been an entrepreneur at heart. I've always had an entrepreneurial spirit, but I never felt like I had the resources to do anything with that. Yard work was always a hobby of mine. We bought our first house in 2009. We wanted curb appeal, so we started to plant grass. I started to educate myself. My wife would help every year planting seeds and putting peat moss down on top of the seed to protect it. The grass started to look nicer and nicer throughout the years. After several years of putting peat moss down, she came to me and said, there has to be a better way. She was right. Peat moss is messy. So I did some research. I found the peat moss spreader online. It ended up doing the job, but not as well as I would have liked. They overcomplicated it, and it was very poorly engineered. I wasn't going to accept that. I felt like I could do better. So that's when I reached out to manufacturers through Alibaba.com and leaned on their resources. I submitted an RFQ, a request for quotation on Alibaba. The RFQ process just really made everything so simple for me because it gave me the ability to narrow down the manufacturers based off of their years of experience, based off of their star rating, based off of if they have trade assurance or not. Suppliers got back to me so quickly and worked under the specifications that I wanted for this product. Because that was really important to me, to make a better product. I didn't want to compromise. No other place out there allowed me to find so many qualified suppliers who would work with me and allow me to customize my product. I founded Landsy with one product in mind, and that was the peat moss spreader. The culmination of this product and discovering Alibaba.com, that's what fueled this fire. I had someone on YouTube I followed, a lawn care influencer. So I reached out to him, knowing that he put peat moss down. I said, let me send you a product. We sold out within a week. We already had another container on the way. That container arrived, and we unloaded it in my driveway at 8 a.m. At noon, UPS came and started to pick up all 528 boxes.
Yeah, good job. Well done.
We want to make high quality products, but we also strive to educate the customer as well. I've always had a desire to help people, and Alibaba.com made it easier for me to do it my way.
Hi, I'm Eva Jane Bunkley from Atlanta. I'm a makeup artist with over 28 years of experience, and I currently hold 5 patents and trademarks. I've won 2 Emmy Awards, and I've done makeup for celebrities such as basketball superstar Kobe Bryant and the iconic Cicely Tyson. While working on set, I identified an issue that slowed me down, and I sought to solve that problem. I kept losing track of my blending sponge. Years later, after I got beyond my own fears and doubts of my ability to solve the problem, the Makeup Bullet High-Def Cosmetic Finger Sponge was born. I decided I would continue my mission of making beauty easier, and Eva Jane Beauty, LLC was born. I chose Alibaba.com as my preferred platform for sourcing raw materials. It's more than just a platform for trading. A while back, when I was looking for raw materials for my face roller and massage stone on Alibaba.com, I came across a supplier whose products are sold worldwide. He had many experiences and gave me very useful sales tactics to sell my products in sets. What I also love about Alibaba.com is its customized feeds. It shows me what is currently trending and suggests some innovative products. Ordering samples to test for new additions to my product line is so easy. I applied for the Alibaba grant because Alibaba is a platform that I believe in and that I use a lot, and I've got some really, really amazing products because a lot of this grant money is going to go right back into expanding my line. I'm able to find contract manufacturers, sourcers, people that can help and assist me with their expertise, and it's a win-win. As we know, the beauty industry is heavily influenced by the speed of innovations and beauty trends. So sometimes it requires a very high level of personalization. For example, many of my clients are celebrities, and each person has unique needs, and sometimes has a different request. So maybe I need a small amount of a particular product to be able to serve them to the best of my ability and satisfy their unique needs. It's crucial for me to find the right supplier with the right quantity and quality. What's pleasing to me about Alibaba.com is that many of the suppliers on the platform accept low order quantities. As an entrepreneur who is deeply involved in the beauty industry, I have been very devoted in creating my original products. Alibaba.com has been my trusted partner in this process.
Hello, my name is Noelle Davis, and I am the owner and founder of Paris Fit. I am excited to share with you my business journey. My story starts as I fulfilled my dream of becoming an archaeologist. After working for a year, I was in a serious car accident. During my recovery, doctors encouraged me to rebuild my core, and that's when my passion for fitness was born. The name Paris Fit has a special meaning to me, as my father would often bring me home presents from his work trip, especially from Paris. And the fonts always looked so beautiful. Even the gifts, they were always so amazing. That's when Paris, in my eyes, started to represent beauty. And that's why I named my brand Paris Fit. After becoming a certified personal trainer, I started to help people live better lifestyles, as well as help hundreds of people reach their fitness goals. In the past 2 years, the pandemic was a major hit, to most businesses, including my very own. Not only did my physical location have to close for over a year and a half, but there were raised competition in the health and fitness industry, especially on social media. More and more people decided to exercise from home, but I chose to move my business in a different direction by producing more customized fitness products, especially my premier product, Gym in a Box. My Gym in a Box product has also helped me secure a $10,000 grant through the Alibaba.com grants program. And I am proud to be one of the 50 entrepreneurs chosen out of the 12,000 plus applicants to receive this grant. The Alibaba.com grant helped me make more eco-friendly products to add in my Gym in a Box. It was amazing. I started working with Alibaba.com in 2018 using their RFQ function, and I received fast responses from multiple suppliers. This makes using correct suppliers simple, and ever since then, I've been using the same company for the last 4 years. I am very fortunate, as not only do I have reliable partners, but I was able to develop a close friendship thanks to Alibaba.com. This was beneficial to me as one of my suppliers was able to connect me with others who can help me expand my product line and build a beautiful brand. We source our suppliers using the verified supplier feature on Alibaba.com, and I highly recommend it for all entrepreneurs worldwide. I inspected each factory using the VR showroom function, which allowed me to view their equipment, product environment, and the production process. I would have never thought that my experience with an online purchasing platform would not only match my expectations, but exceed them. In the future, with Alibaba.com supplier diversity, I wish to reach more suppliers and to continue helping the lives of other people as they work towards achieving a healthier lifestyle. Thank you so much, Alibaba.com, for all that you have done with Paris Fit.
My name is Darren Tang, and the name of my business is Life2. I am the sole owner and the sole employee. My business is based out of my parents' basement in Queens, New York. My business started when I started college. It was around the year 2019. I think Life2 really focuses on products for life, weddings, funerals, births, just kind of guest books for those occasions, and then adding a touch of personalization. I source everything on Alibaba.com, like everything starts from search. I also sell like a wedding Jenga tower set. It's like a wedding sign-in that people can use if they don't want to use a guest book. That one is like a logistical headache, and Alibaba's trade assurance has really helped on that. You would need someone that's a wood manufacturer. I added acrylic case, and then there's also a person doing markers. And then I learned the hard way, you need to have someone separate do the packing. You need like 3 or 4 different manufacturers to make 3 or 4 different things. Because you're using trade assurance, you never have to think about it, but you also know the fact that you're protected. So that really helped me put together this product with a bunch of different variables. I think that is one of the great reasons why I sourced on Alibaba.com. You know, I thought I had like the biggest problems in the world until I saw my parents like working in the restaurant, their physical job. Seeing that, I think that changed my values. And a big reason for that is because I want my parents to be able to have something that can sustain my whole family. That way they don't have to do the physical hard labor of being in the restaurant all day.
My name is Peter Crabtree, and I'm the CEO and visionary for Crabtree Brands, which is a group of food and beverage companies based in Paulsboro, Washington. So when you first enter to the right, you find Chocmo, Chocolatier, and Cafe. So that's really where we do all of our different chocolate production, all the way from bean to bar. We do between $5 and $10 million annually in sales. We do lots of local business and lots of business that we ship throughout the state and throughout the country. I used to only source knickknacks or anything that wasn't very essential to our business through Alibaba.com. So as Alibaba.com added the trade assurance program, that was really what led me to consider that as a more legitimate source for more important things for my business. 100% of our orders that we do on Alibaba.com are protected through trade assurance. I actually only buy from suppliers that participate in the trade assurance program. So that's really where Alibaba.com has helped. I've been able to connect with more custom manufacturers and be able to get them the product that we actually want as opposed to having to settle for something that was close. I would definitely recommend that all Alibaba.com buyers use trade assurance, and it really builds confidence, especially for first-time customers. It's the number one thing that's made me feel more confident in buying products.
Introducing Alibaba Guaranteed, a selection of products that you can order directly with guaranteed shipping included, fixed prices, delivery dates, and money back for order issues. No back and forth with suppliers. You'll know the cost per piece and the total price with the shipping included before placing an order. No worries about shipment delays. Your order will be delivered via Alibaba.com logistics by the guaranteed delivery date, or you will receive 10% compensation for the delay. No hassle with returns and refunds. Alibaba.com will communicate with the suppliers on your behalf, so you get your money back for missing deliveries and defective or damaged products. Plus, free returns to local warehouses in your area if the product is defective. The Alibaba Guaranteed logo is your cue to identify an Alibaba Guaranteed product. Order direct with confidence via guaranteed shipping included prices, delivery dates, and money back, all with Alibaba Guaranteed products.
Okay, we're here live with Rudy, Damon, and Everett. I'm going to take them through the 33 suppliers we have at CoCreate from 11 different countries around the world. We're going to do a walkthrough, and we're going to stop at as many as we want.
All right, let's go. Come on, let's do it. Thank you, Anna, for taking us around. Yep. Last year, were you guys here last year? No, this is my first. It was fun last year. I saw a lot of good stuff. So
these are all sustainable suppliers. So we have them by
all
category.
Sustainable suppliers.
Yes. So this one actually is very cool. They have olive oil. The bottle is really interesting. It's from Italy.
Oh wow!
So if you want to check them out, you want to tell us a little bit about your company?
Yeah.
Yes, we are producer of extra virgin olive oil in the south of Italy, and we produce the extra virgin olive oil and organic extra virgin olive oil. So we have this ceramic chair designed by an Italian designer. It's an olive in the middle of the bottle.
Yeah, I like it.
I tried it yesterday. It's actually
now
really
you
good.
said these are sustainable.
Yep, all of these suppliers are sustainable.
All of these are sustainability.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's
thank
keep
you.
it moving.
Bari, in the south of Italy.
Yeah, I'm familiar. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you guys.
So I'm really into pulling plastics out of the ocean, and I actually go down with a stick as I walk the beach and I pull plastic out. People think I don't know, they offer me sandwiches, they offer me places to stay.
Hey, that's important. Actually, this one I want to stop at if you guys don't mind.
All right, let's go.
They have a really cool cup. If you guys want to do the demo, because you showed me yesterday.
A really cool cup. How can somebody have
Because
a really
I've never
cool
seen this
cup?
before.
Let's see how they have a really cool cup. What is that?
Well, you can see that if I put the cold water in it.
It's a paper
cup.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Right? I'm like, I've never seen
that is a really cool cup.
Yeah, we can see we have different kinds. You can see that. We can. I do like that.
Right?
And we can do even more complex patterns. Like you see, that is color.
Done. I'm ordering it right now. I'm sold on that.
Yeah,
I'm
that
sold
is
on
pretty cool.
So what?
And you can see that if you put your finger on that, that left it.
So then you can tell the temperature all the time. So if it's not cold, what happens?
If it's below for about 22 Celsius, then it will change its color.
And this is sustainable.
All sustainable products.
That is cool.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, that one was pretty cool yesterday.
Yeah, I like that. I want to order something before I forget. Because by the time I walk into
It's like nice and unique. Once a year that have like a sustainability focus. So they do their projects doing millions of dollars a year. Just sustainability.
Yeah. I mean, everyone needs to be aware. So.
How you doing?
Hello. Hi, how are you? Do you want to show us what you have over here?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. This is Everett and Rudy.
Yeah, Rudy.
Yep.
I just met earlier.
Okay. What is this here?
Gives of access packaging.
Packaging.
Yes.
All right. So talk to us about it. What's the? You do all kind of packaging.
All kinds.
All right.
Yes.
And this is for people who want to send out subscription models, or I'm trying to pitch this for you. Want to help me out there? Pimpin'?
Any kinds.
Well, luxury too. If I look at it.
Okay.
No, I'm looking at it right now. Talking about it, but I'm looking right now. I'm talking to you about this packaging.
This is a video.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Video access.
All right.
Awesome. Thank
So
you so
somebody
much.
has a presentation, they want to send it and put a video in it.
Yes. You can put your own video.
This is good. And for a birthday party, come on out. We're gonna be hanging out. Another one. There we go.
He's in the groove now.
Woo, there we go. Oh.
Here we go.
All right. Now you're warming up, man. Now you're warming up. Yeah.
All custom boxes.
You had a slow fuse on you before. All right, here we go. Let's see. Now you won't stop. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
Open it.
Let's take a photo.
Okay. Let's do all the things you want to do.
Yeah.
All right there. Okay. All right, and see that? We got that done. All right, cool.
Thank you so much.
I'm just trying to know your name over here. What's your company name?
Brothers Box.
All right, Brothers Box. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm gonna get this card. These are my team, so get your card. All right. And well, that was uncomfortable. All right.
We're heading over.
Innovative cuts.
So we're gonna go through the middle of here. So we have two different sides: innovation and smart, trends as well. So that's the topics we're covering. On the right is your smart. On the left is trends.
On the right is
the smart, like the tech product.
Products.
And the left is trends. A lot of these categories, though, they intertwine. A lot of these suppliers are also sustainable and are technology smart products.
And they're all verified.
Yes, all verified suppliers. They all use trade assurance.
What does verified mean for those who don't know? And when it comes to Alibaba,
They're a loyal supplier. You can trust them. You can make sure that you'll get your money back if any issues. They've been in the company for a while, so they're a verified supplier. Exactly what it sounds like. They're verified. You can trust them. We trust them.
I believe there's some insurance you can do.
Yep, so
stuff
that's
like
part
that.
of trade assurance as well.
All right, so why don't you tell us what we're looking at over here?
Okay, so do you see anything that catches your eye that you want to stop at? This is a company that does clothing. It's a trending clothing company. They're from Mexico.
You said it's a trending clothing?
Yeah, so let's step over there. We can check out what they've got.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
And we'll let you tell us a little bit about it.
Hey, how are you? Hey, how you doing?
Everett. Nice to meet you.
Everett, this is Everett. You said Rudy over here. All right, Ramon, you want to tell us
what you got? Yeah.
Yeah, what you got?
High quality, high durability, and comfortable workwear. We do 1 million garments per year.
1 million garments per year. Okay.
In 15 cities. Okay. In Mexico, we're based out of Guadalajara, and in the U.S., we're based out of Texas.
Okay. And what is the unique selling proposition? Is it that you source it, more affordable, the quality, you get it there quicker? I don't know. People could go to one piece, 70. What is the reason why?
Well, we don't have a minimum order quantity.
No minimum.
No minimum, and our niche is as I mentioned, quality, and we have fast delivery times because it's made in Mexico and delivered in the U.S.
Okay.
And our niche are companies, so workwear and corporate apparel for companies.
And so you customize the pieces?
Yeah, everything. We can embroider it with your company logo. We do polo shirts, t-shirts, jackets. We have a t-shirt with technology spandex, which is like delicious. I don't know what you feel it.
Is most of your business B2B?
selling on the business?
Like 97% is B2B. We also sell on our website.
Sure, this is a great quality shirt. A little Hispanic in it.
And it works out cheaper than US compared. In the US, it's a lot cheaper.
The price is completely cheaper than the big.
I order, I don't know, 10 dozen.
10 dozen, it's around $10 per with embroidery
That's
and
good.
delivery.
With embroidery. Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right.
And we have like shirts with stretch, jackets, and
good stuff.
Yeah.
All right, man.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for stopping by.
I'm gonna take the mic back from you. Thank you.
I just want to get that one to Simone for merch.
Okay.
Maybe she'll order. She'll check them out.
Yeah.
Give the camera a little time to back up. So on the right here, we also have aroma diffusers. I don't know if
What
you
is
guys are
this?
into that. The aroma diffusers makes your room smell good.
Sure,
This one right here.
Okay.
So they have some nice
I can't talk about that, but they can probably. I'm
Is
a
that of
face of a
interest?
brand. Yeah, let's
Hello,
look at it.
how are you? Could you give them a little brief on what you have, what kind of products you have here? I'll give you the microphone.
We are the manufacturer of aroma diffusers, and we have worked in this industry for 14 years. And we are the third company in China who manufacture these kind of products. And we start with commercial use machine first, and then in these few years, we are kind of spread into the home market.
They're very modern.
These
right?
are what we are manufacturing right now.
Where you manufacture out of Shenzhen? Where are you guys?
At Guangzhou.
Guangzou.
Yeah, we're tower diffusers.
And how much
wireless.
do these cost on average?
From 20 to 60.
That's good. Wow. Yeah.
For the tower diffuser, and also we have the plug-in one that you can easily use.
Oh, cool.
Use the essential oil also.
Yeah, I like it.
Love the design.
Yeah, they're very cool. Sleek, right?
And you said that's a new one, right? That's
It's like
a
a 5-star hotel feel.
And also, it's also a cute one.
I remember my college days, I was putting like
Yeah,
the
the
little,
shitty one.
the shitty scent.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gift, like Christmas gift.
Oh, that is cute. Yeah.
If you want to change the
Wow, that's
clothing,
cool.
to you can carry to the holder.
Yeah, I can see it. Nice.
Stuff like this does kills it on Kickstarter. Like really like on
And now
Kickstarter.
like TikTok shop and stuff.
Right,
That's,
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Okay, let's walk over to the left because this one is very niche, but they custom like fixtures.
Oh, these are
Yeah,
cool.
you can
Wow.
see the gray ghost.
So you
It's
can
like
get a custom
all
boat.
custom. So a lot of companies
Wow.
use them to make these like custom sculptures.
Okay, so this one. This is
Yeah, over here.
Yeah, let's check that. I mean, I used to love all those but world leading local decor since 1999. What's happening? Hey, on a man, this is really around here. There you go, man.
Nice.
So what is this?
We custom build all model, ship model.
Really?
We also have airplane, train.
And do you make them as in, a lot of people like to get their own vehicles made in that way, right? Do you do that, the replication of a vehicle they have, or it's toys for kids, or it's, decor?
We do a little bit of everything. So we do, like all you see, we do popular model.
Okay.
And we stock them, but we also custom build. So we custom build like yacht or car.
But are they single, like unique orders or
piece by
bespoke? Yeah,
Piece by piece. So I mean,
order one piece.
All right, so if I had a regular truck, Escalade,
Yes.
I said I want you to make a copy of that. Can you do that? And how much would that be?
We do that. Custom build starting like about $2,500
Okay.
for custom, but depend on the detail and the
size.
custom for the size.
So this would be about 25.
So this one is about 25.
But then for like this company, would you mass produce them? Would you be able to mass produce them? Because that company, I'm sure, would say I want 100 of those.
Okay, for this one, like we build you a prototype first.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then after
Do you make molds?
Did not lot more people. It's all by hand.
No, but for the prototype. But then do you make a mold after that or no?
We do by hand. So we make a prototype. That means that so that you approve. You approve it. That 100 pieces the same.
And how long would the take 100 pieces to be made by hand and shipped to me?
It's like, for example, this one, it took us like about 5 months.
Okay.
It's like
So
a
there's
corporate
a lot of
gift.
crap.
A lot of gifts. It's all like
That's
high-end.
excellent.
Good start.
Yeah.
That is great.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, what is this food truck thing here?
So he makes these custom trucks. So you can, if you have a company that you want to give an ice cream shop or whatever it is, you can buy one of his trucks and then customize it.
You can customize an ice cream. You can just cut. Okay.
Yes, anything that you
so
want. But
what is this called?
Hi.
All right,
Hello,
okay. Hi, you know how you pronounce the name?
Yeah, our brand is Oriental Shimao.
Okay.
This is Jack. Yeah, nice to meet you. You know, we are professionals, specially produce the full trailer and RV trailer. Yeah, we are one-stop service of full trailer manufacturer from China. And this time we show two full trailers. This one is the middle solution. Can sell the ice cream, tacos, burgers, everything. Yeah, and Playa can make the snails and salad. Yeah, can sell everything. And we are first company to get. Yeah, our customer can get VIN number and the registration on the.
Okay. Yeah. So what is a trailer like this? What would that cost?
The cost?
What would my cost be? I want to order a trailer like this. How much would I cost to? How much would it cost me, and how long would it take you to send it to me?
You know, yeah. You know, the full trailer is a customized product. Yeah, we can customize from 3 meter to 11 meter.
This one,
like this one, our starting price from 10,000 to 40,000 because inside have different
I
price.
understand.
Yeah,
but everything, the stoves and machines. But and stuff is in the market generally. Stove, everything else, burners.
Yeah.
What is the delivery time?
We have a semi-finished check everything, so our time months.
1 month.
Yeah.
Crazy. 2 months. All right.
Totally, the check 2 months. We have also parts. Yeah, it's a beautiful city. City like Miami.
Absolutely. And and like he said, Everett said, how long would you? The price, yes.
Price, the expensive. Shipping time, right? Shipping cost.
No, price. Shipping cost.
Shipping cost roughly from 5,000 to 8,000 now.
5 to 8. All right.
5,000.
Yeah.
To 8,000. Different seaport is different shipping costs now.
Okay, depending if you put it on a half
Yeah,
container.
because we are working with different shipping company.
This fits in a container?
Yeah, 20 feet container can fit 1. 40 feet container can fit 3.
2.
Yeah, 3. Yeah, can save the shipping.
All right, and here are some of the. Here's the variety, right?
We can.
So you actually have some with. Is this an engine?
Yeah,
actually have a full engine on it.
This he said 4 and 10.
That's electric.
Electric.
That's electric.
Yeah.
All right.
With the engine and the power and battery, can drive around.
All right. Very good.
Yeah.
All right.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, we're gonna go around to the other side.
Ted, this is the upgrade for your son.
Yeah.
And full container.
We have a lot more variety than we had before. So we have 33 suppliers. Last year, I think we had about half of that.
Okay.
So a lot going on over here.
All right. You just tell us where to stop.
Hi.
Hi. Hi. You tell us where to stop.
Yeah, we'll just keep walking because.
What is this? I've been seeing these all over.
Okay,
These have been taking over the internet. All right.
Our pergola, like electric pergola.
Want to tell us a little bit about it?
This is our pergola by electric, and it can be open and closed on top.
Go ahead.
Yeah, remote control. We can.
Is it open?
totally
It's closing right. It's opening right now.
Yeah.
This is closing.
Oh no, yeah.
Now it's closing. Yeah.
Oh wow.
And you can put your like house garden, backyard, and balcony, like everywhere you can put. Yeah, just enjoy the outdoor.
So this is just for outdoor, and then you have these. You make this as well.
This is a tiny house, just a house. Everything included, like toilet, bathroom. like bedroom.
Yeah, I've been seeing these for around 40 to 50,000.
Yeah, around, something along like that.
And what is the? Well, they just drop them off, and then you have to put everything else in.
Yeah.
And how much is shipping?
But the shipping, we need to use special container to load it. It's around 12,000 US dollars.
How much?
12,000.
12.
Yeah.
So was that in the cost?
Yeah.
What was the total cost shipping?
Yeah.
Total cost with the house, shipping included.
It's around 50,000 US dollars.
50,000. Okay.
Yeah. But
How
everything
big is something? Is it this size? What's the size of it?
it's 36 feet the length and 11 feet breadth.
Okay.
Yeah.
400
It's around maybe 400 square feet. Yeah.
Very good. And what's the time to get them, or do you have some already in the U.S.?
No, we sent from China directly, and production time around 25 days.
Wow.
Yeah, shipping time around 40 days, so totally like 2 months.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. And what is this unit?
This we call it pergola, aluminum pergola. It's like gazebo.
How much?
It's like 3,000 US dollars.
3,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good. And you have these already here in U.S., so you have to ship this too.
Yeah, we did a lot of projects in US, like Los Angeles, like New York, like
Yeah,
New
it's so
York,
nice.
Orlando,
I can use that right now. It's not that. So I was expecting this to be a lot more expensive.
No.
Yeah,
very,
you're
very
very
cool.
crazy. 10 grand in the US.
Great. Thank you.
I love it.
Yeah, thank you.
You got it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There's a supplier on the left here called Healy that we should stop at.
More, are you gonna talk
They
about?
do all the jerseys for all the big sporting.
They were here last year, right?
Yeah, they were here last year, so you saw them. But maybe Rudy and Everett, you'd find some interest in
Okay.
sports realm.
Yeah.
So Healy
Hey guys,
does.
what's happening?
They're like the
You wanna
go-to
go forward?
for.
What's happening? How
all
you
of the
doing?
sports.
What's happening? Oh, what's up?
All right, let's step over here.
Hi, Everett.
Just checking on you. Oh,
very nice to meet
I'm
you.
gonna give you a mic so they can hear you and tell you a little about it.
This is real?
These all silver models.
Yeah.
We do have because we know that next year because our company niche is very special in the soccer field. So next year with the Mexico, USA, and Canada coming back here again. So that's why I think this is the second time in the CoCreate, and I think it's first it's a very good opportunity for us to show. But
the big sports teams or smaller sports teams, or
we do both.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to show them the latest one you were showing me the other day?
Yeah, and also here we have some like a nice product from inspired. For example, this is the 2024 European champion. So the team they create something as an inspiration for that.
And how much do these sell for?
This one for is a little bit like because this is a project we work with the in the studio.
I saw them here last year. They were one of my favorite vendors.
The quality is great.
Last year, it's really good quality. Yeah.
And you guys are working directly with the teams and then selling that to the greater consumer after. Or how does that work?
The time we were doing with some kind of like vendors.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so they can reach out to us, but they can for them they can correct the needs request, and they send to us, and they can when they receive the product they can give it to the team, and also if they want they have some proper service here. So it be better. Sometimes we directly contact with the team because the team will be. It's not easy to get some kind of like a service in time. Yeah.
Where you guys based?
We're in Guangzhou. Yeah, China.
Cool.
From China.
So you can attract it to the red.
Yeah, right on looking at it.
Yeah.
We actually got for my company. We did custom jerseys. They're really cool. Not from here, but we did nice quality.
I'm hosting like my entire company in Brooklyn, like people all around the world.
That's what we did. Yeah.
I would love to do like jerseys.
Yeah, we did it. It was cool. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Very cool. Great to meet you. Yeah, good to meet you. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, we got these. Look, these are all custom red ones that I
Thank you.
got.
All right. A little bit more. Got a jewelry vendor over here.
Okay.
Really cool lab grown and non-lab grown as well. But it's gonna be on the lab, so you can stop. But if there's anything else that you
Dude,
want,
everyone, the lab grown's crazy. I looked at it.
there's actually Italian Thailand. It's really cool stuff here.
Okay.
Really beautiful stuff. I'm gonna give you a mic so you can tell a little bit. I love this supplier. So
yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Tell us a little about what your products are.
Basically, we do end-to-end projects. We cater a number of hotel brands, and we can finish all projects, residential or hotels,
Okay.
or just city house.
You want to
These
show
are
them
All Italy.
This guy owns a castle.
I did.
That will be good.
Yeah.
Where's your castle, really?
Near Asheville.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can.
Yeah. It's nice. It's good.
That's sick.
We also have this technology. It's a 2 centimeter tile, which is cut it like marble. And if you use it for kitchen countertop, you can put induction hob under, and you can put directly on surface.
Oh wow.
You cook directly.
That's cool.
Now, what's the cost of like if you have a full-size kitchen, you want to put this in your kitchen? What's that going to cost a normal person?
Oh well, like a kitchen, for example, 5 meter kitchen with a 5 meter island, it will cost you around 7,000 euros.
This one.
Yes.
Not bad at all.
Yes. No, it's not there.
Yeah.
It's less expensive than marble.
Yeah. It looks really good.
Yes, and it's stainless. It's antibacterial. It's a good material.
Oh,
Yes.
very nice to meet you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give you this back.
So we have some more sportswear.
I like that. I like my bright colors.
Want to stop over here?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Designed by
Wow.
Yeah. It is polyester.
Crazy AI designed all these. Yeah.
AI design. High technology. Yeah.
That's crazy, huh?
It's sound protection and you can build it.
You can go online and design with AI, or we tell you what we want, and then you send the design.
Yeah, of course. You can give us design, and you can tell what you want, and we use AI and the designer to command.
And how much are these if you want those?
And these are just one-of-one pieces, or do you have to do it in like bulk, or?
The MOQ is 100 pieces. 100.
And how much are they?
How much? For MOQ, for 100 pieces?
Yeah.
About $10. No, yes. We do this for 16 years.
$10.
Yeah,
Crazy.
We cooperate with Alibaba for
These are
11 years.
$70. These
Where are you guys based out? Where do you do your manufacturing?
Guangzhou, China. Yeah.
I got to order some for my company.
Thanks. Okay.
Yeah, we have a red. So.
We have presents for you.
Oh, thank you. Let me come back after. I'll come back after. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a nice day.
$10.
Okay, let's move over to the Supplier. They do lab grown, iced out, custom jewelry.
You pay.
So we'll head over here.
Let's
Get a lot of cool custom pieces that he brought specifically for
okay.
the event. Sorry guys, we're doing a live stream. Can we get in here really quick? Hi, good. How are you? I'm gonna give you the mic so you can tell us about your jewelry and show our guests what you have.
I have some customers. What can I do for them?
Okay, so what do we have here?
Yes, also.
Okay, do you want to show them or do you want me to show them?
Sure.
Okay, so they have custom pieces.
Yeah,
they do all of this custom iced out, and you can give them your designer watch and they'll ice out if you want to do lab grown on your watch. They can do that as well.
So this is lab grown or moissanite?
Yeah, lab grown, but they all do real diamonds, but they only have the lab grown here right now. Okay. Of course. But
Where are you based? Huh? Where are you based? Where you live? Yeah, China, Guangzhou. Yeah. Yeah. Custom some special panda. And CC cat.
I don't think I can pull well.
I think you
Maybe with the red coat.
Hi, everyone.
So I'm pretty TT. I'm here trying to partner with Be Real Company. Of course, they're on Alibaba. They work with all type of people, U.S., all over the country, even some famous artists that you know that we cannot name, just for privacy purposes. Shipping for them, turnaround time, I would say take around 3 weeks or so. And we're actually trying to start some business plans here with this vendor. So I'm super excited. I live in Florida, so pieces like this and jewelry like this is very popular in that area, especially Florida, Atlanta, and all those types of places that I'm tapped into. And I feel like this would be a great team for me to partner with.
So we got a real buyer.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm ready to resell and get things going. Oh, sure, marketing.
Exactly.
Of course, and I'm pretty TT. This is Raphael, and we're just happy to be here.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Let's keep it rolling. Yeah. She's a good rep. All right. And the last supplier here on the left, they also do lab-grown jewelry, more for women, but obviously still very cool, beautiful stuff. The yellow diamonds, stunning. They have the new collection all in the center here. But do you want to tell us a little bit about what you guys have on display?
Yeah, then these are the colored lab-grown diamonds setting in the 18-karat gold, and then those ones are the white lab-grown diamonds, white color, all 18 carats. We are is custom order and the fast delivery time around 7 to 10.
7.
Yeah, one piece.
How much are they per carat?
This one, it depends on the color and clarity.
Of course.
For example, for the 1 carat rounds, only around 200 rounds. With the IJ certificates also can pass.
How much? How per carat? Average.
For example, D color, the top quality, D color VVS is 200 rounds. US dollar, yeah.
No, $200?
Yeah, yeah.
That can't be right.
Yeah.
You sure?
That's like a 10%.
About 2,000.
Yeah, it's $2,000
for lab grown. Are we sure?
The lab-grown diamond, yeah.
Yeah, but it's usually $1,000.
$1,000
per. No.
200.
But that's not real. That's crazy.
One. Lightweight.
Crazy. You get that. Even classy.
Did you also just so they have their designer, which is
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
lovely. You have Alan.
Yeah.
Is he here? Yeah, right
now. Oh, this year he's not here.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's all of our suppliers. We're going to
Okay.
show you one other section, AI sourcing agent, and we have a rep there that's going to tell you more about what that is about.
Yes.
We've got a crowd going at CoCreate right now. So this is AI sourcing agent, this booth here. I think we're waiting for a couple more.
Awesome. Thanks.
Okay, so go over to this booth. This is just launched at CoCreate. We have a rep to tell you about it.
Okay.
It's like the it thing. AI, obviously everyone's talking about it, and this is our new launch. So
I'm still on 250.
we'll swing around over here and show you the booth.
We talked about last year.
Yeah, if you guys want to stand over here. Okay, so this is the AI sourcing agent booth.
Hi.
This is a new feature. Yes, and she's going to tell you a little bit about it.
Hi, Mila. I'm so happy to introduce to our AI.
You can actually hold the mic if that's easier.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. Yeah. So I would like to try our inspiration tool first. So, I don't think it's.
So you can just hold it.
I'm trying to operate. She got to get to the computer.
So, what to sell is always the first and the occasional question: how to start business. Let's see how it works. Yeah, ideas of the earbuds.
Yeah. So our sourcing agent will do the marketing analysis and find the potential bestsellers for you. Now we can see that the data is based on retailing platforms, and also we will suggest you some business solutions for you. Like you want to the new product resell or just to find a niche potential markets. I'll go for a niche market. So let's apply. Let's see. So the AI agent will recommend you many clusters, right? And also we will put on the very systematic indicators on it, such like niche store and also the unit price from retail and wholesale price. Now you can calculate the active gross margin, right? And also it's very important for you to know the sales trend, right? And also you have the view of the top products, right? So let's see more. Actually, we will not only analyze this data, we also across the web, especially on the social media and the reviews. That's why we can know the opportunity. That's because we get more insights from the negative reviews and unmet needs. That's why we can customize a product, right? Because you get insights from the negative reviews, and we can improve that. Yeah.
So I can chat with it. Say I want to do a ping headphone line, and it will tell me.
Sure. Yeah. So we do the source agent, and we already put on the source strategy. You can see that it's a combination of image search, and also we give you very detailed and comprehensive. And you can add more, requirements through chat. Yeah.
It's almost like a product market fit tool. Like
Yeah.
Especially for beginners when they don't know how to navigate it and they don't know. Yeah, it's great.
You can do start before just to get some inspirations. Yeah.
And this is mostly for new people trying to get on the platform, get their first products going. It's great.
Especially good for startups, right?
Because they don't know what to look for.
This could be really great for Kickstarter creators, just knowing. So I tell people all the time, like, not every idea is a great idea, and like being able to do that, use Kickstarter, putting on Alibaba.
Yeah, all the analytics is good because there's analytic softwares that are external, but now it's better. There's a little more.
Because you can see the estimated margin, right? And you can see the trends. Whether it's going to well. Yeah.
Without having to figure it out. Yeah, that's very smart.
And I will show you the pair.
Okay.
The browsing, you have to do too much selection, research, and comparison, right? Now the AI will do it for you. Like this, we just add to compare many things. Let's see how it works.
Oh, comparison pricing, I like that.
Yeah. Actually, it's more than compare. Let's see.
But it's going to be a little bit more, right?
Yeah, a little bit more. Yeah, with AI. I think it's due to the pro-networking. Sorry. Let's go this.
Is this built on the same website or it's a second?
Yeah, currently it's an Inventor website, but we will incorporate into Alibaba.com.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you just sign up. So
it's free. Yeah.
And it's exclusive here, right? Everyone is going to give everyone unlimited time to
do the compare. So we will find more similar products, and we only choose one with a main advantage. Yeah, not
that is
everything.
cool. Yeah, it shows minimum order quantity, delivery times.
All this, why we recommend this is these are top selections, and all the quick notes, pros and cons. We generate all the information from not only from the product detail, but also from the company profile. So you can see it's a comparison not only between products, but only between suppliers, and you can see the detail there. We highlighted all the differentiators there.
Yeah,
so that's better for your quicker decision making. Yes.
That's great.
Yeah.
Poor virtual assistants. You put them out of a job.
Last but not least, we have you can send inquiries, and we already.
Oh, you can mass send it. That's cool.
Yeah, and we already just put on your specifications here, so you need to type more. So that's it.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much for the demo.
Yeah. And one more thing. You are happy to, everybody, you are happy to join the wait list because they are limited. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is a QR code to join it, only at CoCreate exclusive.
Yeah.
So before it's launched.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Hope you like it.
Yes, great.
Doing one more tour of one other thing that we have in the far back. This is something that we did with some of our influencers. I'll give you the quick brief on it while we walk over there. This was our big stunt of CoCreate. It's called the Dream Cart. We did something last year called the Dream Car. This year we're doing a shopping cart. We gave 7 different influencers $1,000 to shop on Alibaba.com, and basically they come up with whatever kind of shop, their dream shop that they wanted to open. You can go in front of me.
Thanks.
We're tight here.
Yes.
CoCreate. But yeah, so we gave them $1,000 and they could shop on Alibaba. We were trying to give up the message that it's as easy as online shopping. So you can just add things to your cart, which is why we have the Dream Cart. You can see we're rolling up on it. Yeah, so it's just as easy as just shopping.
Yeah.
Click and add to your cart, purchase. Sourcing, everyone has this idea that it's super difficult.
It's
but
really
we're trying to
cool. Yeah.
make it simple. So yeah, this is the cart. 7 different influencers. You might recognize some of the names. And they had $1,000 to create this dream store. And then it's all different themes. So you've got a nail salon. We can go up to it and take a closer look. But yeah, so we've got nail salon. There's a pet store in here. We can walk around and see, but there's like all these different.
But these are pre-made products, right? So
yeah,
it's not
so
customized.
they added it. They purchased it off Alibaba.com.
Yeah.
And curated their own store.
Okay, got it.
So it's all Alibaba.com products, and they only had $1,000 and created an entire store out of it.
Wow.
So yeah.
I built a new 3,000 square foot studio in my office, and we did 8 rooms, different rooms, and one of the rooms was an esports room.
Oh, okay.
And we spent probably $5,000 on decorating it with all esports and toys and stuff, and it would have cost me like $40,000 if I had ordered it in the US, but I got it on Alibaba.
There you go.
And I got it all, and
our whole message is simplifying sourcing. So we're trying to tell everyone it's not that hard to source.
Well, what's funny is it was the same stuff on Amazon, but it was like a quarter of the price. So and
all crossover. So this is the Dream Cart. We made it into one big cart, all their ideas into one, and this is the last stop on our tour. So
I love it. Very cool.
Want to show you guys.
It's really cool.
All right. You guys think our tour is over. All right. We're gonna go to break now. Thank you again for the tour, for being on my tour, and for being here.
Thank you.
Breaks. Thank you.
What's your day look like?
Busy.
Did you need me to pick Ethan up from soccer today?
Yes, please.
Hustle up, let's go.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. I started Honeybug in my garage. I had been in the corporate grind for almost 17 years. I always felt slightly unfulfilled because there was just something lacking in terms of that ability to create something that was truly mine and something that was authentic to me. The idea of Honeybug really came to me when I found myself rushing from one big box retailer to another, trying to come up with thoughtful, creative gifts that I could show my friends that I cared, but in a way that could be convenient and fast and something that was conducive to a working mom. We are laser focused on packaging. It is the essence of what the company is. There is that moment where you are opening up a package or a box and you don't know what's inside it. That is a really fun sort of like dopamine inducing experience. There's something about that moment, maybe it's from when we were kids, when you're opening something on Christmas morning, having that experience replicated in one of the most important moments in somebody's life is really important to us. Once we started to take off, we were like, that's it. We actually have to have packaging that meets what our brand is. My initial reaction when I went on Alibaba.com was, there's just no way it's going to be this easy. And it really was that easy. Within 24 hours, we had quotes. We had a new factory that was helping us with the boxes. They had done mock-ups. They sent us exact materials we wanted. They had made it better. And by the way, it was like 1/8 the cost. After that, we did, I will say, become a little addicted to Alibaba.com. We would go to them and say, we have this wrapping paper. Could we make pre-cut? Yes, of course. We were constantly learning, but it's nice to have a partner that actually knew what they were doing. We truly would have not been able to scale the business with the costs associated with our old packaging. Alibaba.com really brought that to life for us so that we could show our customers how much we appreciated them with these special touches. It really does blow my mind how it's come so far. Seeing my kids running through the warehouse and believing that they too can create this and that people will support them in it, it is what makes me go on every single day. I had wanted for 17 years to create my own brand and to build a family business. Alibaba.com made it easier to do it my way.
So this is really special because we're on our way back to Bethany Beach where this whole thing began with my mom and dad. In 1998, the Wanderers started with my parents. They were sitting on the boardwalk of Bethany Beach and they watched a mom by herself with 3 kids coming off the beach and they were miserable. They also have 6 kids and said they knew the struggles of going to the beach with all your stuff. And so they ended up going up to the condo and napkin sketching out this lounger that if you flipped it up, it became like a dolly. My dad got it patented and then it sat on the shelf because they couldn't figure out how to take it to market. When Stace and I got together, I thought about my mom and dad's invention and said, what if I could take this thing to market? She said, maybe we could do this together.
We wanted to make a product that was all encompassing of everybody's needs.
OME Gear stands for Oceans, Mountains, Earth. Our flagship product, the Wanderer, is a multifunctional product. It's a camping cot, lounger, low beach chair, high camping chair, and a cart that carries up to 150 pounds of gear.
When creating the Wanderer, we went to an engineering firm in the U.S. They were supposed to build it for manufacturing, and they did not. And so Jules and I are like, what are we going to do? Because we needed to get product to our customers, and we couldn't get in touch with our manufacturers. So that's when we really hit Alibaba.com and just started doing a lot of research and just started trying to meet manufacturers.
I remember the first time I discovered Alibaba.com. I found resources that just literally blew my mind.
Yeah.
We did a lot of RFQs where they would send us quotes and we connected with manufacturers who were able to send us over parts and pieces so we could actually see and touch and feel it. So then in 2010, we transformed it into something that felt more current for the time. Relationships matter so much to me, and many of the manufacturers that we connected with, we're still in touch with. Alibaba.com literally opens you up to the world of manufacturing, and that's powerful.
A lot of the manufacturers love to have inventors come in and say, here's what I need, and they'll create it. So Alibaba.com has just been an incredible resource for us in our business. When Jules and I met, we became a force. A lot of people call us the dynamic duo. We are very much stronger together. I would not have picked this company back up if it weren't for her by my side. In 2020, Jules looked at me and she said, "How much do you believe in this?" And I was like, "With all my heart." And she said, "All we have left is our home." And so we sold our home. We leveraged it all because of what we believe, that it's not about a product, it's about a mission that we have together. Alibaba.com made it easier to do it our way.
Hey everyone, get ready with me to go to the warehouse. Alright, so I did my glam a little bit off camera, but now I'm just gonna touch up my blush real quick. You guys know you can never have too much blush. Just a quick little touch up, nothing too crazy. Boss Up really did start with a love and a passion for makeup. I really do think it's an art form, and I love to express it through my brand. All of my lip glosses have woman empowerment names. So we have Visionary, Girl Boss, Empire, Positivity, Self-Made, Hustle, Boss Babe. And I'm just trying to put the message out there that it doesn't matter your age, your race, or whatever, you can do whatever you put your mind to. Hola, ¿cómo están? We're a family-owned business, so I'm very proud to say that. I'm very grateful to have them with me. Right now, they're my only employees. When my mom quit her job, the brand was growing rapidly. I was by myself in my little office. When orders kept coming in and it was starting to get very, very overwhelming, she made the decision to just quit it and come with me. Without her, Boss Up Cosmetics would not be where it is today. I'm very, very grateful to have her by my side through everything that I do. When I started, I was getting unbranded basic tubes online, and I was printing vinyl stickers of Boss Up Cosmetics and putting it on the tube. But once I saw that my brand was trying to grow, I wanted something more custom. So I joined Alibaba.com and I just started exploring. It really did open up a door of like endless possibilities. And it made me realize that there's more ways to customize my packaging and my brand and make it a lot more clean. I really love the trade assurance aspect of it as well. It really does help me shop with ease and have a lot of confidence and a lot of peace of mind knowing that in case anything goes wrong, we're covered. There's just so much that I can do. It's so much that I haven't done that I want to do, and I want to explore all that. Alibaba.com has been such a huge blessing in my brand. I definitely know that whatever I need, I'm covered with them. Hi everyone, welcome. All right guys, this first order is for Bianca. Like in the past year and a half, it's just been going go really quickly, and I'm very, very grateful for it. I love your videos and your products, hoping you can convince my parents to buy them from here. Girl, tell them that they're amazing and they won't regret it. We've sold over 300,000 lip oils in less than a year. I started this business in my grandma's kitchen table with only $27, and it's grown to be like a multi-million-dollar brand, which is insane to think about. My family is a big part of that. They're always with me by my side. There's a quote that I love. It says, "Don't you want to see what happens when you don't give up?" Alibaba.com made it easier to do it my way.
Introducing Alibaba Guaranteed, a selection of products that you can order directly with guaranteed shipping included, fixed prices, delivery dates, and money back for order issues. No back and forth with suppliers. You'll know the cost per piece and the total price with the shipping included before placing an order. No worries about shipment delays. Your order will be delivered via Alibaba.com logistics by the guaranteed delivery date, or you will receive 10% compensation for the delay. No hassle with returns and refunds. Alibaba.com will communicate with the suppliers on your behalf, so you get your money back for missing deliveries and defective or damaged products. Plus, free returns to local warehouses in your area if the product is defective. The Alibaba Guaranteed logo is your cue to identify an Alibaba Guaranteed product. Order direct with confidence via guaranteed shipping included prices, delivery dates, and money back, all with Alibaba Guaranteed products. Are you new to the app and wondering how can I locate the ideal product from millions of offerings of over 200,000 suppliers worldwide? Well, check out 2 ways to search for products on Alibaba.com. First, you can search by keywords. But choosing the right keyword for the product you have in mind can often be a complicated and mind-boggling process, especially if you're searching for the first time. But no worries, just like other search tools. Simply type in the relevant keywords under products and use the drop-down list with suggested trending searches to auto-complete your search query quickly and more efficiently. On the top of the result page, you can either filter for products that are customizable or ready to ship. There are also other filters, a verified supplier, and product-specific attributes that can help you refine your search results even more. Apply the verified supplier filter to see products offered by third-party verified suppliers only. Use the top keyword rankings of the product-specific attributes to get the most relevant search results. The filters icon on the top right, next to the search box, lets you specify your search even more, with options like minimum order quantity, price range, category, origin and destination of shipments, and a list of dynamic filters on product-specific attributes. And guess what? You can also search by image. Have you ever come across a picture on social media or something in real life and thought, this would make a great product for my business? Then our image search function can definitely help you from there. Just tap the camera icon in the search box where you can either snap a shot or upload an image. Our image search engine can help you quickly recognize and identify by deep diving into every variation and give you a list of the most relevant product suggestions. To get the best result, just make sure the image you upload is clear with the product placed in the center of the background. A bonus tip for comparing things like suppliers' pricing, qualifications, services during your search is using Find Similar, our new AI search tool. With just one tap on the bottom left icon and the product thumbnail image, Find Similar allows you to quickly and easily find and compare similar products and streamline your sourcing process. Search, filter, stock up. Global trade can be highly unpredictable, especially when sourcing online. You want your purchase to be secure, delivered on time, and in the agreed upon condition. Introducing Trade Assurance on Alibaba.com, a comprehensive purchase protection program that protects you from payment to delivery, so you can source for your business with confidence every step of the way. Trade Assurance covers your order made on and only on Alibaba.com, and you get compensated if the agreed terms are not met. Ready to explore your trade assurance protections? Pay with peace of mind, knowing all payments made through Alibaba.com are encrypted, secure, and can be processed as quickly as 2 hours. Choose from a range of payment options and currencies, whether you're paying directly or later with our flexible payment terms. Your payment will be held in escrow. meaning the funds will be released to the supplier after you confirm the order has been delivered in the expected state. Manage your inventory as planned, knowing your orders are guaranteed to be delivered on time. And in the unlikely event of any inconsistencies in delivery times, product quality, or other agreed upon terms, we will help you reach a satisfactory resolution, including refunds or compensation. Be extra assured if you need additional support. We bring it home with a range of after-sales services. The Shield logo is your cue to identify a trade assurance supplier. On a product page, look for Protection with Trade Assurance to see what's covered and negotiate with the supplier on specific terms. Keep in mind, you can only get protection with trade assurance on Alibaba.com when you keep all your communication and transactions with the supplier on the platform. Protect your online business from payment to delivery with trade assurance, trusted by millions of buyers.
With Shark Tank, it was like the first sort of in-person pitch. And it's like, oh my God, what are we going to wear? It was stressful to figure out. In the end, it's just a conversation that you're having with other people, us in a room of investors, which is being recorded for millions to see.
So one of the trends that we recently did on TikTok was a clip of us on Shark Tank with the caption that says, us on Shark Tank for millions to watch, with our caption saying, our families at home cheering us on. And we've just had so much support on that one because I think it really struck a nerve with people, which was like, it's very vulnerable. It shows, I think, our personality in a different way than our other TikToks have.
I think my parents asked to watch the episode like 20 times.
Also, a lot of people always say to me that they really admire our confidence for putting ourselves out there. So it always makes me emotional, and I'm like, oh no, I'm weeping. Don't talk about this.
We both grew up in New Delhi and were there till the age of 17. Growing up, my parents would find me in different corners of our home, in a corner, and they'll ask me what I'm doing, and I'd always say doing, aka drawing. So I've been very, very interested in the creative from the start.
For me, I just love the art and architecture in New Delhi. It has such a rich cultural background. So very inspired by that through growing up and before coming to Parsons. I thought I would study architecture, but it was only when I came here, discovered industrial design, which was the program that Shalom and I met in. We found a UNICEF competition about 3 months after we graduated, and we entered that competition and to our surprise ended up winning.
The UNICEF Wearables for Good Challenge highlighted problems that mothers and infants around the world were facing. So one of the statistics that they highlighted was how 1.5 million children under the age of 5 died due to infectious illnesses, and a majority of these can be prevented by the simple act of washing hands with soap.
It was a very immediate reaction. It was like, what if it was a soap and a pen? And we just thought it was more fun, and we wanted to focus on something that was around play and gamification.
We believe that play shapes culture. It's how kids develop empathy, unleash curiosity, imagination, and creativity. And that's the ethos behind SoapN, as well as all our future products.
Since the UNICEF competition, there's definitely been a roller coaster, but our highlight was being on Shark Tank in October of 21, which completely changed the trajectory of the business. And we got so many new customers and such amazing feedback. Now we're at a stage where we can expand the single product that we had into a brand and bring in more products. Shub does a lot of the social media. PR has been one of the main drivers for us to get attention to the brand, whereas for me, I focus much more on production, packaging, procurement, supply chain. Working with our vendors through Alibaba.com has been a godsend for our business. I truly don't think we would be able to develop our product without it.
Alibaba vendors are problem solvers like us.
They're able to support us in staying competitive from a price perspective. Funding the company as female entrepreneurs has been challenging, so it's incredible to see brands like Alibaba.com support small businesses like ours.
Hello, I'm Dr. Saeed Ibrahim, the founder of Springene. I established Springene back in 2012 in a small lab. And today our products are certified cruelty-free, vegan, gluten-free, USDA biopreferred, kosher, and halal, and have been granted a seal of acceptance by the American Dental Association. We sell our products worldwide, in the United States, in Africa, in Europe, in Asia. And since the founding of the company, Alibaba.com has given us many new possibilities. I'm also proud of being one of 50 businesses chosen out of 12,000 applications to receive a $10,000 grant. Of course, we will use that grant to develop and launch new products. We are currently working on developing new oral care products as well as new line of natural and organic deodorants, soap, and skincare products. I have years of experience in oral health and have worked for a Fortune 500 multinational consumer product company. This is one of the main reasons I started Springene. I hope we can make healthy life easier for everyone, starting with daily essentials like toothpaste. We all know that most toothpaste contain animal-based ingredients, but this is a big problem for Muslims and vegans. How can we develop a niche toothpaste like a vegan toothpaste that meets the needs of people with different lifestyle, but is also healthy and safe? That's a question I think about a lot. To get there, I had to travel around the world to find solutions for sourcing high-quality ingredients. Once I discovered Alibaba.com and was amazed at how many options I had with suppliers from all over the world. We had a strict requirement for ingredients that we use in our toothpaste or our products generally. Therefore, when selecting our suppliers, we prioritize natural and environmentally friendly ingredients and whether the production process is sustainable. Even with such a strict criteria, Alibaba.com has found some perfect suppliers for us. What is exciting is that now Alibaba.com provides a truly immersive digital experience for everyone. I love this live streams of products and factories. It feels like we are really there with the suppliers. And some suppliers, they are the verified suppliers, which means they have been verified by an independent third party. And you don't have to worry about the report or the certification. Knowing I'm working with verified suppliers really puts me at ease. Nowadays, people are paying more attention to their health. And it has always been my mission to make better toothpaste for the world. I will continue to work with Alibaba.com to take care of people's oral health. The world deserves better toothpaste and it deserves better digital sourcing solutions.
went to the SPCA. I was gonna adopt one dog, getting ready to go fill out the paperwork, and I passed Ginger's cage, and she was like just sitting there looking at me with her sad face, the same sad face she has now. I literally fell in love with her instantly. I took her home that day. 3 days later, New York City got shut down for COVID. It was literally the perfect timing. Like, we got to just hang out all day, every day. Truthfully, she is the reason why I was inspired to actually start this project. And so professionally, she's completely changed my life. I like to say that had I not had Ginger, my wife probably wouldn't have given me a second or third date.
Caesar will tell you it's probably why I gave him a few more dates, because Ginger was just the most perfect dog that I'd ever met. She changed both of our lives by being such an inspiration for the Wagon brand. And we were able to go on adventures with her, go on hikes, bring her everywhere that we go. So she truly changed my life, just being more happy and having her with us all the time.
A part of me had always wanted to try and start an entrepreneurial journey. Working in corporate was kind of like the safe move for me. I was actually the first person in my family to go to college. And after about 10 years of doing finance in a few other banks, I was let go during COVID, but that also led me to thinking about starting the Wagon brand and the Wagon backpack a lot more seriously, and maybe put my efforts in something that I'm a little bit more passionate about.
Caesar's so excited about all of his ideas, and when he first showed me, he had quite a prototype made from Home Depot out of wood. It was super clunky. I was so confused about what he was trying to do, truthfully. And then a few months later, everything.
My name is Peter Crabtree, and I'm the CEO and visionary for Crabtree Brands, which is a group of food and beverage companies based in Paulsville, Washington. So when you first enter to the right, you find Chocmo Chocolatier and Cafe. So that's really where we do all of our different chocolate production, all the way from bean to bar. We do between $5 and $10 million annually in sales. We do lots of local business and lots of business that we ship throughout the state and throughout the country. I used to only source knickknacks or anything that wasn't very essential to our business through Alibaba.com. So as Alibaba.com added the trade assurance program, that was really what led me to consider that as a more legitimate source for more important things for my business. 100% of our orders that we do on Alibaba.com are protected through trade assurance. I actually only buy from suppliers that participate in the trade assurance program. So that's really where Alibaba.com has helped. I've been able to connect with more custom manufacturers and able to get them the product that we actually want, as opposed to having to settle for something that was close. I would definitely recommend that all Alibaba.com buyers use trade assurance, and it really builds confidence, especially for first-time customers. It's the #1 thing that's made me feel more confident in buying products.
My name is Darren Tang, and the name of my business is Life2. I am the sole owner and the sole employee. My business is based out of my parents' basement in Queens, New York. My business started when I started college. It was around the year 2019. I think Life2 really focuses on products for life, weddings, funerals, births, just kind of guest books for those occasions, and then adding a touch of personalization. I source everything on Alibaba.com. Like, everything starts from search. I also sell like a wedding Jenga tower set. It's like a wedding sign-in that people can use if they don't want to use a guest book. That one is like a logistical headache, and Alibaba's trade assurance is really helping that. You would need someone that's a wood manufacturer, added acrylic case, and then there's also a person doing markers. And then I learned the hard way, you need to have someone separate do the packing. You need like 3 or 4 different manufacturers to make 3 or 4 different things. Because you're using trade assurance, you never have to think about it, but you also know the fact that you're protected. So that really helped me put together this product with a bunch of different variables. I think that was one of the great reasons why I sourced on Alibaba.com. You know, I thought I had like the biggest problems in the world until I saw my parents like working in the restaurant, their physical job. Seeing that, I think that changed my values. And a big reason for that is because I want my parents to be able to have something that can sustain my whole family. That way they don't have to do the physical hard labor of being in the restaurant all day.
Hello, I'm Dr. Saeed Ibrahim, the founder of Springene. I established Springene back in 2012 in a small lab. And today our products are certified cruelty-free, vegan, gluten-free, USDA biopreferred, kosher, and halal, and have been granted a seal of acceptance by the American Dental Association. We sell our products worldwide, in the United States, in Africa, in Europe, in Asia. And since the founding of the company, Alibaba.com has given us many new possibilities. I'm also proud of being one of 50 businesses chosen out of 12,000 applications to receive a $10,000 grant. Of course, we would use that grant to develop and launch new products. We are currently working on developing new oral care products as well as new line of natural and organic deodorants, soap, and skincare products. I have years of experience in oral health and have worked for a Fortune 500 multinational consumer product company. This is one of the main reasons I started Springene. I hope we can make healthy life easier for everyone, starting with daily essentials like toothpaste. We all know that most toothpaste contain animal-based ingredients, but this is a big problem for Muslims and vegans. How can we develop a niche toothpaste like a vegan toothpaste that meets the needs of people with different lifestyle, but is also healthy and safe? That's a question I think about a lot. To get there, I had to travel around the world to find a solution for sourcing high-quality ingredients. Once I discovered Alibaba.com and was amazed at how many options I had with suppliers from all over the world. We have a strict requirement for ingredients that we use in our toothpaste or our products generally. Therefore, when selecting our suppliers, we prioritize natural and environmentally friendly ingredients and whether the production process is sustainable. Even with such a strict criteria, Alibaba.com has found some perfect suppliers for us. What is exciting is that now Alibaba.com provides a truly immersive digital experience for everyone. I love this live streams of products and factories. It feels like we are really there with the suppliers. And some suppliers, they are the verified suppliers, which means they have been verified by an independent third party. And you don't have to worry about the report or the certification. Knowing I'm working with verified suppliers really puts me at ease. Nowadays, people are paying more attention to their health. And it has always been my mission to make better toothpaste for the world. I will continue to work with Alibaba.com to take care of people's oral health. The world deserves better toothpaste, and it deserves better digital sourcing solutions.
We went to the SPCA. I was gonna adopt one dog, getting ready to go fill out the paperwork, and I passed Ginger's cage, and she was like just sitting there looking at me with her sad face, same sad face she has now. I literally fell in love with her instantly. I took her home that day. 3 days later, New York City got shut down for COVID. It was literally the perfect timing. Like, we got to just hang out all day, every day. Truthfully, she is the reason why I was inspired to actually start this project. And so professionally, she's completely changed my life. I like to say that had I not had Ginger, my wife probably wouldn't have given me a second or third date.
Caesar will tell you it's probably why I gave him a few more dates, because Ginger was just the most perfect dog that I'd ever met. She changed both of our lives by being such an inspiration for the Wagon brand. And we were able to go on adventures with her, go on hikes, bring her everywhere that we go. So she truly changed my life, just being more happy and having her with us all the time.
A part of me had always wanted to try and start an entrepreneurial journey. Working in corporate was kind of like the safe move for me. I was actually the first person in my family to go to college. And after about 10 years of doing finance and a few other things, I was let go during COVID. But that also led me to thinking about starting the Wagon brand and the Wagon backpack a lot more seriously, and maybe put my efforts in something that I'm a little bit more passionate about.
Caesar's so excited about all of his ideas. And when he first showed me, he had quite a prototype made from Home Depot out of wood. It was super clunky. I was so confused about what he was trying to do, truthfully. And then a few months later, everything kind of changed where he was let go of his day job. But at that point, we realized that Wagon could be something really special. So having his motivation of what this idea could turn into was something that I wanted to join in on as well.
My idea was a hitchhiker backpack.
How's everybody feeling? So you had lunch, you're re-energized, right? But don't get sleepy because it's just getting started. We are about to announce the winners of Pitch the Pros. Now we've got 5 winners. So to help me celebrate these 5 winners, I would like to invite the one and only Damon John and Chris Guerrera back to the stage. Thank you. Say a couple words or anything before we get started, or should we just roll?
Oh, no, I can say a couple words. So thank you to all the participants who pitched. I think they did an excellent job. Really great stuff up there. You know, that's when I'm on Shark Tank. How many people wanted to buy some of the stuff or up there that you saw, right? Raise your hands, right? That's what happened in Shark Tank. So by the way, on Shark Tank, we don't know anything about the people coming to pitch. And we see that stuff immediately right there, and we just get excited. Now, sometimes we shouldn't invest in a company, we should just buy one, but that's a whole nother story. But that's what it is. It's infectious when people get up there and pitch. So I hope that every one of you who had partners up here, friends, family members, or you were just, voting for some people up there and rooting for them, I hope you had a really good time. I know that we're going to get out here and we're going to start to acknowledge who the judges have picked, right? All right, so make sure that you give some love to when we acknowledge these people, because I know that they put their heart out there. It is nerve-wracking to sit here and have people just purely judge you and cut you down, right? Or build you up. So make sure you give people love. Is that Chris? Or Rob?
Beautiful. All right. So thank you, Damon. Let me just tell you what the prizes are that our 5 winners will get. They've got $2,500 in cash from Alibaba.com, $2,500 in platform credits from Alibaba.com. Thank you to Jason Pfeiffer, who before he left stage, he said he will feature the 5 winners on Entrepreneur Magazine's social media account. Thank you, Jason. And then one more, Courtney Spritzer, before she left stage, she said, if there are any female winners, we will give them lifetime scholarships to the Entreprenista League. So thank you to Courtney for that as well. So here's what we're gonna do. We will announce the winners. Damon will tell us who the winners are. And then we're gonna take a quick picture with them. The winner will sit at each of these chairs, the 5 winners, and then we'll follow up with an advice session. So let's get the first check out here.
So I just want to say, you're all winners, right? No matter who ends up with the 5, you guys did an amazing job. You worked extremely hard. Even in the pitch-off room yesterday, I know it's intense. You guys are nerve-wracked a little bit. Did an amazing job. So everyone's a winner today.
All right, so this is number one.
This is just
no
no order.
No order.
Just our 5 winners.
All right. This one is nail shot. There you go. Come on up.
Yes.
Come on up.
Come on up.
Congratulations.
Hold that side.
Who's gonna take the photo? Okay. You should actually, wait a second, stand in the middle. It's your check.
Hold your check. Show me the money. Congratulations. Very nice.
Beautiful. Congrats. All right. Next up.
I love this one. There we go. Playa migo. Look at it. Bring the winner, too. That's right. Amazing. Congratulations. I knew she had that one. There you go. When she laid down on it, I heard in the audience, ooh, I was like, she got it.
Congrats.
Please. Yep.
All right. Who do we have next?
Look at all this money Alibaba's giving away. Reiko!
Everybody needs a Reiko. Woohoo!
I promised when I made it, I would never touch a rake the rest of my life. But I actually like that rake. I might have to touch it.
Small rake, big rake, handheld rake.
All right. There you go. Come on over here. They make you tall wherever you come from.
All right. Congratulations. Up next.
The money is flowing. I went camping for the first time last week in years. And this is exactly what I'm getting when I go back. There we go! Connectware. You got the Price is Right thing going on. All right. Energy's infectious.
Questions, where we going drinking after this?
All right.
Just drink in the room with Connectware. And last but not least,
Number 5. Not least. Bear Grill. There you go. All right. It was the shoes. It was the shoes. Congratulations.
Again, congratulations, everyone. Everyone's a winner here. Thank you so much.
All right. Congratulations. Chris, thank you. You worked with everybody, right? Did your team work with everybody? Getting them all prepared and stuff like that? On the show, I think 40,000 apply, 1,000 are seen, only 150 get seen by the shark, 1,000 seen by the producers, and only 94 make the air. And every single one who finally make the 150, they get people like you who walk through those pitches for 6 months, as you know.
Yeah.
Time after time, really coaches, and that's what you do. Yeah. So thank you so much for being the voice of entrepreneurs.
You're the best mentor anybody can ask for, Damon.
Right,
thank you.
Thank you.
Give it up for your winners.
Woo-hoo. Nice job, everybody. Proud of everybody.
Congratulations. Hey, please have a seat. Please. All right. So we heard from some of the judges right during the presentation, but I want to dig into it a little bit more. So I'd like to welcome Rudy Moore and Everett Taylor to join Damon John and myself on stage. Please, gentlemen.
What do you want me?
So I appreciate the valuable feedback you guys gave during the process. I think you asked really good questions. And Damon, I enjoyed that you were kind of getting into it, like recording and playing with the products. That was pretty cool. So you got to know the products a little bit, but now we have our 5 winners in front of us. So, I would love to spend some time talking about strategies, ways forward for them, whether it be marketing, supply chain, fundraising. What advice can we offer them to help move them forward? Now, from my side, backstage, we actually use the Alibaba.com AI agent to take your product's information in and offer you some optimization. So in addition to what you hear from the judges, I'll throw a couple things at you generated by AI. So let's dive right in, shall we? Nail Street, we're gonna start with you. Let's go down the line. I'd love to, Damon, get your thoughts first and any amazing advice you can offer.
To be very honest, I'll let some others go on that one. That one I didn't understand as well because I was so busy taking a video of it. And so I understand the little delivery process, but I think that there was some good questions. Who was asking, is this more that you're trying to sell the tech or the product? Was that you, Rudy? Who was asking that? There was somebody who was going into that.
Yeah, I remember that product well because it said that the average person spends 90 minutes in a salon. And I said, why does my wife go for 7 hours? Because you said 90 minutes. So I do remember that product. But no, I can see the need for it. And I think to Damon's point and the point of the judges, there's probably a big opportunity licensing the tech side and building that out, especially if it's unique and really proprietary. And then I do think like the reason you invented it, I think from memory, was you needed to always kind of replace your nails, right? And I think just as we live now in this world where people are always on the move, always on the go, that quick utilization and chop and change is really important. So I think the more you can demonstrate that with social media and just try and differentiate yourself on, hey, this is what I do and why we're unique, and then showing that with influencers and making it easy to understand, because it did take me a minute to really fully understand it, and using influencers and social, I think will be big for you.
I love it. Just genuinely love it. That was a great pitch. To me, it's the power of this app and building community through this app. You said you have 7,000 users already. I don't know how engaged that is in terms of MAUs, DAUs, and all of that. But really building community through this app and really the technology seems absolutely incredible. And honestly, the market is insane, right? And so how do you better educate people on, like, this is a new way to do things, right? Like downloading an app, taking a video of your hand, doing all this. This is a completely different process. And what I think the hardest part for people is breaking what they're used to doing, right? That is going to be your biggest challenge, is really getting people to think about things in a new way. And like, what is that value prop? Is it saving money? Is it saving time? Is it better quality? Like really being able to figure out what those like 2 to 3 value props are and really leaning into that, but also leaning into community with this app. What could the app do outside of just helping people get the nails that they want? And then secondly, really thinking about what people can actually move, like Rudy was saying, content creators, social media can really get people engaged with the product and using the product.
Yeah, 100%. So AI said something pretty similar. It said educational content and community building. So within that, can you help teach? So who's smarter, AI or Everett?
Probably AI, but
Yeah, they don't need us anymore. Let's just AI.
All right, let's keep it going. Playa Migo, congratulations again. Let's get into some advice. Think about materials, utility, marketing. Damon, what do you think?
Well, I love the product. As I said, everybody in here had loved the product. Very demonstrable. I think that there's a couple of different ways to sell the product. First of all, as you probably are aware, how can you bundle it with other companies that are trying to sell other things? I'm sure there's a lot of branding that you can do with it for hotel chains and various other things that you can share with them, that once somebody buys this, at a resort or something, when they take it home, that resort is being advertised and marketed, or they can give it away, or various other things. I think the functionality is absolutely amazing. I do believe that when you were pitching, remember these all off the top of our head, I think you would think trying to ask about sourcing and stuff like that and getting the price down. What was the original price right now that you're getting it in at? The landed cost was 45. Okay. I mean, of course, there are a lot more experts here in manufacturing, supply chain here, like Kareem or anybody else. But I think that looks like that should be around 25 to me. I think that's where it is. But again, very demonstrable. I think that the number one, the top consumer is a mother, and I think that solves a lot of needs. So how to get that social out there with them doing their thing, So, but I think also because of the functionality, how kids going out or young influencers going out and want to just go out and have experiences. I don't care if it's Coachella or some other place. There's some other angles there too for the younger market.
Yeah, I think I asked about price because I do agree. I think the 120 is maybe steep. So like if you can get it to 20, 25, sell it for less than 100 or 100, I think that'll help. And then I think the big thing that's probably wasn't really discussed with anyone that really pitched, and probably because a lot of you are new and maybe for a lot of the audience too, I always teach you don't make money on the first sale, right? Most businesses and brands, once you reach a few million or 10 million plus, it all becomes about LTV and lifetime value. So like how, to Damon's point, can you integrate it with other products, getting into, hotels and stuff, but then on the other side for your own brand, it's great to have one flagship product, but what comes after, right? Or how can you get people to buy 2, 3, or 4 of them? And then looking at the LTV side of it as well.
As I said, I was just in the park and I love the product because I could have used it. 2 things, what these gentlemen just said with the price, like be a hard ass, like genuinely like have those hard conversations with the manufacturers. Don't get pushed over. They'll try to hustle you. I definitely agree with them. If you can get this under $100, in terms of like the price point for this, I think it becomes a lot more attractive. I'm like obsessed with like the psychology around numbers and pricing. Second thing that stood out is, I don't think anybody caught this, but I think a lot of people are saying Playa migo instead of Playa migo. And so thinking about how you're going to brand that and make sure that people are saying it the right way, that people understand the meaning of the name and things like that. Because like Playa migo, that sounds like maybe like a kid's toy or something like that. And so really think about how you're going to do the marketing, that people understand the concept behind what you're doing, how it's pronounced. All of those things are going to be super important.
Amazing. All right. So what did the Alibaba AI agent say? It actually recommended looking at a variety of different modular attachments and accessories to build out. So as you think about that customer lifetime value, can you build in add-ons that make them continue to come back to your product? So hopefully good advice from AI and amazing advice from these gentlemen. All right. Give it up once again. Playa migo. All right, on to Reiko.
Bottle cap boys.
So,
go ahead. Yeah, no, please, please, Dan.
Reiko, loved it. I felt the product. It's built like a Rolls Royce. The question is it too heavy? I think for a lot of the users who they could have, they could not, maybe not as strong, and they don't want to use it as frequent. So can you make it in different materials, of course, PVC or various other things. But that's just so, proof of concept first, all right? You got to get it out there. Pricing wise, I think the price was accurate. Now, going back a little bit to Amigos, often when we first put out goods, back into the price in a different way. First of all, if you want to hit that under 99 mark, or you want to hit a good mark, sell as many as you can there and not make as much margin. Don't watch too much Shark Tank where they're telling you, oh, you got to make this amount of margin. All right, you want to get it into the hands of the people. Because when I first came out with my product, my sweatshirts earlier, I bought a Champion sweatshirt and I put FUBU on top of it. I tried to sell them for 40. Nobody touched it. 35. Nobody touched it. 25. People loved them. And then I realized, and I was able to sell a lot and then back into the price. But other than that, well, what I had to done, I would have to give away a bunch. It would have cost me more than lack of a margin, right? So, but I like the product. I think it was well built. I think it is an absolutely amazing idea. I think the next rendition, make it a little bit lighter if you can. I'm sure you already thought about that, so I'm not even worried.
Yeah, I would say, again, love the product. I don't know how much will be like B2C, like straight to consumer or online, like Shopify sales or whatever, just because I don't know what your shipping will be like. And I feel it's maybe more of a good that people will pick up when they're at Home Depot and stuff. So I think there's got to be a focus there. But then I do think when it catches like some rhythm and people start to know about it, that's when online will really blow up. So and I love taking boring products and then being super creative with influencers and just crazy ads, because they always work well, right? You take this boring product and then do some elaborate crazy ads. So I think, the beer one, is a no-brainer, and just using influencers that are naturally creative. And you don't need to hire a $10,000 agency to make a video. You pay a bunch of influencers $100 and you'll get some super cool ads, and that'll be a great way to blow up, especially if you find the right influencers that are in that sort of niche and have a big audience in that niche.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, as someone who, as a teenager, that's how I made money. It's like doing yard work and things like that. So I was like, I love this product. So great job on the product itself. I wasn't cracking open beers, but I think it's great. What I would say is that I think with, features like the bottle opener and things like that, you're targeting a very specific, it's a large opportunity, but also kind of a specific target audience as well. So really thinking about how you're going to reach those people. Where are they consuming content, right? Or are they consuming content on TikTok? I don't know. Are they consuming on Twitter? Are they Quora or Reddit? Or I don't know where your audience lives, but really figuring out where they are, because you can create the cool content, but if the people that you're looking to consume that content aren't on that platform and looking for it there, then it's not going to matter in the first place. And so I think something like YouTube, which has become so universal, like like Rudy said, the ads that you can make on this thing would be bonkers, insane. So really lean into the content marketing here. I think it's going to be gold for you guys. I also think there is a B2B play. I don't know how much the bottle opener is going to play into the B2B side, but I just know so many people in landscaping and things like that would really appreciate this product.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think amazing advice on the content side, right? YouTube that's the place to go with a product like this. And circling back to what Damon started with, the weight of this product, the AI agent came back right away and immediately said that, that's one of your keys to success. Can you address the weight of the product? But still, amazing product. I love the pitch as well. So congratulations to you too.
Thank you.
Great job.
Man, you're gonna, the AI, Alibaba AI is gonna put us out of a job, man. Because it's giving all the advice that we would have just had to sit up here and give.
But the magic is the charisma, the experience, the red furry jackets.
You're gonna be my manager.
But they're going to use your voice to deliver the news at some point to all the people.
Nope. These people have heard my voice the last couple of days. I think they're probably sick. They're like, why is this guy sitting on stage with these guys? And you guys are thinking the same thing. But let's move on. Connectwear, amazing product. Maybe we can all have some beverages after this using some Connectwear glasses. But I would love to hear what the judges thought.
I think it's a remarkable idea, but I don't know. Do you have other similar products out there?
Not one product that has all the benefits our product has.
Well, I think it's a brilliant product. I didn't look at the pricing. What was the pricing in comparison to others?
very comparable. And yet you have two glasses in one. So someone who would buy a stem glass and also buy tumblers, which generally don't even match, right, would have to spend double the amount on their purchase as opposed to ours spending only the one-time fee for $43.99 retail.
And how long has the company existed? How long have you been shipping goods to consumers?
Sorry, I can't.
How long have you been shipping goods to consumers?
Oh, shipping the product, you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, 9 months now? Yeah.
Okay. What was the major complaint they have, if any?
Major complaint with shipping?
No, with the product in hand.
In hand. You know what? We haven't had any returns. We're so excited about that.
You know, what I always question about versatility and various things like this is, and it's okay, but how many people actually use the functionality? You know, because I sold for many years reversible jackets. Nobody ever reversed them, right? But it's an upsell. It separates you from everybody else.
Right.
The only other thing that I would say, where I think is a great opportunity, and maybe you did that as well as Playa Amigos, is you should be going to the PPAI show, which is the show where people buy premiums, and don't exhibit there. Don't spend your money to exhibit in there. Walk the show and get listed in everybody's books, so that they put them in the books with people with shaker bottles and all that type of stuff. They hold PPAI out here, as well as they hold them in different cities. I think the Javits Center in New York. But this is where we call the premium shows. You get to list these things, and now people go, hey, American Express, would you like to buy 1,000 of these units for your next event? Same exactly with you. So try to sell more in that way.
Right, absolutely. We have even got our manufacturer to work with embossing the glass. So it can be for hotels.
It could be a hotel. It could be all kind of things. And then people go home and they remember that company or product forever because of a great event. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would say I'm a little more on the straight to consumer side, and I think a lot of your businesses and products, and most of you in the room, there's always two avenues, and you have to market very differently when it's B2C, straight to consumer, or you're trying to get corporate deals or work with event companies, weddings. So I think the first piece of advice for a lot of you is do understand the differences and how to advertise differently, how to attract those types of buyers, how to speak to them differently, because they are very different. And I see a lot of e-com brands mess that up, where they try and advertise to both and they don't change the language and the landing pages and all of that. So first piece of advice would be that. And then I think just the second, similar to before, is on the B2C side, it's really important online to demonstrate the product well in the first 5 seconds, because we got to sit here for 3 minutes and test it and feel it and see the quality. But if you show me, hey, this is a $45 item that unscrews and it looks like plastic online, I'm not going to buy it. So how do you demonstrate like the actual good quality that it was? And it looked almost like crystal and it looked great and it felt great. But how can you show that in 5 seconds online? Because if you fail to do that, you'll have a really hard time selling it to at scale.
I appreciate that. Yeah, it's been challenging because it is a demo product.
Yes.
A lot of people think it's real glass, right? Thank you.
Yeah, honestly, I see one of your biggest opportunities being B2B. I don't know how much it's going to cost you to get the price down, but like I go to so many, really nice events, cool events, and they need products just like this. And I think it could do very, very well on the B2B side. I think if you get if you hit the content right, I think it goes crazy direct to consumer, but I definitely see a huge opportunity. Catering businesses, wedding businesses, these are billion-dollar industries where they buy this stuff in bulk. And so to me, like learning that space, understanding that space, I think is going to be key to your business. Second thing that I would say is that I think one of the biggest value props for this is actually space, right? And so I live in New York. I don't know if we have any New Yorkers in here. Like, yeah. And like we had this product on Kickstarter where it was a hanger that like folded in half because some of the closet spaces were so small that people needed like, a hanger that could fold. It did almost $1 million in sales on Kickstarter, right? Before even like launching out and into the world. And so when I think about your product, I think about how much space I can save when I might not have a lot of cabinet space and things like that. And so really showing the value of that, I think is going to be a huge value prop for people in inner cities and in cities where people don't have as much space.
Yeah, I gotta say, and for everybody, it's key. You know, whatever and Rudy is saying, for anybody who has a product, you have to be able to show the viability of it in the first 5 to 10 seconds. That is the hook, right? No, they're not making more attention these days. I'll give you an example. You know, you ever seen the pin that busts the window open in case your car goes into water, you need to escape? I bought 5 of those. Now, when am I going to be in a car and drive off of a dock into water and the window's not going to be rolled down? You understand? But I wake up in a sweat. What if I just go off the Triborough Bridge by mistake? It's just so much that people buy off of that first 5 and 10 seconds. You just can't believe how important that is. And as inventors, sometimes we often try to share too much of what we do. I don't care how my iPhone is built. You know what I mean? I just want to know, do I get good apps? Can I stop a couple of people from calling me? And can I, does the camera work? So that's all I care about. So that's why scientists are not great business people. Neither are doctors. They'll save your life and create something crazy. But, marketers like that, you always have to be a marketer.
I think that's an amazing point, Damon, right? Because like as marketers, we always want to ask this question, right? Like, what can the product do for them? And the consumer's always asking, why should I care? So I think you nailed it. Yeah.
I will add to that. Proof of that is I was a scientist for 4 years when I got a master's degree in sports science, and I made no money. And then I learned marketing and made a lot of money.
There you go. All right.
So let me give you a quick some of the AI responses. There was a couple things here. It said maybe think of this as an outdoor product for outdoor entertaining and things like that. Could you add LED lighting to the stems to make it more interesting at night?
My job is done. Go ahead. What else?
The other thing AI said was thinking about the connection. Could it potentially feel more premium if there's a magnetic connection? Just something to think about. Quick use. Is it viable? We don't know. But our manufacturers can help you test it out.
The AI didn't touch it like I did, so screw the AI on this one. That thing was connecting really great. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah. All right, we got about 8 minutes to roll. I want to get to better grip. You had an amazing pitch. I think a really cool product. Love to hear what the judges think and some advice they can offer you.
I loved it. It showed just a better mousetrap. Now, I do not know how many competitors are on the market, but from what you showed, that is the existing competitor that we all know. I mean, it's like the difference of wire hangers and regular hangers, right? And great hangers. I love the fact that it was versatile, that it can bend and various other things, corners. I think what I love the most about it in a simple way was when you said how people you take that thing off. And when I did use rollers, it was the most irritating thing. And, you see these rollers dried up all over the place. And I think it was just an absolutely amazing product. So what was the price comparison? Because again, this is something premium. When you get those wire ones, you think about throwing those away, right? Like, what is this comparison to the other ones that are more and high end in the market?
So ours is $19.95, which does include the half-inch nap cover. So you're basically looking at the cover itself, usually runs about $4 or $5. So about $15 for the actual frame that's versatile and will last. As far as the wire frame, again, they can start with your basic ones around $5 and go up to as high as 20 plus. So
Again, we have to memorize all these pitches. If I had to think about it, I don't recall any branding on it.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I don't recall any identification on it.
It's embossed on the top.
Was it in black?
No, it's actually the same color as the roller.
I'm trying so hard to keep it a secret to make sure that it was in a different color, such as your black was, so that I can go, instead of having to question you, hey, what is that? I go, oh shit, I know what it is. And I go by myself.
Yeah, I mean, that's especially great for social media, right? If you are getting ads done and influencers and posting, having it clear what it is. And yeah, again, I love the product. I've painted too many walls, sadly, in my life. And it is a pain point. Just the biggest thing that I always come back to is often you like last minute and you go to Home Depot and you buy everything and you leave. And I can see if I did this regularly, right? If it was my job, I would Amazon it and keep a bunch around. But I think for you, if you can really get some traction in some big stores, it's going to create the foundations for then you can really take over online as well, because people will start to see it, people will start to use it. And again, I think DIY influencers are going to be your best friend on this when you go straight to consumer. They're so creative, they're so good, they don't cost a lot of money. And just, I would start out, send 1,000 of them to 1,000 influencers, or 100 for free to 100 influencers, because you'll make more money doing that than spending money on ads or anything else.
Appreciate it.
I thought your pitch was excellent.
Thank you.
Genuinely, one of my favorite pitches today. Also, it's such an intuitive product. I think like anybody who maybe have never even painted a wall, it's like very intuitive. So I appreciated that about it. I also do like the price point. I think the thing that's most exciting about your product to me is that, one, I can't think of anything else I've seen on the market like it. And so I will continue to do competitor research just to make sure. The second thing is that the B2B and the B2C opportunity is so huge for you. I think if you get this in front of the right people, like, you know, people that are employing hundreds, thousands of workers sometimes, this is a product that they would want to use. And in just the way that you demonstrated to us, you demonstrated to them. They're like, hey, when can we order this, right? And so think about how, you know, what does that look like in bulk for you on the B2B side? And on the B2C side, I think content is obviously going to be king. I think this is going to kill on YouTube. I think it's going to kill on TikTok. Listen, even maybe potentially QVC. I know QVC is a place that, you know, a lot of people don't even think about anymore, but really getting this in front of people, because people have to see the value prop, like visually see it. That's going to be your biggest thing. You can't go on Amazon and just see this thing. Like, you need to see a video. You need to see how it actually works for people to see the true value prop of this product. And I want other colors too, even though I love the Kickstarter green, but like black. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and a video, like a side-by-side of a regular version versus your version, stuff like that.
Yeah. And we actually did just pivot to content creators. We gave out 400 rollers to DIY content creators. And right now we're trying to make a push to get out there to educate the public, to show them, because once you show people, it clicks. It resonates particularly with the average painters, people who don't want to necessarily be painting. So that's where we're headed right now. So appreciate it.
Great job.
Yeah, I agree. Your pitch was amazing. I do have to give you props. You're fully on brand. So I like that. You're repping hard. Very, very good. What did the AI say? The AI said it actually likes the fact that you have an ergonomic grip. You have extendable poles and different options there. One option it did say is, could you add a paint reservoir so there's a constant flow as someone's painting? But still, really, really impressive product. And I will say to all of you, incredible pitches, awesome products. For myself, I can't wait to see where you guys go with this. And I do hope one thing, look, as I have the pleasure of sitting on stage with these amazing gentlemen, I hope you took a lot away from the moment. I know this is your moment. So I would like the audience just to take one more chance to celebrate the heck out of these people. Show them some love.
Also, can I say one thing? Everybody's pitches today were so great. I've done a lot of pitch competitions. Me and Damon used to do one as well. Like, everyone was so good. Like, you know, even for the people that aren't sitting on the stage, I was so impressed. Keep it up. Keep going. Thank you.
Any closing words of wisdom for these winners, Damon?
No, I think they've done well. I want you to go off and keep doing these pitch competitions as much as you can. There is a guy on Shark Tank named Scully. Actually, one of the biggest fights that we ever had in Shark Tank. He came on, he did $1.5 million. He had gotten $1.2 million in scholarships. And he said, I want America to be able to get scholarships. So I'm going to show how everyday Americans can get scholarships for their kids. You know, Robert, Kevin, and Mark got out of the deal. They were like, Lori and Damon, this is charity. You know, he don't know anything about the technology. If you know how to execute and get scholarships, there's a million people that can help you, especially now as you're listening with the technology. He goes on, and when I left that stage, he went on and raised another $1.5 million pitch competitions. He sold that company for $20 million. Lori and I put in $20,000 apiece. We got a 70x return on our. Now, if you ever see Mark and Robert and Kevin, those underachievers, remind them of that. But the bottom line is you go on and you keep pitching, never stop pitching. I'm pitching every single day. You know, don't get me wrong. The reason I'm on Shark Tank is because I want to sit next to Cuban so I can pitch him some shit. That's the only reason I'm on Shark Tank. Never stop pitching. It'll always get you, it'll sharpen your axe and it'll get you out there. Never stop pitching.
Amazing. All right, let's do one very last thing. I want you all to have an opportunity to take one photo center stage with our three amazing judges. I will get out of the way.
Rob, what you talking about? Come on, brother.
Come on.
All right, let's take a picture.
We'll scatter in between everybody. Why don't you step one up? All right. Well, I'm the short guy. I'm always in front. All right. Come on, guys. All right. Where's the house camera?
Right here, right?
Where? Right here?
Well, they're all over. Look
Okay, don't be very hard there.
All right, we look at middle.
Thank you so much.
Middle, right here. Got it.
Amazing advice.
All right, give it up.
Congratulations. Congratulations. My
Thank you for your time, effort.
Do you say anything?
Hi, I'm Eva Jane Bunkley from Atlanta. I'm a makeup artist with over 28 years of experience, and I currently hold 5 patents and trademarks. I've won 2 Emmy Awards, and I've done makeup for celebrities, such as basketball.
My name is Peter Crabtree, and I'm the CEO and visionary for Crabtree Brands, which is a group of food and beverage companies based in Paulsboro, Washington. So when you first enter to the right, you find Chocmo, Chocolatier, and Cafe. So that's really where we do all of our different chocolate production, all the way from bean to bar. We do between $5 and $10 million annually in sales. We do lots of local business and lots of business that we ship throughout the state and throughout the country. I used to only source knickknacks or anything that wasn't very essential to our business through Alibaba.com. So as Alibaba.com added the trade assurance program, that was really what led me to consider that as a more legitimate source for more important things for my business. 100% of our orders that we do on Alibaba.com are protected through trade assurance. I actually only buy from suppliers that participate in the trade assurance program. So that's really where Alibaba.com has helped. I've been able to connect with more custom manufacturers and be able to get them the product that we actually want, as opposed to having to settle for something that was close. I would definitely recommend that all Alibaba.com buyers use trade assurance, and it really
keeps
builds
going. We
confidence,
have
especially
another
for
session
first-time customers.
about to come to stage. And this is a panel that I have been waiting for. I hope it helps a lot of you. We will be talking about scaling your business to 8 figures. So with that, I would like to welcome Mike McClary, the CEO of Amazing.com, to introduce our panelists and our session. Mike.
Everyone, thank you. All right. So as Ross said, I am Mike McClary. I'm the CEO of Amazing.com, president of Zeus Software. Also, we created a program called Amazing Selling Machine. I mentioned that because I've met about 20 people who went through our program over the past 10 years or so. But most importantly, I was a seller just starting out like 10 years ago. And I remember typing into Alibaba.com before I even knew anyone at the company, trying to find my first supplier for a camping lantern. And to this date, I still have the same supplier. So what they were doing back then, they're still doing really, really great right now. And the commonality between like me coming full circle and being up here from being a seller starting out is something you're going to see from all the people up here as well. They're all people who started their businesses, bootstrapped it, and now they help people as well. And we're going to share how to really take your business and scale it from 6, 7, and hopefully 8 figures and beyond. I'd like to bring our panelists out right now. All right. Have a seat, guys. All right, so we have Carlos from Ecom Wizards. Welcome, Carlos. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We have Tim Jordan, the Chief Community Officer at Carbon 6, a new title, but welcome to you as well, Tim. And then we have Bridget Hilton as well from multiple companies, Listen Audio, as well as the new experiential entrepreneur you talked about also. So thank you guys for being here. Now, one of the things that all of us have been involved in, like when you are an entrepreneur, you have peaks, you have valleys. I think the line that a lot of us use all the time is it can be like you're living on an island. It can be lonely. People see social media. They think that life is great. They get comments about it. We all get comments about it all the time, you know. I wish I could block family sometimes for my social media, but it's not the real story, right? There's all these lows that you go through this business in order to make it. On the women's panel yesterday, I heard him talk about grit. Got to have grit. But you also need to have community. And that's one of the things I want to dig in first with you, Carlos, especially. So, you know, with the Wizards Become community, you guys do a lot with sellers supporting sellers, which some people may think is a conflict, right? Because we're all competing with each other in a way. How have you taken that and turned it into a positive thing to have all the sellers helping everyone?
Amazing question. It's definitely leading by example and being the first one to put your stuff out there and show you that you can do this. I can get information that you're sharing with me. I can apply it. I can show you those results. Not all of them are winners, but you can learn from that. So being able to increase your rate of failure, and it just allows you to grow significantly faster.
And you talk about increasing your rate of failure. Sounds scary, sounds terrible. What do you mean by that?
It's not all successes. I mean, just if we use something like advertising for an example, you're playing around with some keywords. Not all of them work. When you learn that doesn't work, that's a micro failure, and you adjust it, and now you back your keywords that do work. So with products, with support strategies, with creative shipment processes, being able to learn from everyone and learn what doesn't work will allow you to fail faster and therefore succeed faster.
That's awesome. Fail fast, succeed fast. Tim, to you as well. Now, Carbon 6, you guys have one of the largest communities kind of brought together between all the different businesses that you pulled under one roof. How do you help people navigate when there's big changes or disruptions? Like, for example, the explosion of social selling.
I think that question can really apply to anything that's a question. You know, I was sitting at the lunch table and we were talking about TikTok Shop. What do we do TikTok Shop? Is it going to be good? Is it going to be right for me? I think that any question like that cannot be answered with one answer. You know, I turn to somebody and say, how long is a piece of string? You don't know. But this room knows. There are people in this room that have the answers because everybody in this room is investing in their business. I know that because you're here. You could be doing something else. So all of you are learning things, you're experiencing things, whether they're failures, whether it's successes, whether it's something you're hearing from someone else or seeing in this case study. So community is harnessing the power of like communal knowledge and experience. When I started my e-commerce career, I didn't have a clue what I was doing. I made some really dumb mistakes. It was awful. And I remember the first big breakthrough I had was going to a small event. It was called SCOE, Sellers Conference for Online Entrepreneurs. You remember that? Years ago in Seattle. And nobody on stage gave anything valuable as far as knowledge, but I sat at a lunch table with 3 or 4 people that were like what I felt light years ahead of me in knowledge because they've been doing it for 2 extra months, right? So like even with Carbon 6, my role as chief community officer is literally just to leverage the power of the 200,000 users we have and the thought leaders and the partners and all these experienced brands and business owners to try to aggregate community knowledge, group experience, because most of us in this room and most of us in the cohort of sellers or brand owners or entrepreneurs that are generating the highest amount of GMV in digital marketing and e-commerce are small solopreneur style companies. Like we don't all come from huge experience levels and pedigrees, and we don't have giant teams to go research this. There's no way we're going to succeed if we're not empowering each other as a mutual trade. If I give a little bit of knowledge, I can get a lot of knowledge, right? So I guess, I don't know if that answers the question, but as an encouraging thing, like the community exists. We are a community, whether you're harnessing or not, is up to you. But putting people together in the same room or in the same platform allows us to help each other. And that's the only way that we succeed, I believe.
Honestly, awesome question. Yeah, I mean, you're right. This is a community right here. If you don't know someone, you came here not knowing someone, you do now. You know about 2,000 people, so take advantage of that. Now, Bridget, you have went from, I had a really fun time reading up on you because you're the only one I haven't met yet, but you went from building this awesome, socially good business and now to a speaker, helping people all around the world, gave an amazing keynote yesterday. So you're quickly meeting, thousands of people that are entrepreneurs, like many of the people here. What's one of the commonalities that you see when you meet all these different people, but what's common about them?
Thank you. Yeah, and I've loved being here and meeting so many great people here. And I think the commonality between a lot of people that I've met here and in general for entrepreneurs is that it's people that can be comfortable being uncomfortable, and they can ask those questions that maybe other, people might be afraid to ask, and do the things that might be considered risky. Like I know that I've taken a lot of crazy risks to get to where I am, and I'm sure that everybody else here has as well. So it's taking those risks that maybe other people wouldn't take. And I think that that applies to people here, to entrepreneurs all over the world, but also to the people that I'm speaking to.
Excellent, great question. So you call that like taking calculated risks?
Yeah.
Awesome, great, thank you so much. Now I want to head over to some strategies and tactics. Carlos, you have one of the largest communities probably anywhere. You deal with so many 7, 8, 9-figure sellers as well. What are some of the ways that you think you can get that to the point where you're taking a business from 6, 7 up to 8 or 9? It's a whole different game to try to get a business to that level.
Specifically,
some strategies. What are some growth strategies that people are going to come across when they're trying to grow to that level?
Some specific strategies that I could speak to that I've done is one, avoid Me Too products at all cost, and make sure to differentiate. I know that's not specific, but specifically, I would get into categories that others said avoid. Like, for example, the majority of my successes in products have come from glass, ceramic, porcelain. Like, you're told not to sell that. Figure out a way to package it, keep it safe. I have less competition. It's easy to differentiate. Many people know my largest brand is a brand of live insects. I mean, who's going to do that? Who's crazy enough to go out and start a farm breeding live insects? And then I use a technological differentiator a lot with products is I'll incorporate an app. So specifically, I'll incorporate an app into a product so that that cutout of the app on the main image acts as a scroll stopper. It allows me to sell it for more. It increases my conversion rate. That's what I do.
Those are great strategies because so long, and we used to teach this as well, everything Carlos just did is everything we told people never to do.
Probably learned it from you guys.
Yeah. And so there's that moat that you put between you and someone else. If you can accomplish something, getting past that barrier that people are never going to get beyond, you've just created yourself like 10 lengths up above in front of everyone else.
100%.
Awesome. That's great advice there. All right, Tim, what about you? So seeing that you've dealt with a lot of business, you built your own brands, you've sourced lots of things. You and I talked about a lot of products. You got like a dozen $1 million products in your head you just don't have time to do. What does it take, do you think, to get from 7 figures, which everyone thinks is the pinnacle of this business, which we all know that's when it starts to get real, to get to 8 figures, create a $10 million business or more?
First off, can I go back to what Carlos said about selling live insects? Did anybody catch that he said, Carlos, how many live insects have you sold online in your life?
Gross dollars or individual insects?
Individual insects.
I
Billions?
way more than that. That's a month.
All right. So, I'm trying to answer your question. A lot of things come to mind. What does it take? I think about what it's taken for me to achieve certain milestones and also what I've seen other people do to achieve those milestones. I'm going to give another philosophical answer. Be humble. Humility is so important. I see a lot of, aspiring entrepreneurs. I sat at a lunch table with a ton of them. They're asking questions, they're learning, and when a lot of businesses, and you guys have seen it too, get to a certain phase where they get comfortable and they start finding success. They think, I've got it all figured out. I just keep replicating what I'm doing. I don't have to start taking in other people's information, or I've got a 9-figure or an 8-figure brand. Why on earth would I listen to this brand new newbie who is thinking about leaving their corporate cubicle job to start a business? They don't have anything they can offer to me. In this world, right now, we are at the changing of commerce forever. For thousands of years, commerce was done the exact same way. Somebody built something, grew something, dug something out of the ground, they sold it to their neighbor. I'm oversimplifying, but hear me out. The biggest change to commerce was with like the East India Trading Company. Well, they put some stuff on a boat and shipped it to a port. Nothing really changed. But like 13 years ago, this new thing started where anybody, anywhere can sell anything to anyone, anywhere with a cell phone in their pocket because of e-commerce and digital marketing. Holy crap, thousands of years of commerce has changed right now, and nobody's talking about it except for you that are sitting in this room right now and coming to events like this. The big brands don't know it. Ford Motor Company doesn't know it. The CPG brands don't know it. We know it. So how on earth, if it's this new, can we possibly think that we know it all? We don't. We have to keep learning. We have to keep evolving because there's no playbook. It is brand new. So when I even think about the companies that were hitting 8 figures and they stalled out, it was ego. It was contentedness. It was this thought that they had it figured out. Everybody should be following their lead. And they were gone. They were just left in the dust by Carlos outselling crickets across the world. And nobody could keep up with him because he did it a little bit different. So stay humble and stay a student.
That's awesome. Great answer. All right, Bridget, I want to talk a little bit about innovation with you, because one of the things that really blew me away when reading about you was how you promote so much doing good with the listen sound. And a lot of people, when they're looking for ways to differentiate, like Carlos talked about, one of the ideas they come up with was, what if I do something socially responsible, helping people out? But sometimes you're just looking for an angle, for a differentiation, or way to do that. You truly believe in it. And how has that helped you? And also, what kind of challenges has it presented?
There's been plenty of both, that's for sure. I'll start out with the good. So with my company Listen, so we sell headphones and speakers, and then we give people hearing all over the world. And we've been able to give over 50,000 children hearing for the first time. Thank you. Thank you. And I appreciate that. But when we started the company, it wasn't about like being different or whatever. It was like really authentic and like a really true story, like very honest, true story. And we came from nothing and we didn't know how to do it. And obviously Alibaba really helped us out there. But I would say the number one way that we grew the company from nothing to where we are now is through corporate partnerships. So it was like leveraging our authenticity and letting these big companies kind of borrow it. So for an example, we did a commercial with Google, and we were the face of their small business campaign. And at the time, it was the biggest commercial that they'd ever done. It was 90 million views on YouTube, like really amazing.
That's awesome.
And
There was one applause.
oh, thank you. Shout out to whoever clapped. And then a couple years after that, we did the headphones for Delta Airlines, and we did like 1.2 million pairs of headphones for their first class. And the whole, like, none of that would have happened without this story, right? There's a million headphone companies out there. Like, I don't know if you've ever been to CES, but it's like literally everyone and their mom has a headphone company. So, so it did differentiate us away from everyone else. We're still the only social good headphone company in the world, but it didn't start off as that. So I think that you just have to truly be authentic and have a really good story and be able to keep telling that story over and over again, no matter what it is. And that'll get you away from the competition. One negative I will say is that sometimes people look at products with a charitable angle and they think, oh, that's not real, or that's, it's not a good product. So you have to have a product that backs it up, right? You can't just have a t-shirt that says save the whales on it or whatever, and it's like a crappy t-shirt. Like, it has to be a good product first. Like, our headphones and speakers can stand against like Bose and be just as good, but then it's like another, you know, bonus that it's charitable. So we try to fight back against that, like, maybe negativity of people being like, oh, it's just a marketing thing or whatever, but it's really not. So
it's authenticity and then having an authentically good product to deliver.
Yeah, good product to go along with it.
I want to go a little off script here too, because you mentioned you had to come up with 1.2 million units of headphones.
Yeah.
What kind of challenges did that present right there?
I mean, obviously with airlines, the product has to be a lot cheaper than the normal product. So we had to create a product that was a lot cheaper. It was still good, but it wasn't like our typical $200 headphone, right? It was good. I'm not going to say how much it cost, but it was a lot less than that. So we had to go to a different factory. We still used our same sourcing agents and everything that we had met on Alibaba 12 years ago. But we went to a different factory, and, you know, it brought a lot of issues that we did not see coming. So
I can imagine.
At the end of the day, it worked really well. The customers loved it, and we got to film a commercial with them, and, you know, they donated a lot of money to our charity, and it was like a win-win for everyone involved.
And did they generate like a purchase order or multiple purchase orders for that amount?
Mm-hmm.
What did it feel like to get a purchase order for 1.2 million units?
I mean, we worked our butts off on that. I can tell you, like, at the time we had 4 employees, you know?
Wow.
So we were up against literally Beats, Bose, every single company that you can think of, because it's the biggest airline in the world. So, you know, they have like 100,000 employees, or I don't know, some crazy number. And it's like, and we're just this tiny company at the time, like, yeah, please pick us.
but to Tim's point, you have an advantage also as well, because you're hungry for it. You're focusing on one thing only, and it's gotten you to where you are today.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, that leads me right to your next question, Tim, as well. So as people start scaling, they start needing to generate more capacity, manufacturing. Like, what kind of mistakes do you see and issues people coming up with when they're faced with tripling or 10xing what they have to do in their business in order to keep growing?
Was that for me or you?
That's for you, yeah.
I think that not knowing what we don't know is important. You know, like, it's important to realize that we don't have all the answers, of course. So measure twice and cut once. I had a product that was, I was selling, you know, 500 units a month on e-commerce, and then I was invited to have my product featured in one of the largest subscription boxes, you know, in the US. And it was a huge order. It was awesome. And I assumed this is going to be really, really easy because I can just go to the same factory. They'll lower my price on it, and it'll be great. It'll be awesome. I'll have a higher profit margin. My factory couldn't do it. So now I'm thinking, how am I going to get this done? And I realized that I was not prepared for growth. So what I was doing is I was reacting instead of proactively planning for growth. Like, we don't go into business hoping we don't grow, right? Like, there's a lot of you in this room whose family member thinks you're crazy for being here because entrepreneurs are all nuts, and you're like, no, I'm going to figure it out. But then you're not thinking about what happens if I actually do succeed, because maybe in the back of your head, you're either just buried in fires you're trying to put out now, or maybe you're a little bit, you know, uncomfortable with the fact that you may actually do really well. So the folks that I see succeed are the ones that are planning 3 steps ahead for a contingency of success. And if I had done that, it would have been awesome. Look at Amazon during COVID. Remember, Amazon sales blew through the roof, but it was the biggest pain in the tail for Amazon sellers because the logistics system broke down, because the volume on Amazon.com doubled overnight and their warehouses didn't. Their trucks didn't. Their staff actually didn't just double, they decreased because they, right? So like if they would have been thinking, hey, let's, obviously you can't plan for pandemic, but like let's have contingencies to go and immediately lease other warehouses, right? So in the supply chain, that's typically the slowest moving facet of your business, because I can start running more ads tomorrow. I can hire a digital marketing agency to create assets and they'll be done in 3 days. But actually going and getting those products is a nightmare. So my suggestion, shameless shout out plug to Alibaba.com and their new AI tool. If you think you've got a great supplier and you've got a great price and you're all set for growth, assume you're wrong and get on Alibaba.com tonight and go find 6 potential more suppliers. Start getting prices from them now, get samples from them now, talk about packaging now, and be honest with them and say, look, this is a contingency plan, but the risk of not having that stuff prepared could literally be the absolute demise of your company by losing momentum, running out of cash. I mean, it can be a nightmare.
And that's awesome. We'd all love to go back in time knowing what we know now back then. And speaking of Alibaba.com, I want to talk to you, Carlos, about that. Like, we've all grown up using Alibaba.com, if that's like the phrase we'll use. We're all in our middle age phase here. How do you use Alibaba, like for your supply chain, and also the people you work with? What kind of tools do you have them use inside of Alibaba in order to help complete their supply chain?
One of the more popular ones that I'm hoping that everybody here uses, I'm a power user when it comes to the RFQ. So it's just the most powerful thing I've ever encountered when it comes to finding products and working with suppliers. I think I'm creating a new RFQ every week, fleshing stuff out, trying to find partners. The other thing that I use Alibaba a lot for is for different types of inspection companies. Inspecting raw materials, inspecting finished products, full factory audits, like all that. Those would be the 2 main areas that I use within Alibaba.
That's like RFQs are kind of a mystery for some people. So I'm gonna look out here. If you used Alibaba at all, just to search for products, raise your hand real quick. Have you ever used Alibaba? Looks like, probably 2/3 of the group. Who here has actually used the RFQ process to create a request for a quotation? And I can count those on one hand. It is scary, but the power in that is, well, share. What's the power of creating an RFQ?
Well, you get to the power.
First, I'll say, what is an RFQ?
It's a request for quotation. Thank you. It's a request for quotation, and it used to be a lot more difficult to use than it is now. You used to need to know, like, you couldn't just say stainless steel. You need to know the type of stainless steel. So the more detailed and the more you understand the product that you do want to bring to market, that's when you really start understanding the power of that RFQ. And then it doesn't end there. Then when you start getting those outreaches from the factories that are responding to the RFQ and they're like, yes, I can make that. Yes, I can do those quantities. You can then go deeper and leverage their mastery of that particular material or that particular product. And imagine trying to hire that in-house. It would just be cost prohibitive. So you get to have all these different partners that you would never have reached without the RFQ and really level up your product development and your business.
You probably end up with a much better product you may not even imagine. That's awesome. Great advice. RFQs, highly recommend it. Bridget, I want to talk to you about spending money, because your shoes are really nice. They're probably a little expensive. But all of us face expenses in the business. It doesn't matter what level you're at here. And all of us try to, cut costs. But it's hard when you find new things all the time that you think are the next thing you need to grow your business. And it's $10 here, $20 here a month. How have you faced the issue of controlling costs in the business? How have people you've talked to done that? And just what are your thoughts during what things do an entrepreneur not need to spend money on right now in order to make sure they're not wasting money?
Oh yeah, I've had a lot of experience with this. So it's funny, right now in my life, I have a lot of friends who are starting companies and have all these ideas, which is awesome. And I love to see that. But the number one thing I see them do that I'm always like, please don't do that, is they jump in all in on like the legal and the, the trademarks and the forming the LLC and buying the URLs and all of these things that cost thousands of dollars without even knowing if one person will buy the product. And I'm like, please slow down. I know you're excited, but you have to find out if it's a viable product first. Like, just don't tell anyone about it. Like ask people that you know, but don't buy all of the stuff and put up a website if you don't know that anyone is going to buy it because you might waste a lot of time and a lot of money. And then obviously as things scale, you know, I think one thing we were guilty of is like getting an office too soon or getting, and you know, that's kind of been pulled back like since like post-pandemic and all that. But yeah, getting an office and just excessive spending is not good in general. But your company will go through ups and downs, and you can't always think that it's going to be up, right? You have to like save some for when there's downturns, like in the seasons or whatever your company is going through. So I would just say control costs. That's a very basic answer, but
It's about, you know, you don't need an LLC, you don't need a trademark yet, you don't need a patent yet. If you don't know if you have a product, someone's going to buy it.
yeah, especially if you don't know that you have customers or if you lose interest right away. You know, a lot of my friends will be like, oh, well, we're going to do this company and whatever. And then 2 weeks later, they're like, well, it's not working. I'm like, well, you didn't even try. You spent $5,000 on legal costs and you didn't even like try. So I would just slow down on that, find customers, figure out if it's a viable product, and then do those things.
And you also mentioned that, you know, you can't just assume it's always going to be the peaks. There's going to be the valleys. I mean, Carlos and Tim, you've probably seen this. I don't know how many times I've come across people that Christmas is awesome. You guys are in a perfect spot right now if you're getting ready to sell for Christmas. It is euphoria. Santa Claus is real. Everything is great. But I know so many people that come January, they're like, this is amazing. I'm tripling my orders, and it's January. So I'll start with you, Carlos. Like, what are your thoughts on people managing expectations throughout the normal annual cycle of a product?
Well, I've had a lot of what you call them, dips or valleys in there. Like I've definitely made a lot of mistakes in that area. Taking advantage of tools now, like a lot of the AI that's out there, especially around forecasting, has helped me tremendously. But just erring on the side of caution, understanding, you know, when I first started, I didn't understand things like sunk cost and the just sitting inventory. I can't pay bills with it. And avoiding that, you know, partnering up with phenomenal PLs, 3PLs that have a better eye at that than me. That's what I do.
That's great. Use the tools and people who can help you manage that. And Tim, you were laughing down there. I think you've seen that happen with people as well.
Man, I have screwed that up so bad. My advice for the same question is understand the way that your decision-making process works personally. Like do some deep diving and understand how your brain works. I, much later in my business career, realized I cannot trust myself because I am an extremely emotional decision maker. Now, early on, it got me pretty far because my gut instinct was usually, you know, more than 50% of the time going to be right. I could kind of bet on myself. But if I'm an emotional decision maker, I can't trust myself to decide, is it the right time to triple my inventory because I'm excited about Christmas? Now, what's awesome is we have an enormous amount of actual data. We don't have to guess what the answer is. We don't have to try to figure this out because for me specifically, two sources of data. One is technological data, AI, all the everything as far as digital marketing and marketplace. Like there's data to tell us how to make smart decisions. And the other thing that we have, again, I'm preaching on this, is community. It's the people in these rooms. If I were going to try to sell an electronic to an airline company, my gut instinct would tell me, that's freaking awesome, I'll figure this out. Where I need to think, this young lady right here is an enormous data set, and she could probably in 10 sentences reduce my risk of failure by 90%. She's a data set, right? So build relationships, ask people, study, learn. If you're making emotional decisions, you're going to make a lot more mistakes, which are going to cause more probably negative emotions. And that's where I've seen a lot of great business ideas and product ideas fail. But we're in a day and age where we have a lot of data that we can leverage.
Data and community, leverage those to the full extent. Love it.
I just want to say I couldn't agree more with what you said. And with inventory specifically, that is something you really need to pay attention to. A good example is so I had a book come out last September, and a lot of my friends are authors as well, and they will have their whole garage full of books. And I'm like, you need to slow down, like chill out, because you know, you don't know if somebody's going to buy your book, for example. And like, so take into account, like maybe I can use a manufacturer that's print on demand, or maybe I can, you know, just buy 100 copies, for example. Like when we started Listen, we literally like hammered the manufacturer. We just need 100 samples to start. And that probably saved us like, I don't even know how much time and money, just because we were like, okay, if we can sell like 100 units and then we can go to like 1,000 and then we can go to 10,000. But if we start with 10,000, like the whole business is over, because then our whole houses are filled with inventory that maybe nobody wants.
I love it. There's no reason not to limit your risk.
Yeah,
Like, you're in
just
control.
mitigate the risk in the very beginning and then grow slowly, instead of just being like, oh, it's fine, 10,000 people will buy it.
All right, now, so we're down to the last minute here, so going to ask a question of each one of you. I'd love to talk more about AI and automation, but let's change it up a little bit. So what is the one AI tool or technology that you either use or see being have the biggest effect on your business? And we'll start with Tim.
I was like, please come to me last, please come to me last, please come to me last. I am not very technologically savvy. I suck. When I started this e-commerce thing, I didn't know how to create an email address. Like I was toast. There are so many smart people in this room that have an amazing answer to this, but I'm going to give an answer that sounds really boring and crappy, but probably applies to most of you. It is something as simple as ChatGPT. I forget it exists. Does anybody here use WhatsApp? Like, you know that WhatsApp has an AI text thing in it? And I'll spend so much time trying to figure something out. I'm like, dang, like I'm literally on WhatsApp messaging Carlos and be like, Carlos, do you know this? And he's like, no, dude, ask the Oracle. And I'm like, oh, it's right here. I forgot. So, you know, I like that acronym for business, KISS, keep it simple, stupid. You know, like I see that whether it's the tech company I'm involved with 200,000 customers and 600 employees, or my own brands that I'm kind of running by myself largely, like keep it simple. ChatGPT is by far the biggest opportunity for all of us to make a big impact on our business as we learn the more advanced stuff.
Awesome. Carlos?
Thank you for coming to me first, by the way, because Carlos was probably going to say the same thing.
Yeah. Well, first of all, one new one that I learned at this event is, I'm not going to get the first word right, but there's a Copilot one that Alibaba just came out with that I'm stoked about. So pick Copilot. Yeah. I'm stoked about that. I'm already talking to people in my community that are here about it. And like, we're going to tear this apart and really start leveraging it. Automation within my company is, I just hire specialists now to identify where we're losing a lot of labor costs and stuff like that. With AI, I'm definitely not leading the charge. Within products, I try to figure out like, how can I change the material of a product to maybe lower tariffs or different things like that. And AI allows me to almost have like a second brain, like ChatGPT. Yeah. The solution within the space, to be specific, that I'm using, especially around logistics, because it's a huge problem, is one called SKU Drop, which uses a lot of AI. And I
use that too.
SKU Drop's phenomenal, and that's just saving me so much labor, so much across the board. So leveraging the expertise of how other people are using AI is a big one for me.
Awesome. And then Bridget, what about you?
I love AI. So I use it all the time. I know that there's very scary things about it, and it's definitely, there's a lot of bad things about it, but I try to use it for positive things. So many things. I would say like customer service, huge difference between like even a few years ago and now. Like now we have one person that runs it, and then there's AI as well. I think it's still important to have an actual human being there. With sampling product, it's like sped up our automation on that. Just as an example, like packaging. So I do all of our design and all of our packaging, and I used to use like Adobe Illustrator and stuff like that. And like, I don't know if you've used that, but it is not easy, right? It's not fun. And it's an amazing tool, but it's also really difficult. And like now you can just use Canva, and I can do it in literally 1 minute. I can make our new packaging, send it to the factory, and they can print it like that day, where before it took a lot longer. I think with quality control at the factory level, AI can spot defects a lot faster than like maybe people can. So I really like that. And then the one that I probably use the most is Claude, which is very similar to ChatGPT. I love it. And, you know, I don't love to use it to like write things necessarily, but I am a writer, and like I'll let it help me. Like I'll be like, what's the strong points in this story? And it'll say, this is a strong point. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to keep that in the story. Right. Or I'll say, can you like make me a LinkedIn post out of this chapter from my book? And that's been super helpful for me. And like, I don't love that, you know, creatives maybe are creating content just from AI, but I think it's a great helper.
Awesome. Great way of putting it. Yeah, don't replace your job with it, supplement it.
Like we still need the human touch, right? But it can push it forward versus just like taking over.
Awesome. Thanks so much, guys. Well, can we hear it for Bridget, Tim, and Carlos here, guys?
Guys.
We're a little over, but thank you guys so much. It's been great having you up here, and hopefully I'll see you all real soon.
Thank you, guys.
As an athlete, I wanted to be different. So the same way I changed my name from Ron Artest to Meta World Peace, it was about evolution. It's because I wanted to find my inner peace. I Meta World Peace. ThePandishFriend.com is a brand about peace, about strength. So the reason I got into business, it all started from philanthropy and giving back.
Or etc. The process to find winning products is now clearer and simpler. You can also adjust the selection plan based on your preference, such as more ideas for earbuds that sell well and are high tech. The AI agent will make recommendations accordingly. Based on contextual understanding, AI will match the most suitable suppliers for you. And automatically send inquiries to ask for prices and quotations. First, I put in a vague request. I'm looking to buy a forklift for my farm. Instead of being a passive search engine, our AI agent will turn into an active guide. Everything is conversational. It will provide you with key factors you need to pay attention when sourcing for a farm use forklift. Based on industry knowledge, now I clearly know I should choose this specific requirements. The AI agent will recommend some tailored features. The AI agent will make the final recommendation based on your budget and the ideal delivery address. Now you can clearly see the budget allocation and the estimated arrival time. Through multiple rounds of interaction between you and the AI agent, it narrows down your procurement needs. Finally, the AI agent will generate a detailed quotation containing all the requirements. The AI agent will generate quick notes and summarize the advantages and disadvantages of different forklift models. Ultimately, the AI agent will generate professional requests for quotations and send them to the selected manufacturers.
We have an amazing fireside chat for you. Please extend a warm welcome to my friend Alex Tsai, the head of strategic partnerships for the Americas region at Alibaba.com. Welcome, Alex.
All right. Good afternoon, fellow co-creators. How y'all doing? All good? Got the coffee and everything going on? Love you too. So my name's Alex, and I help lead the strategic partnerships for Alibaba.com in the Americas region. So I hope you guys all got to attend some amazing sessions for the past 2 days, and also to watch the Pitch the Pro session with Damon and all the judges earlier today, and also to participate with all the super informative breakout sessions. So I think the opening video that you just saw probably have given away a little bit, but for the next keynote session here on the main stage, I am personally super thrilled to have this next special guest, or maybe I should call him the all-star, right, to join us at the Alibaba.com CoCreate. And I hope you're all geared up for this next session, because we've got a real treat for you, all of you today. Our next guest is a legend on and off the basketball court. But don't worry, if you're a basketball player, he's not here to block your shots, steal your game ball, or hit that buzzer beater 3 against you. He's here to share his journey to help you level up your game in business and in life. And I'll say he is really kind of the embodiment of resilience, passion, and reinvention. And what truly sets him apart isn't just his legacy as an NBA champion and Defensive Player of the Year, but his commitment to inspire others, whether through philanthropy, mental health advocacy, or just his growing influence in the world of business entertainment. So he's very dedicated community leader, a champion for mental wellness, and a powerful example of personal growth and transformation. Now, you might already know who I'm talking about, but let me just kind of show you a quick video, just for those that know a little bit more about our next guys. Can we roll the video, please? So everyone, are you ready for our next special guest? So, without further ado, let's welcome the one, the only, the panda's friend himself with a heart as big as his legacy, Mr. Meta World Peace.
Thank you, Alex. That was incredible. Thank you.
Man, Meta, thank you so much, right, for joining us here today at CoCreate, Alibaba.com Conference of the Year. I'm so excited to have you here. I'm sure like a lot of the folks in the crowd as well. And so let's jump right in. There are a lot of questions that I'm seeing that I love to ask you, and I'm sure a lot of crowd that would love to know. So first of all, you transitioned from your amazing 19 years of career as a professional NBA player, right, in the fast-paced world, and then now you're kind of moving to the business world. So could you briefly walk us through that journey? Because I'm sure that's a big change, big switch from the professional player for 19 years to a business, in the world. So what was the biggest challenge at that time for you, right, and that you encountered during this period, and how did you overcome it?
Yeah, and I just want to say thanks for having me, Alex. You've been a big supporter, and you recognize how the passion and the love I have for the Alibaba platform. Never knowing I was going to meet anybody from Alibaba, I just wanted to sell shoes. So I just figured out how to work this product on my own, and I was a little bit fearful, actually, when I first started to use the platform, because it's so many buttons you got to press. And I had no experience in pressing buttons. But I said, you know what? I'm just going to dive into it. And just to answer your question and get into this a little bit, started out obviously playing basketball in 1999. I got drafted. In 1997, I was at LaSalle Academy. And even in 1993, I remember my freshman year in high school, my grades wasn't the best. I failed off the team, 13 games, couldn't play. I was at an all-boys Catholic school. And I remember telling myself, well, I want to play basketball. I'm going to have to get my academics right. So my average went from a 60, which is a D, maybe if you're in California, it's numbers in New York City. Then my senior year, it was a 95 average. So I was picking it up every year, to the point where I got a letter from Princeton, and I almost went to Princeton.
Princeton.
Yeah, they said when I got the letter, because I was more focused on basketball schools.
Right.
But when I got the letter, I was like, wow, it was really, for me, I felt like, wow, this is really special. And I was thinking about doing it, But, something about, I was trying to also go to the MBA. And, my background, when I got, into St. John's, actually, I went to St. John's University, and my first major was architecture, and I always wanted to do things creative and be an entrepreneur. And when I got drafted, I had the entrepreneur bug, but I didn't have the experience. I didn't have the support, not even a know-how. And it was something that was missing out of me, not having that skill set. So obviously you play your long MBA career, but the whole time you're thinking about, if I did this right, or if I made this move, I wonder if I can get into consumer. I wonder if I can sell my own shoes and launch my own brand. But, basketball, took precedent over that.
And then kind of the rest is history. Like after you retired, and then was there like a transition, or you already planned ahead about, okay, what I'm going to be doing after retirement?
Yeah, well, so initially I was only doing philanthropy especially from 2007 when I launched my 501c3 all the way to 2012, or 2014. But I realized it was a little bit too much just only focusing on philanthropy. And I said, I got to get into business. And I was asking myself, well, what am I going to do? And I really got really interested in digital marketing. When I retired, I went back to UCLA, took some extension courses in coding, digital marketing, digital analytics, social media. In Vancouver, I did Google Analytics. In Concordia, Irvine, in Orange County, I did business analytics. I started to learn how to work the platforms, how to work AWS. I wanted to understand how could I operate, not necessarily always use somebody else. And I said, yeah, it might take me a little bit longer. And it took me, I'm 8 years in from retirement to right now, which gives me the ability to really understand how to launch products, different programming and different things like that.
Gotcha. And then we also, saw the video at the beginning where you highlighted kind of your story with Alibaba.com, right? So can you share with us a little bit kind of how that partnership, came about and what kind of drew you to work with Alibaba.com?
Well, I remember when I was working at Alibaba, Alibaba has a really robust platform, and they have about 3 different direct messages if you ever was in Alibaba. And I just happened to run across the RFQs and all these different kind of security type of direct messaging. And I got a message, somebody said, is this the real Meta World piece? And when I got that message, I'm like, wow, this is super interesting. Somebody asked me, I was just looking for sneakers, but I was actually using the product. And what I realized about Alibaba was it's going to make somebody's life like mine easier if I want to launch a pair of sneakers or a shoe company. Like, how am I going to do that as an athlete with no experience? But the fans, they want it, especially especially when you're hot. When you're in your prime, they'll buy anything. And I felt like I was missing out on that opportunity.
And I must say, you've been hot for 19 years, right?
Yeah.
Throughout your career.
And if you're not signed to like the bigger shoe companies,
right.
They have the marketing channels, they have the sales channel, they have the they understand. But if you're a player, you could be an all-star, but if you're not signed to one of the bigger companies, then you're just not going to sell shoes, and you're missing out on a huge opportunity.
Yeah. And then so essentially what you kind of described, right? So you have to kind of transition, right, from the basketball court to the boardroom, right? And so building a company with, and today you're building a company with a very diverse, ecosystem of partners. And Alibaba.com, is known for helping business scale, for connecting from the global opportunities. So how has, working with Alibaba.com help you expand your business reach? And what advice would you give to entrepreneurs here looking to take advantage of that global marketplace like Alibaba.com?
Yeah, obviously Alibaba is available for anyone to use, but not everyone is using it. A lot of people that have the opportunities. So for us, for me, I want to make sure that I'm able to be a bridge, especially for the athletes and then also entrepreneurs. When I launched my company, it was for athletes, but we wound up having 35 companies that are non-athletes, which, it was really interesting how that worked out. But, it's still opportunities to educate people on how to use Alibaba, why you should use it. Obviously, it's the #1 kind of platform when it comes to sourcing and different things like that. So for me, I still want to I want to partner with Alibaba because I think it's an opportunity to help athletes that want to launch their own brands, launch it more efficiently. And I think, and you see here, there's a lot of people here today, first time, and maybe in a setting like this, and say, "Oh, I really got a lot out of this, conference." And I was asking around a little bit, and people said they got a lot out of the conference.
Right. Yeah. Isn't it amazing? I think, this conference, like be able to gather all of this amazing entrepreneurs.
A lot of entrepreneurs.
Yes. Yeah. I'm like super pumped about that. So, and again, going back to basketball, right? Because you know this so well, success is all about teamwork. And then that's the case with business as well. So being an all-star, 19 years of NBA, and ultimately a world championship, right, with the Lakers. Any Lakers fan here in the house? All right, all right. Now, with your own company, or I should say companies, right? You have a few companies. So you have also carried the team mentality, I'm sure, right? Because you got a lot of partners, you got a lot of folks that you work with the holding company that you have. So for the business owners here who are building and growing their own teams, what advice would you have for them that are kind of using that teamwork mindset, right, that be able to create success in business?
I think you got to prepare. You want to go through training camp, so to speak, together. Not like these days, players don't practice so they can't win games. Right. So go through some type of case study, some type of beta together, and really trust your team members, trust your teammates. Let them make their own decisions sometimes, and give some room for one of your members to make mistakes, right? And then correct them, support them, and then level up together. I think teamwork is all about trust. In basketball, if you make the extra pass, we want that. Well, you risk a missed shot by somebody you passed it to, but that shouldn't be the worry.
Right.
It should be because it was the right thing to do. It was the right thing to pass off. And I think it works the same way in business.
As we just saw in that video, if you guys saw that, right? That buzzer beater where Kobe Bryant trusted you.
Trusted.
Shimmy shake a little bit. 3-pointer.
It was
and
luck.
A kiss.
My eyes were closed. It was luck.
So that's more like a Jordan move.
It looked like I meant to do it. I actually was thinking about Alibaba.
Nice one. Nice one. Great. So as a former NBA player, right, I think you are, at least my personal view, you are known for your relentless intensity, right, for winning the Defensive Player of the Year and your competitive edge, right? And then you've mentioned before how the late, great Kobe Bryant, rest in peace, Kobe, the Mamba mentality that influenced you, right? So can you share about how that mindset has shaped your approach to business today? Like this intensity, but how do you tap into those strengths, right? Could be strengths, or could be weakness, right? As you kind of mentioned before. So kind of that versatility as a two-way player that you were in your role as an entrepreneur, right? And then as well as a business owner.
Yeah, it's interesting. I remember watching Kobe during his last seasons, and he was actually a little bit more just approachable on the bus, because during the prime of his career, he was focused on winning championships. Mm-hmm. But towards the end, he started to play with the rookies more, laugh a little bit. And I'm like, wow, that's a different Kobe. But he also was in the back of the bus a lot, or we sat across from each other. He was always working on business. Oh. And I was like, wow, what are you doing? He said, I'm working on stuff. Like,
so he won't share much. He's working on stuff.
Well, he did share some stuff. He shared the body armor deal. He actually offered that deal to me and Julius, and we were just playing around. And we were like, oh, wow, he 10x his money. Julius, we missed out. But he would share a little bit. I remember when he retired, because we were super competitive, so we didn't really get lunch together. Mm-hmm. We're a different breed. It's like we come to work and that's it, right? We communicate on the court. But I remember after he retired, I went to go visit him, and he had about 7 stacks of books that he was editing. It was called the Wizard Nod series. He actually put the books out. Wow. And I'm like, Kobe, you editing those books yourself? He said, yeah, I love these books. And I'm really passionate about the project. And it just showed that he took his passion from the court to his books that he was writing.
Right.
And it really inspired me, and I would call him often. I would say, I need I want to launch like a digital marketing company, which is my first kind of aspiration,
Right.
which is still the center of my company right now.
Mm-hmm.
And as I was asking them for advice, something that hit me was apply the same passion that you put into sports.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you can't really, if you're behind a laptop and you're launching a new business, and let's just say, you hit a roadblock.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if I hit a roadblock in the game, I can hustle, I can dive on the floor. When you're in front of a laptop, I can't just dive on a button and that's going to change the game.
Yeah.
And that's the part where I had to understand, you gotta still dig deep by like not sleeping some days.
Right.
You gotta learn more. You gotta go get more case studies because this is all mental.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about what you're learning. How am I communicating with my future partners? So it was more a mental dig deep. And but one of the things that I can apply, I remember the days of working out and, just my legs burning. And do you give up? Do you stop?
Mm-hmm.
So one thing I said, if I don't know something, don't stop, continue to go get the information. And that's kind of how I made the comparison.
No, I think, for all professional athletes, right, I think you guys kind of take to the next level, right, in terms of preparation, but that intensity and not stopping, as you mentioned, right, because, that's why you guys are professional.
Absolutely.
Right. And then you also mentioned about your partners, your businesses. Talk to us a little about that, right? So could you kind of give us a glimpse into your current business portfolio, right? I know you do a lot of investments. You also do a lot of partnerships, different type of business going on, right? So how do you navigate all those decisions on which venture that you want to invest in and who to partner with? And then additionally, just looking ahead, can you give us a sneak peek, right, in terms of how do you envision, right, your business ventures kind of continue to develop, right? And also as well, how do you envision Alibaba.com, right, could be able to contribute to that future success that you've been building for the past few years?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously when you're launching a business, you got to start somewhere. But with an athlete, it's difficult because during your career, you're playing basketball, you get home, you check your phone, there's an opportunity. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's another opportunity.
Yeah.
It's like, which one do I pick? Right. So, for me, I found out that I wanted to build an infrastructure to hold up all these opportunities. And initially, I didn't have a thesis. If you launch a company or if you're launching a fund, a venture capital fund, well, you're going to have a thesis. And one of the things that I was thinking about, even though I'm getting offered equity in companies, I still didn't have a thesis. Mm-hmm. Even though I'm not actually invested in companies, but I'm giving my time.
Right.
I got to give my time a thesis. And when I did that, things really changed for me because I was actually attracting businesses and partners and founders that made sense for what I wanted to do.
Right.
And there's a fine line between your passions and what the opportunity is, right? Because sometimes your passion is your plan A, but it's really your plan B that's going to work because it's just not the right time for whatever your passion is. So for me, it was selling sneakers. You see a lot of athletes getting into entertainment, but sometimes we don't put an analysis behind, the reasoning or what we want to do. So I said, okay, I'll just start wherever the opportunities is. I'm gonna put a thesis around my time, right? And it's leading me, 8 years later, it's leading me back to Alibaba, which is consumer opportunities, consumer logistics, consumer products. So it took me a little bit longer to get here. And you're talking about 1999 when I first got drafted. I wanted to do my own shoes,
right?
But I had no one to really help me on how to execute. So one of my clients came to me and said, Meta, I want to launch a shoe brand. I'm gonna say, okay, I'm gonna get my team on the line. We're gonna come up with a strategy, maybe a funding strategy, a sales strategy, branding strategy. But in 1999, when I wanted to launch my own shoe, I just got told no, it's impossible. It's gonna cost $90,000 for the molds. I'm like, well, what about the solutions? If we could put a man on the moon, I'm just asking how I just want to launch a shoe brand. It can't be that complicated.
Right.
And it became very frustrating, right? It was a mix of me not being around the right people. It was also a mix of people not really giving the extra effort because as a 19-year-old new player, you don't really understand how to put a team together.
Right.
Even though you're thinking ahead. So sometimes as an athlete, you think because you're good on the court, that is going to translate to something else. It don't work like that all the time. So I said, you know what? I'm just going to take my time, learn whatever I want to get involved in and out, learn the code and then, wait for the perfect time to launch a product. And now I'm sitting here, actually understanding the platform and understanding the effect of influencers and athletes that we can put and pair with a brand, to market that brand and how to tell a story. It took a little while, but everything takes time.
Yeah, no, totally. I feel like that potentially could relate to a lot of entrepreneurs here, right? I think you don't know what you don't know, but I think what was amazing as you were sharing that, it's kind of how, in my opinion, kind of reinvented yourself. You mentioned, all right, you went back to school, right? You kind of learned everything from scratch, from start coding. Now you got to kind of, X versus X sports. It's a Web3, right? Sports platform that you're building. I don't know. I feel like for a lot of people, be able to, from a professional basketball player or anyone, entrepreneurs are like jumping to Web3, like tech, hardcore tech business, right? It's not like an easy transition. So can you briefly talk about like what kind of motivate you, or like what a struggle that kind of went through, like to push yourself to, all right, I need to learn this because I need to, right? For me to kind of move on to the ultimate goal that I want to reach.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at technology, it affects everything. And when you look at where athletes affect the outcome of success, just look at the categories: logistics, insurance, publication, gaming. And you can look in the arenas and it'll tell you where the athletes affect the outcome of success. The banners are all the way around you. And when I found out that athletes are going to start receiving $100 million a year, $70 million a year, people would ask me, well, man, don't you wish you was playing in this era? I was like, no, I wish I was those companies on the jerseys. So 8 years ago, I was hustling information. I wanted to learn the administration side. I wanted to learn the sales and accounting side. I wanted to learn the contract side. Your company is as good as your contracts. The boring side, the logistics side. People say, why did you acquire, controlling shares of your logistics company? If I'm going to launch consumer products for athletes, you need logistics.
Right.
There's no way around it.
Right.
And on the public markets, I think logistics is written over the public markets. When you look at most of the companies,
right?
From Fashion Nova, I'm not sure if they're public, but Alibaba, Amazon, Nike, Fanatics, all these companies, Nvidia, all these companies have logistics written all over it. You have to get it to the consumer. You have to get it to retail.
Right.
And for me, I said, I'm just going to jump in. And now it's really interesting because logistics affects a lot of my company from a positive perspective.
I'm sure for a lot of these entrepreneurs, right, that deal with products, logistics is natural, the thing that you have to work out and then deal with.
I didn't want to wait too long to get involved. That's why I just jumped into it. And my business, it's an ecosystem, mainly because if an athlete comes to us, I use an athlete as a persona, but it relates to entrepreneurs. Like I said, I launched my business for athletes, but we attracted a lot of non-athletes, which is like really interesting.
Right.
It was really flattering. I was able to help just non-athletes.
Right. No, absolutely. And then you also mentioned about consumer brands. You have your own consumer brand, Panda's Friends, right? As you can see, you got the Panda here, Panda, basically all the accessories and clothing line, right? They have. Can you share a little bit kind of that process? Like, why did you choose a, almost like apparel brand, right, as a consumer brand to start with your business?
Yeah.
Right? And then what was that process? Because I know what you shared with me, like Alibaba.com was kind of how tied it together for your business.
Well, when I launched the Panda brand, I always wanted to do a brand. As you know, I said in 1999, I wanted to launch a shoe brand. I wanted to launch my own shoe brand. And then in 2014, my daughter had this passion for pandas. And I'm like, oh, wow, maybe I can launch a panda brand and spend more time with my daughter and continue to get on her nerves, right? So I launched the Panda's Friend, right? And so initially I wanted it to be a logo, and I didn't want to spend too much time on the logo. So I said, you know what? This logo is good. The first kind of JPEG that we got back. I said,
The first
perfect,
JPEG.
$50 for the logo.
$50.
Yeah.
You got the logo $50.
Yeah, $50.
That I think that probably worth a couple millions
Signed
now,
and
right?
sealed. And initially we wanted to launch a brand. So we actually had a little run, but I didn't have the right team to launch a brand. So we put the brand on pause for 6 years. You know, we kept it running, kept the trademarks running, and then we turned it into a consumer holdings company because I found out that was my strength. And that's what I've been focusing on. So it didn't make sense for me to launch a brand while I got all these portfolio companies and founders that I'm talking to. So we said, let's try to get into consumer, but let it fit into our business model. So now we have multiple consumer products under the consumer holdings company.
Right.
So we changed the model a little bit, which we like better. It's a little easier.
Yeah, totally.
But it still looks good. We just don't sell products.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think about the Pandas Fry? All right, you got some love already. Yeah, so I think we covered a lot. You know, Matt, thank you so much, right? I see for all the knowledge drops. So before we wrap up, we'd love to hear your knowledge drop. Like, what advice do you have for all the aspiring entrepreneurs out here, like looking to carve out their path and business, right? Inspired by your entrepreneur journey, and you know, with Alibaba.com as part of that.
Yeah, definitely. I think I was so excited when you invited me here. I knew why I was coming, but I didn't quite know what everything was. So that's why I wanted to come out. And as I asked questions to everybody, and somebody was here for sourcing for landscape, and I said, okay, I get it. This is the sourcing thing, and everybody's here trying to build their business. I understand. You know, but I think, you know, as an entrepreneur, if you have the luxury to focus on one thing, like take advantage of it. Obviously, you want to have a plan B. You know, my strategy is a little bit different, mostly because I get so much opportunity. It's really hard to just like focus on one thing. So I became a venture capital holdings company, and I'm happy doing that. But I think, like, as an entrepreneur, if you're launching your own business, you know, try not to put too much on your plate. You know, I heard a term that said dig deep rather than go wide all the time. You know, so dig deep, you know, build the infrastructure for partnerships, infrastructure for sales, or whatever your business is. Understand it, launch your case studies, launch your betas if you can. You know, learn about your product, learn about your business, and then go live whenever you can. Work in abundance. I think sometimes the personality traits can have you working in scarcity. I know I grew up like that, and we only get one plate of rice, and I'm not sharing because I don't know when that next plate of rice is coming.
Right.
You know, so but that doesn't translate to business. Collaboration translates to business, and that was also something that took a while for me to understand. But I would say, you know, work in abundance. Bring your, you know, family along for the ride if you can. You know, you're in business. You got an opportunity to teach your family something, which is really interesting. So it's like so many different positives from launching a business.
Right. Absolutely. No, I appreciate that, Meta. I think that knowledge, I think, is really applicable, right, to our stages, all aspects of a business. So, sorry, I got a final question, and then this is like completely off script, but I got to ask for all the basketball junkies out there. Can you name your all-time starting 5 NBA players?
All-time starting 5? Let me see. Meta World Peace. Yeah. I'm sorry. You always got to put yourself first.
Yeah. I'm putting you on the spot right there. Yeah. And it's live streamed by, you know, watched by 5 million viewers.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool, man. 5 million viewers, live stream, YouTube.
Across all social media channels.
Across all social media.
All channels, right.
Well, I'm going to say I'm going with Wilt Chamberlain.
Well, okay.
Wilt Chamberlain is incredible. I don't know how people don't put him in a category of one of the GOATs, but Wilt.
100 points.
100 points.
I think no one can ever cross that, I guess.
Average 50. That's incredible. Michael Jordan. Let's just get him out the way.
Yep.
Bill Russell. People forget about Bill, but he's won 11 championships. That's not easy. That's a lot of championships.
Like, there are players that probably never play 11 seasons in the NBA, right?
Absolutely.
And winning 11 championships.
So I got those three. Now I'm under pressure to pick two.
Yes, the final two.
This is the worst. I hate being in this situation. But I say, oh boy.
How about players that you play with? Like
I'm gonna go with Kobe.
Okay, Kobe. All right. Do we have Kobe fans here? All right.
And I'm gonna go with Stephen Curry.
Yeah. All right. All right. We got some Steph fans here. Awesome.
And
All
I'm
right.
gonna get killed on social media after this.
So let's leave that right to spark some live debates here, offline and online. But Meta, thank you so much again, and all of you guests here who joined us on CoCreate. I just hope that this sharing that Meta just gave, there were some takeaways for all of you. And thank you again, and then enjoy the rest of CoCreate and stick around because our next panel session was going to be on AI here on the stage, and that will be featuring some brilliant minds that I'm personally very excited about. So stick around, and then let's get ready for the next session. And thank you again, Meta. Let's give it up.
Thank you. Do you think I can get a picture with my team up here?
Of course.
Hey, Nectar, come up here. We can get a picture because this is a great opportunity. If my team members can come up here, we'll take a picture. Frank,
you wanna take a selfie with
we'll take a selfie
with all our
Eric,
audience
Allison,
here.
Nectar, Sydney, if she's still around. Let's take a picture before they kick us out of here.
We got 1 minute.
1 minute.
Clock is ticking.
All right, awesome. Jay Corn, Emily, come up here.
Oh, I got someone here. A fan of yours? Your camera? This camera. We'll be quick, crowd.
All right, everybody. That was amazing. Thank you again to Meta World Peace. But now we're shifting gears. AI is a hot topic. We introduced a brand new AI product, and AI has been reshaping all kinds of industries from retail to e-commerce and beyond. But today, we have an amazing group of panelists to talk about how AI is changing the business landscape, payments, product development and optimization. And I would first like to welcome to the stage the one and only Sharon Guy.
Hello? Hello, Vegas. How's everyone doing? We're the second last session, so y'all are either very curious or you're really wanting to learn, or this might just be the wealthier crowd that we have in the room, because we all know that you guys are the most attentive group to show up to the second last session. So next, we're going to talk a lot about AI. How many people have tried an AI product recently? ChatGPT users out here? Gemini users, any fans? Any Copilot? anyone brave enough to put up their hand and say, I have never tried an AI product? Oh, okay, so we still have some. Maybe by the end of this session, we'll actually convince you otherwise. I'll tell you a bit about my first interaction with AI. It was actually when I was working at Alibaba. One time we were doing a Double 11 campaign, and it was, I think, around midnight. We were all ready to go home, but I was called into this room, and they were going to show me this tool. So normally during Double 11 or in this large sales campaign, we usually have a lot of designers helping us put together banners because we deal with hundreds of thousands of SKUs and you have to change the colors, the backgrounds for all of them. But this tool enabled us to use AI to change backgrounds so that we didn't have to use all that time and all that people to put that together. So one of the panelists that we have today is actually from that particular team, and they've developed a product where now they're opening up this product to everyone to use, so that you as an e-commerce owner, because so much of selling online is visual, so you have to make sure that your photos are beautiful and so attractive to get the potential user to click on it and convert. So we actually have this panelist with us. And so without further ado, I'm going to invite all of my panelists up here. Brandon Young from Data Dive and Seller Systems, Lawrence Lin, who's from Slope, Guangxun, who's the head of AIGC Merchant Product Operations, Alibaba International, and Siqi from Runway. Welcome to our session. Huge round of applause for them. Because get ready, we're going to drop you some AI knowledge that hopefully you'll take back and power your stores with. So who would like to start us off? Maybe first let's just do a round of introductions and tell us your name, what product you built, and how it's helping e-commerce sellers today.
You want me to start?
Yes, please.
So we have a software for Amazon sellers called Data Dive. It analyzes the best-selling competitors of any given product on Amazon. And you can ask the AI to go and analyze the reviews, the product images, the content, and come back and make a suggestion on how to make a better product. It tells you who typically buys the product, what features to add, what people like and don't like about it. And then we use it as part of that process to then go use Midjourney or some kind of image generator to design a better product, all along the way testing with real audiences. And that is our process for disrupting products on Amazon. So we have a very detailed data-driven approach to finding, selecting, designing, and validating products and then launching them to rank.
I'm Lawrence, the founder and CEO of Slope. So what Slope does is we're a B2B payments and B2B financing platform. So for example, last week we launched with IKEA on their B2B side of the e-commerce. So if you're a business owner and you're buying furniture for your office, you can pay with Slope. We also offer the option to pay with net 30 or net 60 interest-free at IKEA and other platforms. So basically we have a seamless approval process. We leverage AI for instant approvals. And that's how we work in the B2B e-commerce space.
Hi, I'm Guanxun Huang. I'm working for the Alibaba AI team, and we also have a product called Copilot. You can use online, and we have 12 one-click AI tools to help people to listing the product easy way, and have the image AI. We have the translate AI. We also have the AI ad generator and background changer, something like that, and they will help SMB to post the product easily.
I'm Siki. I run a company called Runway.com, and what we build is a next generation FP&A platform. It's a finance platform, which is really exciting. So what we do is, if you get models and spreadsheets for your finance department, most founders like me, we don't really know how to make heads or tails of it. And we try to make a really, really good version of that. Imagine a version of Notion that does math connected to all of your data sources so that you can actually understand what's going on in your business and what are the impacts of the different decisions that you make. So some of our customers include AngelList and Superhuman, Stable Diffusion, so they actually understand what's going on.
Nice. So our first question for Suchi is, so you are both a founder and an investor. So your company runs on AI, but also as an investor, you also look at a lot of companies that might possibly be dealing with AI. How do you think the investment landscape has changed over the past couple of years with the advent of ChatGPT and a lot of these generative AI tools that's in the market?
It's gotten a lot more exciting and interesting. I mean, as a founder, there's never been a better time to be a founder. AI is a great democratizer. If you have an idea now, you're not limited by knowledge or ability to code. You can do so much with AI. And what allows us, what that allows for is all of these ideas that previously people didn't have the ability to create is now you can create that in a matter of seconds or weeks. But the other side of that coin is these things, the half-life of how long these things last is now much shorter. Figuring out what is actually defensible is very difficult. So it's pretty easy to make something that will print money for a couple months, millions of dollars. But how long is it going to last? Is it going to last past the next year, 2 years? That's a more difficult problem. And so the real question when you look at investment is what is defensible in an AGI world? I think some things that are defensible are non-obvious. I think brand and distribution becomes a lot more defensible. Service businesses become a lot more defensible because you have more relationships. Then there's foundational technologies like Lawrence's company, Slope, which I am a very happy investor in. Those things are the things that are defensible. So it is both interesting, but I think significantly more difficult.
And Guaxin, you work with a lot of e-commerce sellers as part of Alibaba. With the introduction of your new tool, or first of all, can you explain what that new tool is doing for these sellers? And also, how can this tool help these sellers save time?
So I think right now the AI actually will make so many small and middle-sized business become Superman actually. You know, there are some jobs used to be done by a huge team. For example, the customer service. Yeah, you have to. I just arrived last week or last night. The huge time gap between China and American is just killing me. But if you want to service your customer global size, you have to build a huge customer service team to do that. But actually, by using AI, this question can be solved very quickly by use the chatbot, by use the ChatGPT or something like that, and also the translate as well. Actually, if you running a business global, you have to deal with so many language stuff. Yeah, you got some. You have to communicate with people from the different language, and you have to use the local way to explore what you are talking about, what your product are. But the point is, if you use the translate machine or some Google Translate or something like that online, that customer can feel that difference between that language and the nature speaker language. That difference actually is very important. Those language will make will make your brand how it be confident or not in your customers. That is very important point for that. So right now, by using AI, because of the large language model, the AI is not just about translate what you tap on, it's also understand what you want to say and use a local way to translate it. So you can you can use AI to study your global business very quickly right now. I think so. Here, I think the AI is very important for the SMB, especially. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I was sitting at lunch and talking with a lot of sellers, and I was talking to them about Tmall. So Tmall, if you don't know, is the Amazon of China. It's actually several sizes larger in terms of GMV versus the Amazon in the US. And so a lot of these sellers are trying to get to those new markets and expand their sales and expand internationally. But it's in China, so everything's in Chinese. And a lot of our sellers don't speak Chinese or don't understand the language. And so is your tool something that they can use to get to a market like China?
I think actually right now, because we can see right now many China's Tmall seller or China's Taobao seller want to go overseas and try to ship their product all around the world. Actually, the China have the biggest product database on Tmall. We have a billion products right now, and we also have the billion of the product content, the assets right now. And all of those stuff right now is in the Chinese language, in different language. So the biggest problem, actually, our AI, our famous AI tools actually right now is translate. So we can translate image, we can translate the detail page. So people who run business in Tmall can easily get the English version of the product, can get the Turkey version of the product and post on the Amazon or something like that. So I think today, all of the business starts, especially for the SMB, starting to thinking about how to run the business globally and how to run it by using AI, something like that.
Now going to Lawrence on the payment side, because no matter what you're selling, if you're not getting paid, then there's no money to be earned. How is Slope leveraging AI right now in its payment experience for its users?
Yeah, so what's core to payments and to financing is trust. And with everything moving online, it's harder to have in-person trust. So you want to have trust that this payment is not a fraud, or that this loan is not gonna go delinquent. And traditionally, the way it works is a bank will give you a loan, you give them financials, it will take several weeks, sometimes additional documents and in-person meetings. The way Slope is leveraging AI is that we built several models, including a large language model called Slope Transformer that's trained on bank data to take your raw bank data, look at every single transaction in your bank statement, and classify that into a P&L and get an understanding of the financials. So we can do that even for small businesses who would otherwise be declined by traditional lenders because they don't have enough credit history, or maybe they don't have an accounting team with up-to-date financials. We take the raw bank data. The other thing is we built an agent that does KYB and KYC. So traditionally, you would look at a database like Dun & Brad or Experian. Those often are lagging indicators, so things get reported there pretty late. Often, if you look at online sources, a lot of publicly available data, you can find any product launches, positive social media engagement, and information about public lawsuits, a business that shut down. So you get this, basically our agent crawls the web and gets this publicly available information much earlier.
And maybe a question for all of our panelists. How do you think AI is changing the e-commerce landscape? We'll start off with Brandon.
Yeah, I think that, to your point, the disruption speed is significantly faster. And I said earlier in my workshop that if you have an existing product right now, I can pretty much guarantee that someone is working with AI to disrupt you. And the lifelong value of products are going to be shrinking as well, because the speed to innovate is much faster. And making a cuter unicorn than the last guy, because I can do that in Midjourney and then spin up a toy with a unicorn on it, that's going to last for 6 months or 9 months or a year, and then someone's going to make an even cuter unicorn than me, right? And so you have to find ways to create designs that are protectable. So intellectual property will be a major investment for most brands if you want to build a foundation of products that can grow for many years. So there's an entire process around how you can create moats of designs, and whether it's design patents or whether it's copyrights or different types of characters, but the branding of those designs and then the protection of many different styles will give you, will make it much more difficult for someone to find an entry point to disrupt you.
We often say in the corporate world, AI isn't going to take your job, but somebody who knows AI will. So applying that same principle into the e-commerce seller world, it's not AI will take your e-commerce store, but somebody who uses AI will take it.
Yeah,
Would you say that's right?
I think that if you are a seller and you're not using AI tools to write a better listing based in data, so to your point around writing listings that are translated, the first step is that you need an algorithm to write mathematically what keywords should go where in your listing and in what match type. But then the AI should write that to make it sound good. So it's the combination of math and AI and language models, not just making something that sounds good, because Amazon bases indexing and ranking on the math side of it. So, but if you're not doing that, then someone else will, and they will rank harder, faster. They will have better designs that convert more. And your business is in a decline right now.
Maybe a contrarian view, not necessarily to that, but I think one of my theses about AI is that AI is going to make e-commerce widely accessible, and anyone can make the cuter unicorn. And I think that's a story of the commoditization of all goods over the past century or so. But if you look at what has happened as goods become commoditized, the richest person in the world is Bernard Arnault. Like, it's LVMH is one of the most valuable companies in the world. And what you see with that is, in a world where everything is easily accessible, manufactured, designed, what becomes more valuable is actually brands and provably handmade quality products that is not easily replicable. Like, you know that a person in Italy actually made the thing. So, I actually think in an AI world where you have anyone can have anything, what is defensible is, I don't know if you've seen the movie Her, where someone falls in love with this OS. That actually is defensible, because anyone can build ChatGPT, but if you are in love with your one AI robot that you like, that's defensible. Brand is defensible. Handmade goods, luxury items become more defensible. We've seen that happen over the past century, and I expect that trend to dramatically accelerate over the next couple of years.
So maybe one way to understand it is, one example that I always use is when Starbucks came out, versus your corner coffee store. We all went to Starbucks because Starbucks was able to commoditize it, make it faster. They had a great app. My experience was always the same. It was like coffee in a box, and it's always predictable. But then when those artisanal coffee shops came out too, that actually doubled the price of coffee, we actually erred more to the artisanal stuff. So are you saying that maybe AI can help us get to somewhere, so they can help us launch faster, but to sustain that business and grow that business and become like the Bernard Arnaults, that you have to then flip to the other side and go back to, instead of concentrating on speed, but quality?
So one analogy that's I like to say that makes this pretty easy to understand is, if you think about like what happened when bags were difficult to make, right? You had to weave a bag, right? Those things are expensive, but now bags are cheap. You can get a bag for a tenth of a cent or a penny, right? Less than that, as a plastic bag. Functionally, it carries stuff. But you can buy a bag for $50,000. Functionally, it does the same thing, but its value is not in the function, it is in the status and the signaling, and it's in the manufacturing of it, the brand around that. In a world where all goods become plastic bags, the value is going to be things like that. And I think that trend is going to accelerate in the same way that we have Birkin bags that cost literally 1 million times more than a plastic bag, and functionally they are the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's a super interesting point because I feel like in the past, things like brand is like, I think investors will tell you, oh, that's not a moat, that's not a competitive differentiation. Now it's a complete opposite.
That's right.
I feel like where AI is going to help a lot is also in the processes. So I think there are a lot of businesses, they might have an e-commerce storefront with platforms like Alibaba. But it's not just about the storefront, it's about where is the business owner actually spending their time. And you see behind the scenes, there's a lot of paperwork, a lot of manual processes. A lot of it, I feel like it's ripe for disruption with AI to help people focus on building better brands instead of dealing with paperwork, processes, or automating things like FP&A, for example.
And also, I think the AI will help you to build your brand more globally, much more easy. Because there's some traditional China brand, there's some traditional Japanese brand, but those brands is not away. It's not in America, it's not in the China, it's not in everywhere around the world. Because there are some brand based on some special culture, and those culture cannot be understood by the outside of this group. But by using AI, their language problem can be solved, their culture problem can be solved, and the design problem can be solved by using the different AI. But you can start your global brand by using AI. It's much more easy, especially for the handmade brand, something like that in Kyoto. There are so many good handmade brands, but if you go out of Japan, no one heard about it. Because they don't have any English version of the brand, introduce yourself, something like that. But if you use AI, that will be much more easy.
Yeah, Brandon, do you want to add to that?
So there will always be some parity in luxury, right? Not everything will always go to be the cheapest. And there will always be some, in almost every single product, even shampoo, right? You can buy shampoo for 99 cents at the dollar store.
And then there's $70 O-Ribe. Have you heard of O-Ribe?
No.
It's $70
But thank you for, I was trying to think of one.
Now you have a gift for your wife.
And so, but in between, there's all sorts of things as well, right? There's going to be all different levels of, quality in between. And the same is true for toys or for basically any Amazon product. And so you need to understand what are people searching for and what the demand is, and what are people willing to pay for and not willing to pay for. And the people that are going to win are going to be the ones that are able to do things in the most efficient way to meet the demand that they find in the keywords and in the audiences. So connecting with what people want and delivering that in the best quality way, in an efficient way, and with a great brand is how you can win. So you can have a line of products at the cheap side, in the middle, or at the luxury end in almost every product, but it's going to be a matter of what is the true demand of that. Birkin bags and Hermes, sure, they're going to sell 1,000 bags a year, but if you look at Coach, they're selling millions of bags a year, and they're not the $5, $20 bags that you find in Kmart, right? So there's those different levels, and so you have to understand where do you want to play, really understand the customer, really understand the branding, the quality that you need to deliver that, and then figure out the true demand to work backwards from there.
So as e-commerce sellers also, we're trying to reduce our cost all the time. Guangxin, with the tool that you are planning to introduce, how does it save costs for sellers?
I think right now, because there are so many companies already investment, so many job and so many increment for their business right now. So I recommend whatever business you're running, you should breaking down your working flow step by step and detail by detail. At least I would like to recommend at least 2 dimensions to breaking down your working flow. One dimension I think is creativity. There are some job is creativity job, and another dimension I think is dirty work. Because actually, if you see right now, I believe right now that most of the dirty job in the office can be done by AI. And the key is you have to bring down that working flow very, very detailed by detail, step by step. For example, you're doing something like design a banner or design a poster for your product. But actually, if you breaking down it very detailed, you will see they will start at find a reference and start element design and also do layout design and such things so on. But actually, there's still some dirty job in here. You can use AI to find your reference, and you can use AI to generate your reference. So if you're breaking down that your working flow very, very detailed, you will find some blend point you haven't noticed before. And if you're doing that, by doing that, change the dirty work part to AI, it will save you lots of money. So that is what we are doing. Actually, inside of the Alibaba design, we already use 7% of our work using AI, or part of it using AI right now.
So I want to follow up on that. So there's an enormous opportunity. And I think one of the things I realized talking to a lot of founders and CEOs who are non-technical is how accessible it is to make these tools yourself. Like, this used to be only accessible if you knew how to write code. So you have to hire a software engineer, they're really expensive. So give you a real example what happened at my company a year ago. So we had this website go viral, and we were getting leads, and leads were getting pinged in Slack, and they were like multiple times a minute, right? And when you get a lead, you have to have an SDR to qualify them, do the research, see if they're a good lead. And so what one of our non-technical SDRs did through Zapier and ChatGPT, no code, is they'll get the lead, the email, look it up, and enrich it automatically with Clearbit. So we have like information about who this is, what the company is, how big it is. Then he wrote a little ChatGPT things like, hey, if this company is like 50 people or above, it's qualified, so say yes. And then the next step is, he said, and now I'm going to tell you about this company, and I'm going to tell you what our company does, and I want you to write a really clever email that is a sales email to respond to this lead. And then I want you to put it into drafts. So 2 days later, when the sales team woke up, in their drafts were like a bunch of pre-written, pre-qualified sales emails, and the sales team had to press send. No code. And I think like that's super underappreciated, is how democratized what used to require a team of engineers to do, you can just build by yourself.
Yeah, that reminds me of the Devin, the AI agent. So this company launched Devin, which is supposed to replace an entire software engineer. It became kind of a PR catastrophe because Devin actually didn't work that well. But with a lot of these new products, I think there's a lot of iterations. Not to say that Devin won't work well in a year or 2 years after the product becomes more mature, but I think what's coming into the scene is a lot of these agents, so a lot of sales people are becoming marketing managers, being agentified, and these companies creating that. Do you think that following this pattern, there's going to be an e-commerce manager or an e-commerce store manager that's also going to be agentified?
Yeah, 100%. We're building it. So the reality is, like, the algorithm for Amazon's ranking is solved. The keywords and the demand that people, working backwards from the ways people search for a product. Any given product can have thousands of different ways people are searching for it. Some as little as 10 searches a month, and some as many as hundreds of thousands of times per month. But if you don't know how to prioritize the keywords to write the listings, you can't rank for those. If you solve that indexing issue, then it becomes performance. The performance is driven largely by ads. So if you're running and have an agent running your ads for you to send the right signals to Amazon, and then making sure you're converting well by adjusting your images or adjusting your listing, and putting the right match types with the right, in the right order or placement, the ad placement, in order to send the right signals to Amazon to rank your product, you will be able to do the work of 100 ads managers in the same amount of time as one.
Can you also share with us, so say if I want to build a brand new product today or start a completely new brand, how do I use AI in product development?
So you reverse engineer the data from the demand. So you always work backwards from demand. The rule on Amazon specifically is that you can't create demand on Amazon. It's a search engine, there's a lot of keywords. So we understand how the current sellers are getting their sales, and then we ask AI, what can we do to make a better product? Once we qualify a product to be disruptable based on either SEO or design, then the AI can come in and tell us, add this feature, improve this, right? Maybe add this as a bundle. Then you can go to AI and design the product. So you can figure out how to incorporate those changes as long as you've proven that people really want it, right? So at the end of the day, it always comes back to taking what the AI is telling you to do and designing and asking a real human or 100 real humans, which one do you want? Do you want the current bestseller or do you want ours? And if you're able to win in that head-to-head poll, now you go to the factory and make the product. So the AI is involved in every step of the way. Then you use the AI to write the listing, and then you use a good tool to sort the data, send the keywords and the signals, and eventually the AI to run your ads.
Can you take us through an example of a actual product that you built using that process?
Yeah, so earlier I was showing a model Jeep. So I sell remote control cars. It's like one of our biggest brands is a toy brand. We did over 20 million on Amazon last year. And I sell to American kids really fancy light up stuff that like flips and does stunts. But we wanted to sell in Japan. So we asked, to have our AI analyze the top 10 Japanese sellers of remote control cars. And surprisingly, most of them are just plain cars. Japanese parents and kids have a much different taste than American kids, and they want something more realistic. So 3 of the top sellers were actually just plain American Jeeps, remote control Jeeps. And I said, I can make a better Jeep. So I asked the AI how to make a better Jeep. And it told me, add lights, make it amphibious, so make it waterproof. And I said, okay, I can do that. And I went to Midjourney and I designed a Jeep with lights on it and amphibious. And I went to a real audience and I asked, which one do you prefer? And I won. My design was better, but I made a mistake. I included in the poll, their image had a remote control and mine did not. So I wasn't testing apples to apples in my design testing. So a bunch of people chose theirs because they had a remote control and it was clear that it was a remote control car. So then I added a remote control, added the amphibious, and then I won 2-1. Like it wasn't even close. How many parents wanted mine? But that whole process was hypothesis from AI to design with AI to testing. And now I just go find the factory, make the product, go launch it, and I will win because I know how to do keywords and SEO.
Okay. In that example, and did you actually launch in Japan with this?
Not yet.
Okay.
I've launched many products in the US from AI, but in that example in particular, it was just very clear cut, like the process.
And when you say AI, is this your own tool or what exact tool are you going to?
So we're using ChatGPT integrations to go read the listings and the reviews and come back and answer the questions around what people like, don't like, how to make a better product, who are the typical buyers. So that's integrated into Data Dive. And then Midjourney is another tool that we use for design, for actually designing the product.
So if someone sitting here wanted to use that exact same process, where would they need to go?
So on my banner, I have a QR code you can scan for a free class on Monday. So just go back there, scan it. I'm going to walk through that process in a 3-hour class on Monday.
We're going to have a lot of remote controlled cars on Monday.
I will use another example, but I'm happy to show people how to validate, look at data, and then design products.
Guangxun, when you are working with your sellers, and a lot of your sellers are brands that sell in China right now, but they also sell in the rest of the world. They're uploading a lot of SKUs and changing up the design for product detail pages. How is your tool helping them do that? And do you have specific statistics and metrics in how you're measuring all of that?
Of course, right now the product access is very important. So that is why we put so many time into that. Actually, we have some data I can share. Actually, in Tmall's data, the detail page and the main page of your product is the most important thing for people who don't buy it or not. So those two things, all image, and it's very important to have bullet point on it, and the product must look like shiny, look like have good shadow, good lights, and in the good scenario. So the point is if you're doing that by yourself before the AI age, you have to set a studio and to buy a good and decent camera to take picture with that. But right now, you can only use you can use a mobile phone to take a picture and upload to the PicoPilot. We have our own third generation AI model to help you to fix the rest of it.
I want to step in and just emphasize how cool his product is. He was showing me backstage. Basically, you can take a main image. The AI will add more or less shadow on your product to find the optimal amount of shadow for conversion rate. That is the most insane thing ever. And it does it in real time and tests like hundreds of different iterations. Yeah. And they have data to tell you that this amount of shadow in this position will generate more conversion rate. And then they just test it. And it does it all in real time. So the tool that they have within, that he's talking about within Alibaba is the most incredible thing I've ever heard of, because real time conversion optimization based on with AI tool, it's magical.
Thank you, thank you.
Plus one, man, blew my mind. I looked at a lot of AI things. I have not seen that before. You should look at it.
Thank you. Picopilot.com.
Actually, it'd be great if we can have almost a short demo, if possible, backstage.
Yeah, I don't
If
print it out.
we can, maybe we can take. I mean, I have a phone. If we even take a photo of this table here and upload it and see how, you know, what living room we can pair it with, I don't know.
Because here is the reason why our third generation mode can help people selling better. Because actually we not use only the image, the video, the content to training our mode. We use all the data behind those picture. We have the data, how the shadow influence the final result, how the position of the product in the image to influence the final results. We have so many data. We use over 2.5 billion of product data to train that. And we have over 214 different categories data to train that mode. So the results, I think right now to use the top edge AI, we're not just saving your time, it's also to increase your business result as well at the same time. Yes.
Do you have any general guide? Because we are all kind of semi-designers here, because we all sell online. So, you know, we make the Instagram posts, the TikTok videos. Do you have some general guidelines for us when it comes to designing that photo? Like, what kind of background works best? Like, is it a color?
Yeah, actually, here is a point. Because if you open a Photoshop, or if you open something Canva or Playa or something, you know, the editor, traditional designer editor, you have to figure it out what kind of background I should use on my product, what kind of design or what kind of layout should I use. But actually right now, because we have the huge data of the product itself, and we have the data with which product selling better, which layout selling better, which category. So if right now we design the PicoPilot, it's not like a design tools. It's a lot more like SMB product listing tools. So you just upload your picture. And first, our big language model will recognize what kind of product it is. And they will to match our knowledge library. We have we call knowledge library. They have the category with layout, with the front, with the background, something like that. It's a map there. And the AI will find this map to find something better for your product. Yeah. And we will generate the background for you. So you don't need really to figure out what I should look like and what I should be. But yeah, right now, because you have huge data, so the AI can do that for you. Yeah.
Switching gears a bit, because, you know, AI is very useful, but AI sometimes also poses a lot of ethical problems. And we've seen a lot of catastrophes play out. There's a lot of deepfake scams, for instance. There's a lot of, you know, kidnappers training the voice of a particular young kid and then wanting the parents to pay for ransom. There's so many sorts of deepfake scams. Keeping that in mind, how should businesses keep that in mind when integrating AI into their workflows?
I think when using AI, it's important to have a very well-defined use case and understand, is this for customer service, or am I generating product images, and what are the requirements for that, and what are the constraints? Maybe it's a ad budget. And also, what is the accuracy level that you want? So, for example, if it's really high stakes, there was news about the airline that had, I think, some lawsuit related to some false information from AI. And you can have, for high stakes use cases, you can have a human in the loop who is verifying the AI content before sending it out. I would say the second thing is always doing quality assurance. So no matter the use case, always important for you to randomly look at a few samples, see if they meet your quality standard, and iterate from there.
Last piece of advice you want to give to our audience when it comes to AI?
Get involved, get on top of what's happening, really embrace AI. Your no-code example of how to improve the sales process was, fantastic. There's make.com, there's all these Zapier, there's all these different resources. If you want to be a seller, figure out what to build based on the data, but then use AI to build it, right? And then launch it with the right data. So don't lose track. Don't rely too heavily on AI and design and using ChatGPT to make something sound good. Make sure you always go back to data and use the data to make decisions. That would be my only caveat to that.
Well, thank you so much, all of our panelists. I definitely learned a lot. Hopefully you did as well. Yeah, so thanks so much for joining us today.
All right. Thank you, guys. That was very, very enlightening. Give it up for them one more time. So AI is changing a lot of stuff, right? And we announced an AI tool yesterday. We want to make sure that all of you have a chance to get that beta access that we have set up. Now, there is a booth right outside here, just to the left. You will find a QR code there. And you'll find a QR code on these screens here. If you scan that, you will be the first to have a chance to test out that tool before anyone else. We are not sending this out publicly, but please, we want you all to be the first. Now, shifting gears just a little bit, we have our last amazing session of the day here. Now, back in January of this year, we at Alibaba.com launched our first podcast. It's called the B2B Breakthrough Podcast. And that podcast is designed to give business owners like you amazing insights into how to scale your business, how to keep things moving with supply chain. And we've invited a host of experts to make that happen. Now, we've been very fortunate and seen rapid growth of that podcast. In fact, as of today, that podcast has officially become one of the top 5% of podcasts in the world, which is really, really cool. Now, to help that grow even more, I would like to invite our host, Sharon Guy, who you saw in this last panel, back to the stage. So Sharon, please come on up. And then to join her as our very special guest, you've seen him a couple times already today, but he will give some one-on-one advice, is the amazing CEO of Kickstarter, Everett Taylor. Welcome.
Welcome, Everett.
What's up? We haven't even met yet.
We
How are
have
you?
not met. How are you? I'm also a New Yorker, so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't
East
know.
Coast.
I haven't been in New York 7 years yet. They say you have to be in New York 7 years to claim it,
Yeah.
but I've been there 4.5.
Oh, is that the magical number? You have to hit 7?
Yeah, it's bullshit, but we
It's
rock with
bullshit,
it. Yeah.
No, if you feel like a New Yorker, you can call yourself a New Yorker.
I'm gonna
That's what I
claim
think.
it. Claim it.
Yeah. Everyone, please welcome Everett Taylor.
Hey, what's
He
up,
was-
everybody?
One more time to the stage. I'm going to read your very extensive bio.
Oh man, you can
And
like
it goes for pages.
you can like shorten it. You can remix it however you want to.
Or you can, why don't you take us through your journey of all the places that you've been? Because prior to being at Kickstarter, the CEO of Kickstarter, you were the CMO of Artsy, which was an online marketplace for and selling fine art. But then you started your own company when you were 19, and that was acquired. And then you started a series of companies, including Pop Social, which I remember, Millisense ArtX. And you are also a digital influencer, a brand ambassador for several companies. Anything you want to add to that resume?
I think I'm a pretty good person too, you know, like a good,
I think that's probably the
good
most
son, good
important bullet point.
friend, good boss, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that. So also for the audience.
Thank you for the one clap in the audience. Yeah.
Yeah, no, go, yeah. Clap for that whole thing. So this is also a live podcast recording. So thank you all for taking part in this live podcast recording too. I'll first start out by asking you about inventors, because we've seen a lot of different types of inventors today. What do you think it means to be an inventor in this day and age?
So we have 8 billion plus people in the world, right? And we have 8 billion plus people with ideas, right? It's a lot of people with ideas. Inventors, to me, are the very, very small percentage of people out there that are willing to take that idea, believe in that idea, invest in that idea, sacrifice for that idea to make it a reality. You know, the people that are sitting in this room that are inventors, the people that are in here that are creators and entrepreneurs, know that you are part of a small fraternity of people that are willing to actually go out there and make it happen and do it. Because everyone has ideas, but to me, inventors are the people that are brave enough and have the fortitude to actually make those ideas into reality.
And you're an inventor yourself.
I guess you could say that a little bit, yeah.
Can you share with us what have you invented in the past, and how has that shaped into your current role of being CEO of a marketplace that represents inventors?
Yeah, the first thing that I did, I'm a terrible developer. I went to this school called Virginia Tech. It's actually a great engineering school, but you know, I didn't graduate. I dropped out, and my first company was this company called Easy Events, and it started from me just like, I just liked to party at that time and point in my life. I was like 18, 19 years old, and I was trying to solve two things. Number one, when I was throwing parties, a lot of people would haggle us at the door, being like, "Hey, I don't have cash," or "I don't have this," or "I don't have enough money," and so we created a way to streamline that, to be able to sell tickets to events digitally. This was a time when like Eventbrite wasn't a big, I didn't even know Eventbrite existed.
So you were the OG Ticketmaster.
I'm not gonna say all that, because I definitely didn't turn into a $1 billion company, but it was a great way to be able to sell tickets online. And then also we created a way for you to buy pictures from events. So we would have, you know, a photographer at our events, and if you wanted to buy tickets from the event, you could buy it in our online store. And so that was like the first thing that I created on my own, and then I founded several other companies after that for sure too.
Were you always in the app space? Or did you ever err on the side of physical products?
Yeah, I've never invented a physical product. Like honestly, going through and seeing all the entrepreneurs and inventors here and seeing like the physical products and like being at Kickstarter, to be honest, the people that do the best on Kickstarter, I mean, we definitely have people who've created apps and films and music and all these things, but the things that like do the best on Kickstarter are actual physical products, from like design and technology and hardware to books to games to anything that you can think of from like a physical product. They tend to do the best. I mean, Peloton started on Kickstarter, Oculus, which is named MetaQuest, Oura Ring, Brooklyn and Sheets, Allbirds shoes, all these things,
wow,
physical products started on Kickstarter, yeah.
Because it's a really great platform to test out an idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why do you think a lot of people actually don't launch on Kickstarter?
They don't launch on Kickstarter?
Yeah, why don't they launch on
Some
Kickstarter?
people make
Because
bad
it would seem
decisions,
obvious.
you know?
Yes.
It seems obvious,
It
right?
seems obvious that Kickstarter is already a huge group of, how many users are there?
We have over monthly I think we're over 30 or 40 million users, monthly active users.
Yeah, so that's 30 million people waiting to see the latest and greatest product that is out there. So it kind of sounds obvious that if you're selling a physical product, that you would show it to potentially 30 million customers. So why do you think the Allbirds and the Pelotons, they launched on there, but there's a vast majority of people that don't do that?
I think there's a brand perception around Kickstarter sometimes that's wrong. Like some people think that Kickstarter is like, oh, I'm like begging for money or like looking like I need money, when that's not the case. We have multi-million-dollar, multi-billion-dollar companies anchor out of China. Like they're launching new products all the time. There's so many. L'Oreal just launched a new product. Hallmark just launched a new product. There's companies that are, you know, multinational billion-dollar companies that are launching products. There's, you know, multi-million-dollar creators with millions of followers and audiences that are launching every single day. But I think there's still a perception from some people that are like, I don't want to look some type of way by launching on Kickstarter. But we're not, no offense to GoFundMe, which is an incredible platform too, but Kickstarter is not charity. Kickstarter is for creative projects and creative ideas. And, you know, people are investing in you because they want that product or they want that thing. So it's very, very different. And what I tell people is that Kickstarter, one, gives you a platform to centralize your audience, to bring your audience to one place where they can transact and support you. Number two, it's a platform where millions of people are active on the platform every day that are looking for new things in the niches that they are most interested in, right? And so to me, it's really a no-brainer if you're entrepreneurial minded and you're able to, you know, be humble enough to go out there and with your idea. But I think it's not for everybody. But, you know, we've proven that it's been a really great platform for a lot of people.
Some of us also are considering raising money, so going to angel investors. How do you think that couples with launching on Kickstarter?
Yeah. How many of you guys have tried to go to angel investors or investors for your company? By show of hands. And you guys know how hard that is, right? Have you, by show of hands, you know, you go to an investor and they're like, oh, well, what kind of revenue have you done already? How many products have you sold already? How, you know, all these things. Now it's getting so much harder to receive angel investments and venture capital investment. A lot of these investors now want to see product market fit. They want to see if you could actually sell a product or get a product out to market. And so Kickstarter provides you an opportunity to prove yourself, right? It gives you an opportunity to show that, hey, I've built an audience around this product. I've been able to actually build a prototype. I've been able to show that there's traction and interest before I take any dilutive capital.
Yeah. What's popular on Kickstarter to launch?
I mean, literally everything. I mean, I would say, again, the most popular things are always going to be physical products. Like our two top categories are what we call design and technology. So that could be pretty much everything you saw today getting pitched is design and technology. These are physical products that are being brought into the market. Some of them are like very high-tech things, and some of them might be, you know, like a simple product or a coffee maker or whatever it is, or a 3D printer. So that's huge on our platform. Also, and design and technology includes fashion and jewelry and just anything you can imagine. Number two biggest is games, right? From video games to board games to card games. Like gaming is such a huge industry, is a multi-billion-dollar industry now. And so that does well too, but like film and music and food and you name it, it does well on the platform. But I think those two categories take the cake for sure.
And then I guess after somebody has successfully launched that campaign and raised that money, I guess first of all, let's break that down a bit. Like if I launch something on Kickstarter, how can I ensure I reach my fundraising goal? And also, what should my fundraising goal even be?
Oh, that's a great question. So one of the things that I tell people is like setting your goal is so important, like setting the right goal. Kickstarter is all or nothing. If you don't know what that means, is that say you have a goal of $100,000 and you raise $99,999
Cents.
and 99
You're
cents,
not getting
you
it.
will not get your money if you do not hit your goal. Now, does that ever happen? Like if people are super close to their goal, like I don't see that happen. Like people, if they're people who are super close to the goal, they just make it happen. We never have someone that's like, $100 or $1,000 away from their goal not hit their goal, right? So people make it happen, but that means that, hey, if you're raising 25,000 and you raise 10,000 and you don't get to 25,000, then that's not, you're not going to get that money. And so I tell people all the time, think about the cost of your product. We have a product right now on the platform and it's sunscreen and it's only $16, right, for this, or $10 for the sunscreen. And so that person's goal is like 4,000, but that's a lot of sunscreen at $10 a pop, right, to get your first customers for it. Now, if she set her goal for 40,000 or 50,000, think about how many sunscreens she would have to sell or move to meet her goal, right? And so I think Kickstarter is really about understanding the size of your organic audience. Like, how many people do you think you could actually drive to the platform, right? Kickstarter is going to obviously add a lot of 30, 40, 50% support to it, but you got to be able to drive people to the platform as well. So realistically, what can you drive to the platform? Number two, is the product that you have or the rewards that you have for your product, does it make sense for your goal? If you're selling a $10 product and you have a $50,000 goal, can you actually, sell that many products to get to that goal, to get to that goal?
So is there a formula of some sort? Like if it's a under $20 product, then I multiply, I don't know, potential number of traffic and then times that by the conversion rate and then set that goal like in that. And if it's something more expensive, to use another formula or?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the formula is really like how many people from you think you can actually push to it. So if you think, say it's you think you could push 100 people, I tell people cut that in half, right? So like if you think you can get 100 people from your own audience to support, cut that in half, because you're not gonna, it's not gonna be what you think it is. And then factor in organically how many people you think you can get on Kickstarter, and that should be your minimum viable goal, is what I like to call it. Anything else above that is extra. So we have creators all the time. We had someone just have a $250,000 goal and they did $15 million, right? So we have people all the time that will have goals and then they have stretch goals after it. So, oh, we hit 250,000. Our next stretch goal is $500,000. Our next goal is $1 million, 2 million, 5 million, but they got the guaranteed money initially.
And then, so now say I've hit my goal and now I've gotten my money. Where do you advise these founders to be spending this money?
How should they be spending this money?
Yeah. Where should this money be going?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's different for every product and situation. Number one is like fulfillment, right? Like you don't want to lose the trust of your audience and your customers not being able to fulfill your product, right? Over 90% of Kickstarter products do fulfill, but there's less than 10% that don't actually deliver or fully deliver to their full audience, right? And that is going to just break the trust if you're going to try to build and scale a company. So I tell people, number one is like, use that money to actually fulfill what you said that you were going to do. The next step is obviously business development, marketing, all the other things that you need for your business. But number one, you just have to make sure that you fulfill and ship the product that you said that you would.
What do you see as a very common headache that these founders have?
Very common what?
Headache?
I think something that's really, really common is like sometimes 2020, for example, like shipping rates just fly, go, crazy. So sometimes when you're building out a product.
The COVID years?
Yeah, the COVID years. And
what was Kickstarter like actually during that time?
Actually, Kickstarter had At that time, the best years, now we're, doing even better, but that had its best years in history because like many e-commerce, D2C brands or whatever it may be, the COVID years, people were at home and people were just buying e-commerce, et cetera, et cetera. So at that point, 2020, 2021 were the best years Kickstarter ever had from a revenue standpoint. So we did really, really, really well, but also we had people that struggled sometimes to fulfill because, shipping became so much more expensive. Cost of goods and materials became so much more expensive. And so you can plan something out and then that could potentially become more expensive for you. And so you have to really have the foresight to make sure that you're leaving some gaps there for some expenses that you may not be expecting.
Let's shift and talk a little bit about products themselves. When you are, so Kickstarter's purpose is to help inventors crowdfund to bring their products to life, and Alibaba.com serves that purpose to connect product makers to product sellers. So can you offer any advice to the audience who are full of entrepreneurs that's looking to bring a new product to market?
Early branding product?
Yeah.
Yeah. Number one is like really understanding your audience and doing spending the time speaking to your audience, right? Like what is the message that's going to really resonate with them? What is the marketing that's going to resonate with them? What's going to turn them off? Like really, really understanding your core audience. I see what a problem with a lot of creators and entrepreneurs is like, they think something's a good idea. And so they think it'll be a great idea to their audience or how they brand things. And like, just because you like the color magenta does not mean that your audience is going to like the color magenta. And so that just happens to be our competitor's color, but whatever, so making sure that you're spending the time and doing the research to really genuinely understand your audience, what they need, what they're looking for, where they actually reside, right? Like, someone could be telling you, I was talking to a creator earlier that pitched is like, someone could be like, man, you got to get on TikTok and do TikTok ads. But like, if your audience isn't on TikTok, you're just wasting your money, right? So really understanding the messaging that's going to resonate with your audience, but also where your audience lives. Like, where do they consume content and information and news and things like that? And are you creating content and marketing in a way that's going to resonate with them?
So in that campaign to help get to that goal, what are people creating TikToks to drive traffic to that product page? Like how are people usually?
For Kickstarter?
Yeah.
So people do all different types of things. People have email lists that they tap into. They do performance marketing. I launched we're launching 2 new business lines this year. One of them is called Kickstarter Performance. And so a la like in Etsy or other platforms, we actually are doing digital marketing and performance marketing for projects on the platform. For example, we just had this one project that broke and became the biggest games project of all time. And we were getting at one point 10x return on ad spend for that project, and literally delivered millions of dollars extra to that project that they wouldn't have been able to drive themselves. And so that's something. Performance marketing has been very, very powerful for people on Kickstarter, whether they use us, whether they use another agency, or whether they do it themselves. Obviously, social media is huge. Social and digital communities, tapping into that. All those things are pretty strong. But honestly, being able to like roll your sleeves up and enter into the communities that are going to most resonate with your product, that seems to be the most effective for sure.
So speaking of games, I had a friend recently who just launched his game. It's called Getting Laid Off, because in the tech industry, there's a lot of layoffs happening, and then he was laid off, and then created a game. It's called Getting Laid Off. And games is one of those really growing categories on Kickstarter. What's another growing category that people can think about?
Yeah, comics and publishing is really growing fast. So any of you all that have like a book that you want to publish, or if you're a big comic book or manga or all those things, like comic books and publishing are like two of the I think comics might be the fastest growing category. Like comics has now, like the number one way that indie comic makers publish comics is through Kickstarter now, right? So that category has been insane for us, for sure.
Have you bought one recently or funded one recently?
I have more comics than I ever thought I would own. I'm an avid Kickstarter backer. Like I back hundreds of projects a year. And that's something, it's like addictive to me. Like if, for you all who are sitting here that don't have the Kickstarter app on your phone, Alicia, go ahead and download it right now. If you don't have it on your phone, go and download the Kickstarter app right now. It's amazing because you're at the precipice of like new creativity, new innovation. If you have a particular niche, whether it's music, whether it's film, whether it's, new technology, you can find it on that platform. And so I love it. It's really addictive. And you're supporting fellow entrepreneurs and creators too.
It's kind of also, I feel like, a new way of shopping. Because, there's like Amazon and you can browse all these products, sure, but Kickstarter, it's a more content-driven, content-based form of shopping.
Yeah, and you really get to know the creator and know their story. Like you might have this mom of 4 in the middle of the country that is like building AI robots in her garage, like you have these really, really incredible stories. Like everyone sitting in this audience has a unique, incredible story, and Kickstarter gives you an opportunity to share that story with the world and share your passion for whatever it is that you're trying to do.
What's the last thing that you backed?
The last thing that I backed, wow. I went on a backing spree.
What's a crazy product that you backed?
I backed an album that was made completely by robot AI. Like a music album that was literally like not human made. Like it was like a robot that they programmed with AI that created music and made it into an album, and I bought it.
Do you have it right now? Like you?
No, I don't. It's at home. Like I don't have it. I don't have it here. But yeah. That's like a crazy project. Like I backed so many like weird, wild things all the time. Like what's so cool. Like even today, listening to all the pitches today, I'm like, all these products are like things that I would like see on Kickstarter, right? And so I will just go at any given time and just back like 20 projects. And the cool thing is you can back from $1 to thousands of dollars or whatever you want to give or however you want to support. And so it's an easy way, but I back all different types of things. The category I probably back the most is actually film though. I really, really enjoy film. Like
indie films? Or
yeah,
like films
indie films like short films, documentaries, feature-length films. We've had, Oscar winners. We've had, people that showed at Sundance and Tribeca and Cannes. It's been really, really incredible. All the films that have come off the platform. I think we've had like over 90,000 films over the past 15 years launch on Kickstarter.
Sometimes for early founders, it's really hard to keep up the momentum. Like I think a lot of us are great idea creators and we have that idea, but sometimes, it's hard to keep that idea going and see all the money come in and the back. Do you have advice for people to like throughout this process of launching to keep at it and just to keep going?
Yeah, it's so funny. I just did this conversation with Damon's partner on Shark Tank, Kevin O'Leary. And one of the things that he talked about, so if you guys watch Shark Tank, you probably noticed that many of the people that go on Shark Tank actually had launched a Kickstarter before going on Shark Tank. And he said that, one of the things he looks out for is like, oh, this person, yeah, you raised $1 million on Kickstarter, but what were your sales in year 2? What were your sales in year 3? What type of momentum were you able to maintain after that? And that's why it's so important to really think about your utilization of your money and making sure that you have a customer acquisition strategy and plan in place. Like, okay, I launched this Kickstarter, I made this money, but now how do I attract my next 1,000, 10,000, 50,000 customers? And I think so many people put so much energy into thinking how to launch. They're not thinking long term about their strategy and how they're going to utilize the money from their Kickstarter, like we said, to actually be able to put that into true customer acquisition and retention as well, and increasing lifetime value.
A lot of these campaigns that's launched out of Kickstarter, do you sort of send it to Kevin O'Leary or Damon and just kind of usher them that way?
No,
or
it's just
is there
organic.
like a Kickstarter is grade 1 and you graduate, and then grade 2 is the next thing, which is
It's been an
show, or-
organic thing. I was talking to Kevin and we're like, we need to like put like an official partnership together because so many Kickstarter projects are on Shark Tank. But it's just been an organic process, right? Like Kickstarter attracts people who are entrepreneurial minded that want to bring their ideas into the world. People go on Shark Tank because they want to further validate their idea and get the support to scale these ideas. And so I think Kickstarter is a great launch pad. And then, a place like Shark Tank can pour the gasoline onto the fire to continue to scale that product.
These two mega brands aside, Kickstarter and Shark Tank, because sometimes, Shark Tank is very hard to get on too, especially if you're a new product, and then Kickstarter with all of the campaigns. Are there other platforms or hubs that entrepreneurs can consider going on?
No, Kickstarter is the only one. Don't even think about anything else. What are you guys doing? No, I'm kidding. There's some really cool accelerators out there for entrepreneurs, but be careful.
For products, for physical products.
For people that are building products and things like that, but be very, very careful because some of these accelerators they prey on entrepreneurs and they take, I think, too much equity for the money that they're giving and the resources that they're giving. So just be very, very careful with that. But there's a lot of grants out there for entrepreneurs and things like that. And so I know so many entrepreneurs that are like literally living off of just grants that they're winning. I've given out grants with different organizations, but I think one of the best things you can do is finding your tribe. Like the people that are here at CoCreate, this is your tribe. Like you are all from different places in the world, but coming together and bonding together and networking and leaning on one another and sharing information is super, super powerful so that when you want to launch on Kickstarter, you have that support.
Okay, so I'm going to put you on the spot as we close things up.
Okay.
If you would crowdfund any product idea, no matter how crazy or impractical it would be, what would it be and why?
So there's this poet named Nikki Giovanni. I don't know if anybody's familiar with Nikki Giovanni. And she taught at my alma mater. I didn't graduate Virginia Tech, but she's like an incredible woman. And her dream was to always go to space. And she has an incredible documentary that launched at Sundance last year. I think it's like Nikki Giovanni Goes to Mars or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but I would love to do a Kickstarter to send Nikki Giovanni to space.
Wow.
And to have the first.
And what would you put as your fundraising goal?
Oh, it's $120 million to send someone to space.
Is it that much still?
Yeah, I've heard it's like 120 million, but I could be wrong. But
I heard that at like Bezos with the Blue Origins thing, because he's also trying to commoditize sending people to space and trying to make that into like a luxury experience that more people can. It's like.
But whatever it is, hopefully it's less than 120 million. But we've never had a poet be in space and describe the experience of what it's like to be in space. And Nikki Giovanni is such an incredible poet, person. And I really, what gets me out of bed every day is the ability to help people live out their dreams. I think that's what makes Kickstarter so special. That's what makes Alibaba so special. It gives people a platform to live out their dreams. So if I could do anything for a Kickstarter, it would be to help someone like Nikki Giovanni live out her dream.
And then after you do that, can you put me to space too? Well, that is all we have today. Thank you so much for being with us and sharing all of these
We're New York
insights.
homies now.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. We're gonna meet up in New York before we meet up in space, hopefully. And thank you guys for being part of this episode, which is the first live taping of our podcast. And yeah, thanks so much for coming together.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
That's amazing. Thank you, Everett. Thank you. Hey, one more time for Everett. Come on. Louder, louder. Thank you. Thank you. So, hey, listen, that's it for this show. I want to thank all of you guys for coming out. From the bottom of our hearts, we appreciate all of your support. We appreciate you being here. I hope you took a lot of amazing insights away from what you've seen today. Hope you enjoyed all the sessions. So please, round of applause for yourselves, and thank you for coming to CoCreate.